Hey, Phil here from videoschoolonline.com, and today I have a cool neon sign After Effects tutorial for you. It's a complete step-by-step tutorial, so if you're a beginner, it's perfect. And if you want all of the assets, including the background image, the fonts, the sound effect, just click on the link below because it takes you to a blog article with all links to all the assets. Plus, you can even get the whole project file so you can follow along or just use that one. So pause this video, go do that, download the assets so you can follow along, and then let's get going. All right, so if you paused the video and you downloaded the project files, this is what you should get. You should get an email with links to all of these resources, or just this direct link with the download. You should get the project file, the brick wall background, the color palette, 2 different fonts, and the neon sign audio. So go ahead and open the After Effects project, or go ahead and just start a project from scratch. This is what it's going to look like though. You might have to reconnect or reload some of those assets if they're not loading properly. Awesome. So if we're starting from scratch, the first thing we need to do is actually build out our sign. And then what we're going to do is add all of the effects to make it look like a neon sign. So let's start a new composition just by clicking this create a new composition button. And I'm going to call this neon sign sketch. Whatever you want to call it, 1920 by 1080, 5 seconds is perfect, 2997, great with me. Next, let's add a background layer. So what we can do is use the brick wall and just bring it in here. And I'm just dragging it onto the composition. It's a little too big though, so I'm going to press S to bring up the scale option. And I'm going to drag to the left and put it about 48% or so just to fill the frame. Now we're going to darken this. There's different ways to do that, but I'm just going to add a new solid. So press Command Y to create a black solid. I'm going to press T on the keyboard to bring up the opacity for that solid. Let's just put it at 75 for now. Actually, let's do 50. Let's duplicate this layer actually just by selecting it and pressing Command D. I'm on a Mac. If you're on a PC, that'll look like Control D. So I apologize if I'm using Mac references, but usually it's just Control if I say Command. Now let's take our ellipse tool and actually with the black solid, the one on top selected, let's just double click it and see what happens. It creates these ellipse for us. What we want to do with this layer is create sort of a vignette effect. So let's invert this and then let's feather it out. So the mask property is changed to inverted, press F on our keyboard, and just drag up the feathering to 50 or so. With the black solid below the vignette that we just created, let's put this at 75% for now. We might need to play around with it. All right, now let's add our text. So you can say whatever you want, but I'm going to use our text tool, click down here. I have the Dymaxion script font selected. The other is Clip. So first with this one, let's just type in welcome. And you'll see here that I have a couple settings that I have changed. So let's do welcome to. Let's select all of this text just by, on a Mac, pressing Command A to select all of that text. And then you see here, this is the spacing, the tracking between the text. If you have it set at 0, which is standard, you see there's actually some spaces in between. Because we're creating a neon sign, the effect is that the letters are all connected. So let's change the tracking until all those spaces are closed. Something like that. That's pretty good. We actually might want a space between the welcome and the to. So let's just add a few spaces in between there. But we have this weird little line coming behind the M right now. So I'm just going to select, I believe if I select the O actually and decrease this, now that spacing looks a little bit better. Nice. So that's our first layer. And now you can change the color if you want. And the color, you can use the color palette that I provide, or you can just search for neon colors on Google. But if you take this neon color and you place it in here, or if you just pop it open up here, we can use this to change our colors. And now I've already selected the color, but we can change it if we want. So let's just select our text layer, change our color to green, or yellow. Let's just do yellow. That's pretty good. Okay, let's just hide this. Actually, we'll just delete this color palette layer. Now let's add new text, and I'll say Video School Online. Now you can keep this same font, but what I'm going to do is just select that layer and change it to the clip, which is another cool kind of neon sign font that is free to use from defont.com. Now I'm going to change the scale and then move it around so that it's about aligned with the Welcome to font. You can make it bigger actually. It might look kind of cool if it was a little bit bigger. Maybe we'll do that for this tutorial. Let's change the font color, and you can see now that we have our color palette up here. It's just selected in our project bin. If we take our Video School Online text, character color, and we can just choose any of these. Pretty cool, right? All right, so that's our text. Now let's create sort of the outline of the neon sign. Not all neon signs have an outline, but we're going to select our shape tool, and let's do our rounded rectangle tool. For the fill, let's make sure that the fill options are turned off to none, so there's no fill. And the stroke, I'm using 7 pixels. For the color, let's change it to this blue. So I just clicked on the color of the stroke, select the eye picker, and now let's choose this kind of neon blue. Now I'm just going to drag over this text. It doesn't have to be perfect yet. I'm going to center this sign or this shape layer. So if you have your align window open, that's great. If you don't, you can go to window, align, and then just click the center horizontal and vertical. Now that aligns that outline to the center of your composition. Now what we can do is take our text layers, let's center them vertically or horizontally actually, and then we can just kind of move them up or down depending on if it looks better. So I'm going to actually move my welcome to text just a little bit down. Same with the Video School Online, something like that. Cool, so that is how we lay out our basic sign. Next thing we're going to do is add the proper effects to it. So let me just close down all of our layers and let's pre-comp these so it's easier to do. So I'm going to select our background layers, the brick wall and the adjustments, press Command-Shift-C or right-click and choose Pre-Compose, and I'll call this background. Now that all becomes one composition. I can double-click to open it up, but I'm not going to do that. Now I'm going to select my Welcome to, my Video School Online, and my shape layer. Right-click, Pre-Compose. And I'll call this neon sign text. Okay. So now we have our 2 pre-comps, the background and the neon sign text. What we want to do now is basically create sort of the effect of the neon sign. So let's duplicate this neon text layer and turn off the top one. And this background one is going to be our background off neon sign. So you see in the original version you have the off. So let's make it look like that. Up in your effects and presets, type in fill. And you want to use this generate fill and drag it onto the neon sign text. And actually, let's just rename this to neon sign off. So we know this is the off version. Under fill, let's change from red to a gray. So open up the color picker and just some sort of darkish gray. That looks all right. It looks like it's not colorful, but it doesn't look like a neon sign. So let's add a layer style to this. So right click, go to layer style, bevel, and emboss. And this is what's actually going to create sort of that rounded look. You already see it a little bit. And if I zoom in even more, you can see that it looks kind of rounded. But let's go under our bevel and emboss settings and change the size to 10. That looks a little bit more rounded to me. So I like that. We're also going to add a drop shadow. So if we right click, choose layer style again and go to drop shadow, this adds sort of that shadow look. I usually sort of spread out the shadow, make it a little less opaque. So opacity I'll set to 50. The distance I'll set to 10. The spread I'll turn to 25. And the size I'll do, let's just say 15. Maybe the distance, maybe a little bit less, something like that. So I like that a lot. So that's our background layer. Now we can turn on our neon sign text. And first, let's duplicate this neon sign text. Well, actually, first I'm going to change it to neon sign on. So we know this is the on version. So let's just duplicate it. With this first one, the one beneath, we're going to create a blur. So again, in our effects and presets, type in fast and choose the CC, actually not the CC, the fast box blur, and drop that onto this layer right here. Change the blur radius to like 150, and you'll see that it gives this very subtle, and let me just turn these both off, this subtle glow, but it has like those colors. If we change it down a little bit, it might get a little bit more defined, but we're also going to add another sort of lighting effect in a little bit. So I'm just going to leave that at 150. So that's a little bit more of the effect. We're getting there. And now let's add to it. So let's duplicate this one more time because we're going to have two different layers. One is sort of the top bevel and emboss to match the bottom. And the middle one will be more of a glow. So for this top one, let's right click and choose Layer Styles, Bevel and Emboss. And we're going to match the bevel and emboss of the off layer. So let's change the size to 10. And then also for the highlight color, let's just click this and drop that down just a little bit to more of a gray, so it's not as white. We're also going to add a little bit of a glow to this. So let's right click, do a Layer Style Inner Glow. So that adds some sort of effect, but we're going to change that. So drop down the options for Inner Glow and change the source from edge to center. Cool. And maybe just drop the opacity to like 50. Okay, we're going to add more glow, so don't worry, but we're getting there. So you can see that we're adding layers. So turning this on and off, you can see it starts to look pretty good. So with this middle layer, we're also going to add that inner glow. So let's do Layer Styles, Inner Glow. Change that to center, the source from edge to center. But the big thing here is we're going to add a glow effect. So in your effects and presets, go to Stylize and Glow and add that to this layer. Boom, look at that. Pretty darn awesome. And you can see if you turn this on or off, it's looking pretty good. Boom, so that's looking really awesome. It's really vibrant. So this is looking pretty good. In our original one, we have this sort of neon sort of light spilling on the brick background. And so let's just zoom out, fit up to 100, and we're going to add a lighting layer and a lighting effect. Now we're actually not using a lighting effect or the light tool, but we're using a gradient. First, let's create a new solid. It doesn't matter what color it is because we're adding the gradient effect to it. So if you type in gradient, you'll see the generate 4-color gradient and drop that onto the black solid. And let's put this right behind all of the neon signs. First, we want to change the color of this gradient to the colors that we're using for our lights. So I'm actually going to bring in that neon color palette so I can see better, or actually pick those colors. Then go to the black solid. And for the top two, I'm going to choose this yellow, this specific level, yellow. And then for the bottom 2 points, I'm going to choose the pink. Cool. Now we can turn off or delete our color palette. Now let's just move these gradient colors in. So let's just click this little icon right here, which brings up the position. Now if we click anywhere on our composition, it moves it. And now we can drag these points in. So let's just drag these points in quite a bit. So whoops, don't move it. Just click those points. Let's get the yellow right behind the text. And that's doing pretty good. You can play with the blend here just a little bit if you want, just to blend the colors, but I like leaving it at the 100. So now let's create a mask around this because this obviously isn't what we want it to look like. So it doesn't have to be perfect. I'm going to use the pen tool and I'm just going to start clicking while I have this black solid layer selected, just kind of around the text. So I'm making sort of a very unique shape. And I'm going beneath the sign here as if the light kind of casts more of a shadow down. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Not perfect, but we're getting there. If I have this layer selected and press F, I can increase the feathering of this. Something like 250 or so looks pretty good. And we're starting to get there, The next thing I'm going to do is drop the opacity. So let's drop the opacity up here to like 50% or so. And this is the opacity up in the effects presets, not down here. And the reason why we do that is because we're going to animate the opacity down here in our timeline. I also want to change the blend mode of this. So this looks pretty good, but when you go to your modes, and if you don't see your blend modes, just click this toggle switches modes and change it from normal to vivid light. Boo! Wow, that looks pretty intense. So let's actually drop the opacity even more, something like so. And let's just play around with moving the pink just down a little bit so we can see more of that yellow. And the pink kind of shines down, something like that. Hey, that's looking pretty darn good, actually. Cool, so that is pretty much our sign. It's pretty close to the original in terms of style. It's just because the colors are different. The blue, I think, and the pink create sort of a separate, different type of style than the yellow and the pink. The yellow and the pink kind of blend together more, but I like it. Next, it's time to animate. The first thing we're going to do is turn from off to on. So to do that, let's just take all these layers for the on. This is the light layer, so let's just turn it neon light on, so we know it's an on layer. And another thing we can do is select all of these layers and change the color by clicking on the color icon to something like pink, so we know this is it. So if we move this over just a few frames, that's just a hard on, okay? But typically neon signs kind of flicker. And so what we want to do is add an opacity animation. So if we press T, we can bring up the opacity setting, and we're going to create keyframes to do this. Click the stopwatch at the very beginning of these compositions to set an opacity for 100%. If we nudge over by pressing Command right arrow on a Mac, Control right arrow on a PC, and then we drop the opacity to 0, what happens is it creates another keyframe, and it says here it needs to be 100%, here 0. That's how you create an animation in After Effects. If we nudge over 2 frames and then set another keyframe for 0 by clicking this add or remove keyframe diamond right here on the left, if we have all of them selected, it will create a keyframe for all of them. The reason why I want to create another one for 0 is because if we just went and instead created it at 100%, it's not going to flicker on. It's kind of fades on. So let's set that at 0. Then again, nudge over to the right, 100. Maybe nudge right once, back to 0, nudge right once, 1 frame, and back to 100. So now if we play this, pretty good. Now you can add as many flickers as you want, make it a little bit longer, see what looks natural to you. But one thing that will make it look and sound more natural is adding our neon sign audio. So if we drag this into our composition and we press LL on our keyboard, we can see the waveform. And this is good because we see that there's actually the click on right at the beginning in the first frame. So we want that to match up with when our light turns on. So if we play through it, yeah, that's pretty cool, right? Nice. So that adds to it. The other thing that will make this more natural is if there's a subtle sort of flicker throughout. Neon signs kind of, and fluorescent light bulbs, they do have that little flicker on, but they kind of also have a flickering throughout as well. So again, let's select our on layers and press T to bring up opacity. Now we're going to use an expression, which will sort of randomly turn on and off the opacity. To do that, for this top layer, let's just press Option and then click the stopwatch. That will be Alt for PC users. Then type in wiggle, left parentheses, 60, 20. So what that's saying is that it's going to adjust the opacity 60 times per second at a rate of 20% of the opacity. So let's copy this, and we'll do the same to the other neon sign lights. So Option click, paste, go to the next one, Option click the stopwatch, paste, and then same for the light in the back. Now if we play through it, let's click off, play through it. You get this sort of subtle flickering effect, which is pretty darn cool. Lastly, one thing I want to do is to make this a little bit more cinematic, let's add a camera push into the sign. Now there's different ways to do camera motions, but the easiest way is just to add that camera layer. We're going to change all of these layers, select all of them except for the audio, and turn on 3D. So it's this little cube column. Just check that box on for all of these layers. And now if we go into our camera transform properties, we set a position keyframe at the very beginning, then go forward and move forward, and just move that keyframe to the end of our composition. Now if we render this out, so you might have to change the quality. I changed it to half so that we can see it play properly. Hey, but that is pretty darn cool. All right, what did you think? Thought this was a cool tutorial? I thought it was pretty cool. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed it. And if you want other tutorials like this, you can always head over to my YouTube channel at Video School Online. You can go to the Facebook page. You can head over to videoschoolonline.com for lots more tutorials. Thanks so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed, and have a beautiful day. Hey, what's up? Phil here, and today I want to show you how to make this simple but very cool and kind of classy intro effect. This is from a question from a student of mine who found this intro on videohive.net, and they were wondering how they create it. It's actually pretty simple once you understand the basic technique, but if you're new to After Effects, or if you just haven't thought about how would you do this, then it can be a little bit confusing. But once you know basically how to do one of these animations, you'll be able to do as many in as many different types of ways or shapes possible. So let's get into After Effects, and I'm going to show you how to create this sort of effect from the very beginning. You can see here that I recreated this type of effect. I'll just play through it. I'm using the latest version of Adobe After Effects CC 2017. Can't believe they have a 2017 version, but you can do the same exact type of effect in really any version of Adobe After Effects. So let's set ourselves up first. The first thing you need to do is create your background layers, which are all of these images that I have used. You can use video, you could use photos, but what I did was I imported all of the photos. So I just created a folder in my project bin, and you can see that I just brought in all of my photos. And then I created a composition, and the way I did that was just by clicking that composition button, and I'm just creating one that's 2997 frame rate, 1920 by 1080, and 5 seconds long. Now you can do this however long you want, so I'll just call this main comp. So this is a blank comp now. And then for all of these images, I created a bin or a folder, but I just created a new composition, same settings, same size, and I just called it image 1, set OK. And I don't want that in that folder because I don't want to get confused, but I had created that, and then I just simply duplicated this by pressing Command D on your keyboard. And that would be Control D if you're on a PC. I'm on a Mac. You can see that it duplicates it into image 7, 8, 9, but if you're just starting out, it will do image 1, 2, 3, 4, and do as many images as you need. And then basically add your photo and resize your photos to your composition. So you can see here in image 1, I added this shot, and all these photos are actually coming from a competition that I'm running in my photography masterclass. Great group of students in that class, actually over 30,000 students in that class now, and we had over 400 submitted photos. We're giving away a $100 gift card, Amazon gift card for the winner. We're picking that right now. So if you're interested in taking better photos, you can check out the Photography Masterclass. Search for Photography Masterclass on Udemy, or just go to videoschoolonline.com and check it out. I'll also link to it in the description below. So anyways, you have your image comps, and I just created 6. You'll have however many you need. So here is the basic process of doing this. So let's take this image 2, for example. Drop this onto your composition. So now we have a new layer, image 2. Then we're going to go up to layer, new, adjustment layer. And let's just call this mask 1. So I'm just pressing in there, pressing return, and typing in mask 1. And sorry if I'm going fast, but for those of you who are beginners and are just trying to catch up, but I want to go fast enough for people who are a little bit more intermediate in After Effects to be able to follow along and not get bored with me. So hopefully I'm going at a good pace. Comment below if I'm going at a good pace or I'm too slow or too fast. Then what I'm going to do is create a mask. So let's zoom out, and I'm just zooming out with the scroller thing on my mouse, or you can click here and zoom out to a certain percentage, and just take your pen tool. Now you can create any type of shape you want, but we're going to kind of replicate what was in the project that we saw. And I forget who asked about this project, but thank you for asking about it. And then what I'm going to do is just click right below something like this and close that. Now we have this sort of trapezoidal shape. If we go to image 2 and we go to this track matte column, and if you don't see that track matte, just click this toggle switches modes button down here in the bottom left. Change the track matte for your image layer to alpha matte mask 1. And what that means is that whatever this adjustment layer, this mask is doing, or wherever this mask is, the layer beneath it will show. So this mask 2 is now adjusting this image 2 layer. So now we have to animate this mask. So I'm going to zoom in here just a little bit more, and I'm actually going to close this down. So I'm just going to make this a little as small as possible. So something like that. There we go. So if you press MM on your keyboard, you can get all of your mask properties. Set a keyframe for mask path and for mask expansion. And actually go ahead and set your mask expansion to something like -5 pixels. We just want to make sure that we don't see anything from beneath this. If this was at 0, you can see that there's a little line, a little sliver. So to get rid of that, let's just do -5 pixels to be safe. Now with our mask path, we have this animation or this keyframe here. Let's go to 1 second. And then let's go in with our selection tool. And then to kind of, right now, all of our points are highlighted on our mask. So if we just click one of them, we're going to move the whole mask. Just click this layer. And now we can pick individual layers. Move it down about like so. So that still these two lines are sort of parallel to each other, and then select the 2 bottom points. The goal is to select the 2 bottom points and move it down. So let's zoom out just a bit. Zoom out. So now you can see kind of what this animation is going to look like because I'm moving it right here like so. Got it? So now we can see as we play through this animation, it looks like that. Pretty cool, right? Around 5 frames or so, let's change the mask expansion to 0. And then let's easy ease this mask path. So I'm just selecting both layers and pressing F9 on my keyboard, or you can right click and say keyframe assistant, easy ease. So this is pretty cool. If we play through this, that's a little reveal. Let's make it a little bit more dynamic. Let's add some motion to the photo. So if we go to this last keyframe at 1, select our image layer and press P on our keyboard to bring up position, let's set a keyframe there. Then let's go to the front and let's, at 0, where the first keyframe is for the mask animation too, and move this up just a bit, something like that. So now this moves down. Let's easy ease these keyframes. Again, function or F9. And then let's make this animation a little bit more dynamic. Okay, so I'm selecting both of these keyframes for mask path by clicking and hovering over them, and then pressing Shift on my keyboard and clicking and dragging over these ones. And let's go into our graph editor. Let's grab this keyframe over on the right side of this graph, and that's actually selecting both of those keyframes, and drag to the left. Now, if you play through it, let's just loop this a little bit smaller on the timeline. That's starting to look pretty good. Okay, let's get out of our graph editor by just unclicking that. Let's click that toggle switches modes button and turn on motion blur for both of these layers. Then toggle on enable motion blur right here. That makes it look a little bit better as well. Okay, cool. We have our bottom half. Now we have to do our top half. Basically, what we can do is just duplicate these two layers. So select both and press Command D on your keyboard. That duplicates both layers. But we have to kind of do the opposite of the mask, or the reverse of this mask animation for this one. So if we select the mask 2 and press MM on our keyboard, and then go to 1 second, and then select these 2 points on our mask, and instead go, select both, and go up like so, the animation does this reverse thing. So it goes up like that, right? Pretty cool. Pretty easy to do that. This animation looks a lot more complicated than it really is. And then also let's reverse this motion for the image. So let's select our image layer, press P, go to 0, and instead of having this up, let's move it down. And while I'm moving it, because I'm just clicking and dragging the image itself, I'm holding Shift so it doesn't accidentally, select this, so it accidentally doesn't go to the right or left. Okay? So I'm moving it down. I could also just click on the position here, not the left or right y-axis, but not the x-axis, the y-axis. So I can move this down. So now it is moving up. So now we have this first animation, which is what we saw in the Video Hive version. Now let's take this same idea and easily duplicate it. So now you know the process, you know what to do. We're using masks, we're using mask with adjustment layers, and we're using the track matte option to do this. So now let's take another image. So let's say image 6. This is a cool image of this owl. What I can do is simply duplicate, let's first duplicate the owl once. So we have both owls. And then let's copy the effects for image 2, the first image 2, by pressing P on my keyboard, selecting the keyframes, copying them by pressing Command C, and then making sure we're at the very start of this image and pressing Command V. Now if I press P, you can see that on this layer, we have this same photo animation. Pretty cool. Let's do that for the second photo, the top photo, and we'll copy it and paste it. So now we have these two photos appearing on top of each other. We have to mask them out now. So let's just duplicate this mask 1, move it above the first image 6. Okay. Then let's change the track matte to alpha matte. And then let's just go ahead and take this mask 2 and duplicate it and move it above image 6, the second one, and take this image 6, and change it to alpha matte. Let's go to toggle switches mode, make sure the image 6 has motion blur enabled. Let's just scrub through this to see if it worked. Yep, it did. Just copying and pasting. Now let's move this over to the left, and it's going to start to appear as soon as this first photo almost hits its final resting spot. Boop, boop. Pretty darn cool. I can even start this a little bit earlier just to make it a little bit more quick and dynamic. Pretty darn cool. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's see what I did for this next one. So this next one, I had this photo flying from the top, right? And so if you get this by now, you're probably done with the tutorial, you're happy, and you can basically animate the mask however you want. You can split it from the middle, you can split it from the side. But I'll just show you, for example. let's take this image of this tree stump, which is an amazing photo. We will create a mask, and I could just copy and paste this mask actually, instead of doing it another way, starting from scratch. And I lay it on top like that. Let's turn on motion blur for the image 4, change the track matte to alpha matte mask 5. And then let's look at this mask. So select mask 5, press U on your keyboard to bring up all the keyframes. And let's just delete this first keyframe. And then let's go to this second keyframe right here, zoom out just a bit. Let's take these bottom 2 keyframes and with both selected, drag down. So now we have this sort of trapezoidal shape covering the entire image, right? So now if we go to the top and we select mask path, so that selects all of the points in the mask, and we move this up, what happens is this whole mask comes down. Pretty cool, huh? And at the same time, we will add some motion to our image 4 moving down. And the one that's moving down is this first layer on the bottom. So it's image 2, the very first one. I remember that. So I'm going to just copy and paste these keyframes from image 2 to this one. So now the tree stump is moving down as we have this full sort of reveal on, wipe on. So now if I play through this whole thing, doop, 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 pretty darn cool. Now let's show you the last one, which is instead of splitting from the middle, we have this split from the middle, but then also the split from the bottom. See how these first 2, they split from the middle like that? 1, 2, it's coming from the middle. And then this last one, splitting from the top and splitting from the bottom. Super easy to do. Again, we're just copying basically our keyframes that we've created already. So let's take our next image, say this horse, pretty darn cool horse, and let's go ahead and duplicate it. We're going to make sure that motion blur is on, and then we're going to copy and paste the position animation. So first, let's bring up P, or press U or P on your keyboard to bring up the keyframes for this first image. So it's the bottom half, and we're going to paste it to this first one, and then take this layer, press P on your keyboard, copy these keyframes, and select your second or your top half, which will end up being your top half. And then let's duplicate mask 1, put this above this first image, like so. And then take mask 2, duplicate it, put it above image 5 like so, like this. And then let's go to toggle switches modes, make sure that the image layer is track matte, alpha matte. Okay, so now we have this same sort of effect, but for this bottom one that's appearing, which is this one right now, we want it to go on the opposite way. So what we can easily do is press U on our keyboard, again delete this first keyframe, and then what we will do is actually select all of this mask path and drag it down off of the composition. So now it's coming up like so. And we actually want the motion of this image to actually be the same as this top one. So let's press P for this top one, copy and paste. And then you'll see if I press P on this second one, the bottom one, and just paste it, it just copies these keyframes over it. And we're doing that so that the motion of the photo matches the motion of the wipe. And we can just stagger these. So if we want the top to appear first, we can just take this bottom one, stagger to the right just a little bit. Okay, so that is pretty darn cool. Hey, what's up? Phil Ebner here from videoschoolonline.com. I got a great question from a student in my complete After Effects CC course about how to create a side-scrolling video like this one. This is from Jay Chu, sorry if I'm pronouncing that right, an artist on YouTube, and they create this awesome sort of side-scrolling technique that I really love. So I'm going to dive into Adobe After Effects and show you how to do this. I actually haven't even practiced this, so I just assume that I know how to do it, but we're going to go ahead and see. like everything in After Effects, there's a ton of different ways to do the same kind of technique, and this is just the one that came to my mind first. Okay, so go ahead and open up After Effects, and I'm going to be using some video from a future class that I'm creating right now, the Photography Masterclass 2.0. And all I'm going to do is create a new composition. 1920 by 1080 is what I'm going to use. Frame rate 23976. And we'll just do it for, well, let's set it for 10 seconds for now. And that's good to go. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is create a white background. So first let me set this to fit up to 100%. So on a Mac, pressing Command Y, that would be Control Y on your PC, you can create a new solid. So I'm going to just set it to white and click OK. And that's going to be a full sort of rectangle that is your background. And I'm just going to lock that in place now. Next, what I'm going to do is start adding my video. So I have some of these videos. I'm just going to layer them on top of each other. Let's see. Whoops. Why are we not going? Okay, there we go. Okay, so this video is now a layer in After Effects, and we can just play around with the size. You can either just click and drag the corners, holding Shift to make sure it locks it in the right aspect ratio, or you can bring up your size and position settings by dropping down the layer properties down here with your scale, your position, etc. So what I'm gonna do is just move this around. I'm gonna bring up my quality to full so it looks a little bit better. I think the biggest thing with that video was the timing. And so I'm just gonna, edit these around like so. And then let's add this one. Because the timing, you can imagine for a song, it has to be scrolling by at the right time, right? So, and again, you would want to spend more time making sure the sizing is perfect. You can also do things like cropping them to be squares, or we saw in the video, there's squares, there's rectangles, there's even parts with cutouts. And so the way we could do something like that is, let me just duplicate one of these. I'm gonna put this on top so I know what I'm working with. Put it up here, something like that. Then take my rectangle tool to create a mask around a specific part of it. Okay, and then again, if we want something sort of like this little bit where they have a corner cut out of it, we could take, let's go to this one. Which one is it? Our first one, this one right there. Okay, so that's the middle one. Selecting that, we can cut out a little chunk of it. I'm going to create a mask with my rectangle tool and then go down to my mask properties and actually click invert. So now maybe we put this little guy, this piece of the video right there. And we'd want to make it smaller, so I'm going to bring up scale with S on my keyboard. Make it smaller, put it up there. This one would probably be bigger, so we align. So it's a lot of alignment. So anyways, you kind of get the point of how you can line up and create this sort of grid mode. But how do we actually create that side-scrolling action? Well, the easiest that I would say is by, well, there's two ways. One would be just adding a new null. So I'm going to go up to layer, new, null. And then I would attach everything to that null. So selecting all of my video layers, taking my pick whip over here under the parent column and dragging it to null. Or you could use the drop down here to drag it to the null. And then just set a position animation for the null. So if I press P to bring up my position, set up a keyframe right at the beginning, go all the way to the end, drag to the right. And I'm dragging the position over here to the right, like so. Now if I play this back, I'm going to turn off all my audio. I'm also going to turn it down to quarter quality so it might play back a little smoother. And it's still going to play a little bit slow, but you can see that it's rendering out and it's playing exactly sort of the style of that music video. Like I said, though, the biggest issue is timing, but that's where you got to spend the time to make sure everything lines up. And then say you're like, well, this is great, but how do I add videos to the right of this point? Well, there's a couple things that you can do. You can zoom out. So I'm just pressing, let's go back to After Effects. Pressing Z on my keyboard, the Option key or Alt on a PC, zooming in and out. and then pressing the space bar to move my frame around. So what I could do now is let's just take this video right here, the bottom one, duplicate it, that's Command D, and then move this up to the top right, scale it down or whatever. So these videos aren't the perfect size or framing or whatever, that's what you gotta do. And then you could just keep moving them all the way to the right. So then this one, let's duplicate again, we'll put it up here. This one right here, duplicate, move it over to the right. Of course, that one has the little mask in it, so maybe I'll just delete that mask. And these are all still connected to this null. So let's press U to bring up our keyframes, go to this last one. And when I do that, I can see actually these layers are overlaid. So I'd have to move these over a bit. But now if we change this position of this keyframe to something even further, well, now you can start to see, and this will help you to adjust the position when you do that, so it actually looks proper. So obviously, this video looks crappy compared to that music video, but you can imagine if you had nice shots, if they were timed properly, then you can basically just continue to add videos and continue to kind of add them to the right so that they continue to scroll properly to the left. Of course, this is now a 10-second video. Now, actually, the timing of this video looks pretty good for 10 seconds, but you can imagine if you had a longer video, then your first keyframe would still be at the beginning, but your last keyframe or your next keyframe would be at the end, which might be 30 seconds or 2 minutes, or like in the YouTube video, it would have been at like 3 minutes or something. And so you would really have to play around with the positioning and the speed and how you actually add these videos at specific times. But now you know the basic process, or one of the easiest ways to do this. Now there's another way we can do that, and that's with a camera layer. So if we go up to Layer, New, Camera Layer, and we also need a null for this as well. So leave the camera settings as is, go up to Layer, New, Null Object right there. Now we parent the camera to the null object. And now, similarly, we can just adjust the position of the null. And we have to make sure that all of our layers are 3D, actually. So now with all of our layers 3D, we can just adjust the position of the null, and we don't have to parent the layers to the null object. The camera is parented to the null object, but as you can see, it's basically doing the same thing. So you would just set a keyframe at the beginning for the null object here, then set your last one, and put that at the end, and you basically have the exact same sort of composition and animation. And whether you're using the camera option or just the null, my advice is actually to not set keyframes in the beginning. So let me delete both of these keyframes. And what you can do is you can just move the camera around or the null around as much as you need. So continue adding all of your videos from left to right, and then move some more, add more, move some more, add your videos, and then at the very end of your editing, when you have all of your videos laid out, that's when you would set a keyframe for the very beginning, and then you would go to the end, and then you would scroll to the very end of your video grid. And so that'll be easier than setting the keyframes first. Again, thank you so much for watching this tutorial, and as always, have a beautiful day. Phil Ebener here with videoschoolonline.com and another After Effects tutorial. In this one, I'm going to show you how you can attach objects such as text, video, or images to flat surfaces in your video, such as a wall, a fence, the floor, anything, even with moving camera. So let's head into After Effects and learn how. All right, so here in After Effects, this is the clip that I'm going to be showing you how to actually attach text or objects such as video clips, images, logos, anything to walls. You can also use this technique for attaching things to the ground or really any sort of flat plane inside one of your video clips. So this is the easiest way that you can do it now in After Effects. You used to have to do things like tracking motion and attaching things to track null objects and things like that. Now they have this cool track camera button here within the tracker options that we're going to be using. So let's back up and show you how to do this from scratch. So I'm going to take my video clip that I'm using, this walls and fences clip, and drop it into a new composition. So this is just a little pan handheld that goes from the wall of my studio and looks over my backyard up to the fence. So I'm going to actually trim this clip into about 15 frames. The fewer frames you have, the easier it's going to be for After Effects to basically track your camera, and the less intensive it's going to be on your computer. So short clips generally work better. Of course, you might have a long clip and you might have to use a long clip, but for this video, I'm just going to trim my comp work area by bringing in the endpoint of the comp to about 15 frames, going up to composition and choosing trim comp to work area. Now, when I apply the track camera effect by selecting this clip and then choosing track camera, it's only going to be analyzing those keyframes within this composition right now. So I'm going to go ahead and let it analyze, and then we'll catch up right when it's done. All right, so now depending on how your clip was rendered, you might find track points in your clip. If you don't see any track points, go down to the advanced options and change the solve method from auto detect to something like mostly flat scene. It's going to resolve, and now you're going to see a lot of track points, basically After Effects trying to see the flat surfaces of your scene. And if you go through the entire clip, you'll see that there are tracking points all over the place trying to determine where points are, where flat surfaces are. And you can play around with these depending on the type of shot you have. First, you want to make sure you try auto detect, but depending on the clip, it might not work. All right, so now you should also see a target. If you don't see the target, or if you see like a big red lines, you might need to change the target size, make it smaller. So you can see if I do that, it makes it smaller, or make it larger so that it's easier to see. I'm going to leave mine at 100. All right, so here you can see that we have this target area, and what I'm basically trying to do is find a spot that looks like the target is flat up against this wall. If I wanted to put text on this back fence right here, I would go over here and try to find a spot between points that looks somewhat flat. But I want to add text over to this wall, so I'm going to go right about there. I think this one works good. So in between these 3 points, it's creating that target. Now, if I right-click this, I have two or multiple options, but the two I want to walk through are create text in camera and then create solid in camera. If I choose create text in camera, that's going to create a new text layer in our project down here. So in our timeline, we can double-click our text, or we can just double-click the text right in our composition window. And now we can say whatever we want, the office. So you'll notice, though, that this text is flying off the edge of our wall. And so we're going to actually move it later, but if I scrub through the timeline, you can see that it is basically stuck or pinned to the wall. Even if the camera goes out of frame or the wall goes out of frame, that text is stuck there. So now what we want to do is just basically move it into the right position. So if we go down to our transform tools underneath our text, drop down that arrow for the office text, and then under transform, we can move these things around, such as the orientation. If you do want to basically make any manual adjustments to the rotation of your text, you can do that. You can go and change the position with these position keyframes here, or using the selection tool, you can take these arrows that are in the composition window itself and basically click on them. So the X arrow, if I click it and drag left to right, we can move the office text left or right. The green arrow up or down. So I'm basically just trying to get this in the right spot. And you can tell that something that's cool is as I move the text towards us, it starts to get bigger. So After Effects knows that there's this perspective in the shot. And so if we're moving this closer, it's actually going to get bigger, just like it would naturally. So I'm just going to make a couple quick changes to the orientation, which is basically similar to the rotation. Move it down right in that spot. And now that looks pretty good. Awesome. So now that text is stuck there. We can play through it. And that's looking pretty good. A couple things that you can do to make your text or any object look a little bit better and more natural is to add motion blur. So under this little column right here with the 3 circles, check on the motion blur tab and make sure that you enable motion blur up here in the overall composition settings to make sure that it's actually enabled. So when you play through or when you export, it actually is going to apply that motion blur, which is natural to have that sort of blurring as you pan the camera around. You can see that the window of this wall right here and the window frame starts to get blurrier the faster we pan over. And the same should happen with the office text. The other thing you can do to make it look a little bit more natural is play with your blend modes. So if you click this toggle switches modes button down here to see the mode option and drop this down, you can choose different blend modes. For this, maybe linear burn might look good. You can also use the keyboard shortcut Shift and then the plus or minus button on your keyboard next to the delete key to basically scroll through these. So maybe something like this, vivid light, looks pretty good and makes it look a little bit more natural, like it's actually a part of this scene. Cool, so that's basically how you do it. I'm gonna show you how to do it with an object, which could be sort of any sort of image or logo or even video clip. So if you go back to your clip, one thing you notice again is that you might not see your tracked points. So go ahead and click the 3D camera tracker in your effects controls to get back your track points. And again, I'm going to try to find a spot that's on here that basically matches this off this wall. So I'm going to try to find that same point, which I think I was a little bit further in the timeline. And if you can't find the same exact point, you might want to just start with one. So I'm going to click there, right click, and now I'm going to just choose create solid. So now when I create a solid, you see that we have this tracked solid orange block right here. And if I go through and scrub through the timeline, that orange block is there. So what I want to do is replace that orange block with a logo. The easiest and best sort of workflow for that is to pre-compose this solid. So if we go right click, choose pre-compose, or if you just select the layer and press Command-Shift-C on a Mac or Control-Shift-C on a PC, and then just click OK, it creates a pre-composition, meaning a composition within this composition. I can go into this pre-comp by double-clicking, and now you just see that orange square, which is what is inside this pre-composition right now, and I can replace it with my logo, for example. So I'm going to drop my logo into this comp, delete the tracked orange object, which is totally fine to do now, put my logo in, scale it down so it's within this frame. If you need to change the size of the frame, just press Command-K on a Mac or Control-K on a PC, or go up to Composition Settings to change the size. So say you want this to be 500 by 500 pixels or 1920 by 1080 for a video that is 16 by 9 or 1280 by 720. You can change the aspect ratio of this pre-comp right here. I'm going to leave it at it as is, but now look what happens when I go back to the walls and fences. We have this logo right here. So I might have to move this around, change the rotation or the orientation just a little bit. But let's get this right above here like so. Let's drop it down. Let's drop down our transform tools, play with our orientation just a little bit. After Effects does a good job, but it's not perfect. So something like that. And now we are pretty much good to go. Again, you can change the blend mode. You can add motion blur to make it look a little bit more natural in this space. But that's pretty much it. That's how you add and attach objects or text to walls, to grounds, to any flat surface in your clip. Now, bear in mind that the better your clip, the clearer, the sharper, the more flat the object is, the slower your movement is. Everything like that will make it easier for After Effects to track your movement and to give you enough track points to actually place objects on those flat surfaces. If you're doing your own shot, it's too blurry, it's too shaky, it's not in focus, things like that, you're going to have a tougher time. What you can do is under this advanced tab within the 3D tracker effect, you can check on detailed analysis, and that might be able to get you some more track points, so play around with that. But usually After Effects does a decent job if you have a nice big flat object with different points that it can see, because basically it sees all these different points with different colors and different textures and different exposures basically, and that's how it can track those different points within your shot. So if it's just one big white wall, it's going to have a hard time compared to something like this where it has all these different things in the shot that it can see. All right, thanks so much for watching, and that's how you attach text and objects to walls, floors, and flat objects in your videos. Well, I hope you really enjoyed this tutorial, and if you did, please like and subscribe to the channel for more. If you have any questions or comments, you can leave them below in the comments. And if you're looking to take your skills to the next level, make sure you head over to videoschoolonline.com, where we have premium courses, more free tutorials and articles, guides, and all kinds of stuff that will help you become a better creator. Thanks so much for watching, and have a beautiful day. Are long shadows still a thing? A couple years ago, this was a really popular style in motion graphics and graphic design, and I want to show you how you can do it right within After Effects. We're going to learn how you can quickly create the long shadow effect, and also how you can create a cool animation with it as well. So let's dive into After Effects and learn how. So here's the long shadow animation that we're going to be covering, which will teach you both the ability to create a long shadow style and also how to animate it. And then I'm also going to show you how you can restrict the long shadow to sort of a shape or something like this, so that it's limited to just within some sort of boundary that you set up. Awesome, so in After Effects, I'm going to create a new composition by clicking the new comp button. 1920 by 1080 is great. All those settings are perfectly fine. Actually, I'm gonna decrease this to like 3 seconds. Go up to composition, trim comp to work area. So first, let's set up a background. Command Y if you're on a Mac, or Control Y if you're on a PC. This time, let's go for sort of like a pale grayish green. That's kind of cool. All right, so next we want to create our text. So take your text tool, type in your text, whatever it is, hello. And now we are going to, let's make it a little bit bigger. And then I'm going to use the align panel to center it. Okay. So to create the long shadow, the effect we're going to be using, or this thing or the tool, is actually the repeater effect. And the repeater is only applied to shapes, or it's at least it's not applied to actual text. So we have to convert this text to shape layers. So right click and choose create shapes from text. So now we have this new layer. The old layer was kind of turned off with this eyeball right there. And now the new layer is just a bunch of different shapes, which you can see by dropping down the drop down, going under contents, and now you see each letter is an actual shape that you can edit. What we want to do is click the add button here and choose repeater. So now what the repeater does is it repeats the main objects in the content folder, or in this content structure, and you can see that there's some different hellos that are repeated. If I drop down the repeater settings, you can see that 3 copies have been made, and the position of the repeater is basically 100 pixels to the right, or 100 points to the right. If I drag the Y position up or down, you can see that it places the repeater up or down, and if I increase or decrease the number of copies, it actually creates more copies. So you can kind of see what we're going to do. We're actually going to set the position, X position to 1 and the Y position to 1. So it's going basically 1 pixel to the right and 1 pixel down. And then we're going to increase the number of copies until it goes all the way to the end of our video. So we're going to go, I think, around 500, maybe 600 will work. So now we have a white, basically, shadow. So we want to change the color to this. So select your layer up here and choose fill up at the top and choose sort of a shadow color. So you can go straight black or sort of a dark gray. And then you can also play with the opacity if you want, or just leave it as that color. But now we want our original text to be on top. So we're going to actually move our original text layer that we converted to shapes above the hello outline, and then turn on the eyeball. So now we have this cool shadow, which is awesome. If we want to restrict it to sort of a circle or a square, let's actually do an ellipse. Let's just make this ellipse go over our text. Let's align it to the center. We're actually going to change the color to something different, pink. Now let's put this beneath our hello outlines, and we want to restrict the hello outlines to this shape. So first I'm actually going to duplicate this shape layer, Command D on my keyboard. That's Control D if you're on a PC. I'm going to move that duplicate above the hello outline. And then if I go to my hello outlines to the track matte column, if you don't see that, click the toggle switches modes button down here and choose alpha matte shape layer 2. It's basically using the shape layer 2, the duplicate that we put on top, as the restricted boundary. So if we move this layer, select this shape layer 2, if we move this up or down, it's going to change where the shadow is restricted. So if you want it to match exactly the shape layer from below, make sure you don't move this shape layer up above. So that's one cool kind of style. And if you want to move everything around, then probably the best way is just to select everything, and then you can move it around by moving it. You could even pre-compose this if you want by right-clicking and then pre-composing. And now you have this sort of hello sort of logo right within there, that pre-composition that you can move around. You can change the size, etc. Okay, so I'm going to actually undo this. So that's one style. Now I want to show you how to animate it. So if you're not interested in animating, you can click off this tutorial. Make sure you like it, subscribe, and comment if you have any questions. But next, I'm actually going to delete these shape layers that I created, and then make sure I change the track matte from the outlines to no track matte so we see it. So all we have to do really is animate the number of duplicates. So if we go under contents, repeater, then copies, here at say 1 second, we can set a keyframe for copies by clicking the stopwatch icon to the left of copies. Then let's go back to say like 15 frames and then set this to 0. I'm going to easy ease these so we get a little bit of flow to the animation and the movement. So I'm going to select both of them, right click, go to keyframe assistant, easy ease, or F9 on your keyboard. All right, so this is a pretty render intensive animation because it's actually creating all these duplicates. And so in the middle, you can see that here we have 62.4, here we have 105.2, but you can see as I go through this keyframe, it starts to animate. So I'm gonna drop down my preview quality, and then if I play through, you can see what's happening. Pretty cool, right? If I wanna play, again, change the speed a little bit more, I can, with these keyframes selected, go to the graph editor, make sure I go down to this menu right here to choose the edit speed graph. And now I can go in to these keyframes by selecting them. We have this little handle that I can bring in on each side, and it makes it pop even more. And maybe that's going a little bit too fast, so we can extend it by moving one of the keyframes out so it's a bit longer. That's pretty cool. So that's how you animate a cool long shadow effect, or just create a long shadow easily in After Effects. If you have any questions, hit me up in the comments below. Otherwise, I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Thanks for watching. Well, I hope you really enjoyed this tutorial, and if you did, please like and subscribe to the channel for more. If you have any questions or comments, you can leave them below in the comments. And if you're looking to take your skills to the next level, make sure you head over to videoschoolonline.com, where we have premium courses, more free tutorials and articles, guides, and all kinds of stuff that will help you become a better creator. Thanks so much for watching, and have a beautiful day. Phil Ebener here with videoschoolonline.com and another After Effects tutorial. This one is how to rotoscope using the roto brush. It's actually easier than you might think. I know a lot of people get scared about it and they try to mask things and use keyframes to animate that mask, but it's much easier using the powerful roto brush. And I'm going to show you how to do it so that you can cut out things, even moving objects, people, anything in your video clip, to have them as a separate layer so that you can put things behind them, you can swap the background, and do all kinds of amazing stuff. So let's head into After Effects and learn how to do it. So I'm here in After Effects, and this is what we're going to learn, how to rotoscope moving objects, people, things in your video so that you can place objects, text, other video behind that person, or completely change the background like this, where I've taken out the background from me and I've replaced it with a solid white background. So we're gonna dive right in and learn how to do this right now. So go ahead, and if you have a clip, go ahead and open it up in After Effects. I just have this talking head video for an Adobe Illustrator class, and I'm going to drag that into a new composition. So this is the entire video clip, so I actually just wanna select a portion of it, and the shorter the portion, the better. So I'm actually going to take the in and out points of this composition, zoom in with the plus and minus keys, and get about a second of this video to work with. Now you can do longer, it just is going to take longer and more time, and I want to make this quick. So then with that about second selected, I'm going to go up to Composition, Trim Comp to Work Area. So now my full timeline is this basically 1/2 second of me awkwardly scratching my chest. All right, so typically before the roto brush tool, which is what we're going to be using in After Effects, what you would do is take your pen tool and you would mask out your person, go inch by inch around the ears, try to get as detailed as possible, and then you would have a mask, something like that, and for every single frame you would have to go one frame at a time and move these points so that it moves with your object. That is silly when you can use the roto brush tool in After Effects. So I'm going to press M and delete that mask. Delete that mask right there. Awesome. So the first thing I want to do is actually duplicate this layer so I have a background to work with. So I'm going to turn off the audio and then turn off this background layer for now. Then what I want to do is go to the roto brush tool. So if you click and hold this tool right here, which is next to the eraser, you can see you have the roto brush and the refine edge tool. We'll be looking at both of them. Select the roto brush tool and nothing happens. You can't click or edit your clip until you go into the layer itself, which you can do by clicking layer up here, or you can, let's go back to rotoscoping, double click into your clip. So your video clip. So now we are actually editing the layer itself. And so if we go through here, we don't see any background layers or anything. We just are in the layer editor. Awesome. So now I want to make sure that I go to the very beginning of this sequence where you want to start rotoscoping. That's the thing you have to remember when you use the roto brush tool, is to please start at the very beginning, because it basically works. You have to start at the first frame, then you go to the next one, the next one, the next one. And as you go, you might have to make little edits here and there to improve it. But if you go back in time and you say, oh shoot, I messed something up on that first or second frame, and then you go back and edit it, that's going to affect the rest of the video clip. So make sure you start at the very beginning. And the first thing you really have to do is just click and drag over the object. And you'll see when I do that, this green line starts to appear. So what I'm going to do is just click and drag all over my object within the lines, and just, it doesn't really matter where you end, just undo. And you can see that After Effects automatically tries to outline myself. And this worked really easily for this clip because I stand out from the background. If you have a clip where the background is more detailed, more busy, where the colors and the exposure of your foreground element that you are trying to remove or separate is actually close to the background colors and exposures, this is going to be harder, and you might have to go in and make some additional edits. So what I'm going to do now is make sure my mask looks good. And I can do that by toggling through these different views down here. So see this toggle alpha button? If I toggle through this, I can see a white sort of outline or silhouette of my selection, and then the silhouette or selection of my object without the background. What I notice is that the buttons on my shirt did not get selected. So I want to make sure that I go and drag over the buttons right there and there. And so now they are all selected. To go back to this view, we can choose toggle alpha boundary. There's different views you can see. You can see this view, which kind of gives an overlay over the background, so you can see both the foreground and the background. One thing that you'll notice with people with hair, which is a lot of us, especially women or men that have longer hair, the hair is the hardest part to actually edit. So if I zoom in here, let's go up to 100%. using the hand tool, which is the space bar, I can zoom in on this hair and see that it's really jaggedy and it's hard to actually, whoops, I don't want to click anymore. It's really hard to make those specific selections with the rotoscope brush. So we can use the, let's go back here, zoom out. We can use the refine edge tool. But first, what I want to do is show you some global adjustments you can make to your entire roto brush mat over here in the effects controls panel. So you see you have your roto brush mat. It automatically has a few settings, such as the feathering set to 5, contrast at 80, shift edge, reduce chatter. So what I typically do is increase the feathering just a little bit. Now let me actually go to this view so you can see kind of what's happening. So if I increase this to 50, for example, it's going to make the edge very sort of smooth, and everything is going to be sort of blurred into the background. So if I do this, you have this nice sort of feathering. I don't want that because I want it to be more detailed. And so what I'm going to do is set this to something like 15, some sort of happy medium where if I look at it, it looks pretty natural. It's not completely smooth. You can play around with the contrast if you want. This may be able to help you make a selection. Same with shift edge. Say you want to actually squeeze the mat, you can choose -50, for example, and it will squeeze it in. Or if you want to include a little bit extra, press +50 or 100 or whatever you want. I'm going to leave that at 0. And then reduce chatter. This I like using just at like 10% or starting there. And that will help if you have a lot of movement and a lot of details. It will try to reduce any sort of sudden little jitters and edge sort of distortions with your roto brush mask. So play around with that one as well to really refine how this looks. So notice that I'm still on the first frame, and that's good because we're making all of our edits to our mat, and then we're even going to use our refine edge tool before we move on. So now I've selected the refine edge tool, and this is where you want to actually go in, and I'm going to zoom in here so you can see what I'm doing. And you see how some of the background is selected, this white area right here, and then maybe some of like the little wisps of hair are cut off. If I just brush over the edge like this, then I'm just going to let go. Notice what happens. Well, the view changes, but then you also notice that it has this little black and white line that's going around where I paint, and it's making a more fine-tuned adjustment. You can really see it probably over here, where the white is now going to be selected, and that's where my hair is. And you can see now that the little wisps of hair up here are now selected, which is really cool. And this you'll really notice with people with longer hair. So I wanted to get that bottom of my earlobe, which was getting cut off a little bit over here as well, just to make sure it's perfect. So you can do this for hair, for any sort of fine-tuned detail in your object that you're trying to separate. Okay, now what do we do? Well, what I like to do is go frame by frame. So to me, you could go step forward on your timeline like this with your arrow, or on a Mac, you press Command right arrow. On a PC, that should be Control right arrow on your keyboard, and you literally go frame by frame. If something starts to change, and sometimes this happens if you have a more movement in your video clip, if someone's like waving their hands or something, or if you have like a car driving by that you're rotoscoping out, you might have to go in and, again, using the roto brush tool, you might have to include or exclude some parts of your video. And to exclude, I didn't show you this before, but just hold the Option key down on a Mac, Alt on a PC, and now you have this little red circle. That's where you can actually paint over anything that you want to delete. So see how I painted over that, and now it's just selecting my head and my hand. I got rid of my shirt. I use the sort of minus key for the roto brush tool there, and that's the Alt key. So I'm gonna undo that. So now we still have my shirt. Okay, so now I'm just zooming in, and I'm actually going Command right arrow, Command right arrow, Command right arrow. The other thing you can do is zoom in here to your entire clip, to this part where you are actually editing. And one thing you might want to do is see how you have these little arrows, this edge span range. this part right here doesn't go to the end of my composition, my timer. So if I go over here, it's past where those arrows go. And so if we want to automate this, we can extend this arrow all the way past or to the edge of our composition. Now I'm using a very long clip, so that's why we have all this time over here on this timeline. But if you're using a shorter clip, you might not have all this time. It might be more, I guess, zoomed in on your computer if you're using a shorter clip. And so what you can do, instead of going command right arrow, command right arrow, command right arrow, is you can press the space bar. And now it's going to automatically go through and try to rotoscope. And if you have an object that's easy to select, then it's probably going to do fine. If it's very detailed and lots of movement, you might need to do the manual way of command right arrow. But notice if this little sort of span right here with these arrows was only up to this point, which is halfway through my composition. So this composition here is this little bit right here, and I press the space bar, it only goes up to where that arrow ends. So I got to make sure that I extend this to the end or past where our composition goes. So sorry if that took a little long for me to explain that, but that's something that I used to get stuck on, and beginners always ask me about. Why can't I automatically scrub through my entire video with the play bar? Awesome. So now I have this whole clip, and it's gone through, and it's basically made the selection for the entire length of the clip that I want. And you want to make sure that you go through every frame. You don't want to just do the first frame and then go back to your composition window, which is what we're going to do next, because the rest of your video clip might not be rotoscoped properly. Okay, so you see now that we have this whole thing selected, everything's edited, everything looks good. Go back to your composition, and now you can see that this top layer, which we edited using the rotoscope brush, is just the selection of myself right here. Now I see a little bit of imperfections in my ear right here. See how you see some white back there? There's a little bit of jitteriness to the edge of this selection. That's where I would go back, maybe increase the reduce chatter option in the effects controls. I would maybe play with the edge refine brush again, and you would have to go through frame by frame to do that. But for now, let's just show you how now we can actually add text behind myself. So if I turn on the background, which is just the original clip, we have two layers. If I take this top layer and we move it, let's move it over to the right, you can see that we have this selection of just myself. So if I add text, for example, let's just type in it there, hello. And then we put this text layer behind the rotoscoping layer, or the rotoscoped layer. This text is now behind me. I can play through this, and when I move, parts of that text is covered where I actually move, and then where I'm not, it's completely rotoscoped. Or we can add a different background. For example, if I go to Layer, New, Solid, we just want a white background, let's just put that right behind the rotoscope. Now what I did was I added a little bit of a drop shadow to this top layer, which makes it look a little bit more natural to me. So if I add a drop shadow to this top rotoscoped layer, move the shadow back, make it really soft, drop the opacity to something like 20. It looks like I'm more in an actual set with a white cyc behind me or a white backdrop. All right, so you can do all kinds of stuff. I could put myself on a beach. I could put myself in a snowy field now. And that was using just the rotoscope brush. Now, I know this seemed like it probably took a long time, but believe me, this is a lot easier than if you are using the mask tool and you're trying to keyframe and animate the keyframes of a mask that you create to separate the foreground element from the background. Awesome. Well, I know this was a long tutorial, but hopefully it was a good sort of brief overview of how to use the RotoBrush tool. There's lots of other options here that you could play around with. We didn't go over the Refine Edge Matte options. So here under Refine Edge Matte, you have things like Smooth Feather, Contrast. You even have Reduce Chatter. And those are things you can play around with to improve your rotoscope. Sometimes, depending on what you're doing, a lot of this stuff won't really matter. And sometimes your shots are fast enough or the object is moving fast enough that it doesn't have to be perfect. And the audience won't really notice anything that's little minor imperfections, but they do give you all of these options to improve your rotos. So anyways, if you have any questions, make sure you leave them in the comments below, and I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Thanks for watching. Well, I hope you really enjoyed this tutorial, and if you did, please like and subscribe to the channel for more. If you have any questions or comments, you can leave them below in the comments. And if you're looking to take your skills to the next level, make sure you head over to videoschoolonline.com, where we have premium courses, more free tutorials and articles, guides, and all kinds of stuff that will help you become a better creator. Thanks so much for watching, and have a beautiful day. Phil Ebner here with videoschoolonline.com and another After Effects tutorial. I'm going to show you how you can get the old film style look right within After Effects. I'm going to show you 9 different ways that you can do this kind of effect, and you'll be able to combine them to use them all to create your own unique old film style. Let's head into After Effects and learn how. All right, so I'm here in After Effects, and we're going to be using this clip that I shot in downtown San Dimas. It was actually perfect timing. This old Ford car drove by, so except for these cars in the background and some of the modern conveniences in the background, this looks like the perfect clip to add this old film style to. So the steps we're going to be going over are here right now. So you have your black and white or sepia, which is your color effect. We're going to be adding some contrast, adding grain, scratches, dust, vignette, wiggle, and flicker. Both of these are great for that old sort of projection style, and then frame. And like I said in the intro, you're able to combine these different effects to create your own unique look. You might not want to use all of these, but I do want to show you how all of them combined can create a cool effect like this. All right, so I've created a new composition with this clip right here, which is just a regular video clip. It might be something that you're working on your own. You can use your own clip, so go ahead and set that up. I'm also going to be showing you how to do this using adjustment layers, which is great because you can easily copy and paste adjustment layers, such as I do here, from this composition to this composition, and it automatically applies all of these effects to the new clip. That being said, there's other ways you can apply these effects. You can apply them directly to the clip. You can combine all of these or most of these to a single adjustment layer to make it a lot easier. I just am going to do it on separate adjustment layers so that it's easy for you to understand. All right, so the first one we're going to do is changing the color to black and white or sepia. So I'm going to create a new adjustment layer up here, going up to layer, new adjustment layer, or on a Mac, that would be Option Command Y. So we have this new layer. I'm going to rename it so we know. We're going to call this color. So in our effects and presets, the easiest one would just be the hue saturation effect. So type in hue, and under color correction, you have the hue saturation. I'm going to apply that to this layer right here. Quickly dropping the master saturation down would get you a black and white image. Or if you click the colorize and then we adjust the colorize hue to something like 32, 33 or so, somewhere right around 30 to 35, you get this cool sepia tone. You can increase or decrease the saturation of the colorize to make it more colorful. So that's kind of the first step to get this sort of effect. It already looks pretty good. So the next step is to add some contrast. So again, I'm going to add a new adjustment layer. For me, that's Option Command Y. On a PC, that would be Alt Control Y, I believe. So check me if I'm wrong. Comment in the comments below if it's something else. So I'm going to call this contrast. And the easiest way is with brightness contrast or the curves effect. So I'm going to type in curves and apply this curves effect here. And then I'm just going to create a little contrast curve by bringing down the darks and up the highlights. And this is just something that is typical of old film. You get a little bit higher contrast, not as much dynamic range. You lose some of the information in the blacks and the highlights, but that looks pretty good. Cool, so that's the next step. After this is to add some grain. So as always, I'm going to add a new adjustment layer, rename this to grain so I know what I'm working with. And then in the effects and presets, you actually have an add grain effect. So if I drop that down here, now what you'll notice is that you don't see the grain automatically applied, and that's because the viewing mode is set to preview, which means it's only set to this little box right here. We can move this box around. If you drop down the preview region and drag left or right, we can make it bigger by increasing the width and height of the preview region, or you can just drop down this preview viewing mode up here and choose final output to see it on everything. Here you can adjust the size and intensity of your grain. There's all kinds of other things you can do with the animation speed, which adjusts the sort of animation of the grain popping in and out. The blend mode, the color, I would say make it monochromatic because this is black and white, so definitely under color, check monochromatic. For the intensity and size, you might want to increase this or decrease this according to your style, but I'll let you play around with that. But it's hard for you to see here on this video, but I'm sure if you're following along, if you turn on and off this effect, you can see that it actually is applying grain. Now, bear in mind, the more effects you add, the more intensive it's going to be for your computer to render and play it out. I'm previewing this at a third resolution so that I can actually play through this. Depending on your computer, you might not even be able to do that, or maybe you can go up to full resolution and play through it. But the more effects you apply, the harder it's going to be. That being said, when you're done, you probably do want to render out and preview it at full quality to see what it actually looks. All right, so the next one is scratches. So scratches and dust, these are really cool effects that we're going to be adding next. So as always, Option Command Y to create a new adjustment layer. And I'm going to add scratches. So with scratches, I'm actually going to use the fractal noise effect. So under noise and grain, if you type in fractal, you get fractal noise. So drop this down onto our scratches layer. So the first thing you'll notice is that now it's this complete cloudy black and white image. So for now, that's totally fine so that we can see what we're doing, but eventually we're going to change the blend mode so that we can see the image behind. So first with the contrast, boost that contrast to something like 250, and then the brightness to -100. And that's just going to basically decrease the amount of scratches we're going to see. Now under the transform properties, we're going to adjust the scale. Right now we want to uncheck uniform scaling. And for the width, we're going to set to 1. And then to the height, we're going to increase. So for me, I'm going to increase it a lot, something like 5,000. Between 5,000 and 10,000 is usually pretty good. All right, so now we have basically this line, this set of line right here. What we want to do is actually animate this line. And one of the easiest ways you can do that is with an expression that you add to the evolution. So if I rotate this evolution, you can see that these scratches actually move, which is kind of cool. You get that scratch effect. You could set a keyframe and just rotate this and set another keyframe to animate it, or you can actually add an expression to this to automatically basically adjust. So how you do that is by Option clicking the stopwatch next to the evolution, or Alt clicking if you're on a PC. That opens up this effect with the expression editor down here in the timeline. So delete all of that, or just type in times, so time times, it's the little asterisk button, 200. So that's going to automatically animate these scratches like so. The higher you go, the faster it's going to animate. So again, you can play around with what you like. Now, lastly, we want to change the blend mode so that we can see what's behind it. If you don't see this mode column, just click the toggle switches modes button here, switch the mode to add, and now we can see what's behind. You may want to decrease the opacity of this layer too. So press T to bring up opacity with this layer selected, and drop that down to something like 50 or so, or 25 if you want to have it blend even more. Cool, so now we want to add our next step, which is dust, which is going to be using the same sort of effect. So what we can actually do is just duplicate this layer by selecting it and pressing Command D. On a PC, that would be Control D. And then rename, we'll call this dust, 5 dust. All right, so now what we basically have to change, let's turn it back to normal, the blend mode, and let's take the opacity up so we can see it. And now if we go back down to transform properties and we change the height to uniform scaling, so it's at 100, now we have basically this dust. We still have the time evolution that's animating it, which is pretty cool, but we can also change how it looks. I think there's a little bit too much dust, so I'm actually going to decrease the brightness to something like -200 to see, oh, that was too much, -150. If you just want a little bit of dust, that's pretty good. Maybe -125. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then you can also, for this one, I would go into the time evolution settings again. And so if we drop down our dust menu, drop down our effects, fractal noise, drop down our evolution, we can get into this menu. I'm going to multiply this by 500 so that it's happening a little bit faster. I think that looks more like actual dust on old film. Okay, so now let's go back and change our blend mode to add. And then again, we can drop the overall opacity of this entire layer, pressing T, drop this down to something like 50, depending on how you like it. So that is, we're getting there. This is really awesome. A lot of cool things that you can do. Next, we're going to add a vignette. So for this one, we're actually going to not use an adjustment layer. We're going to use a new solid. So go up to Layer, New, Solid, or just press Command Y or Control Y and make sure it's black and select OK. To quickly create a vignette, go to the Ellipse tool up here, which is your shape tool. Just hold and click Ellipse and double click Ellipse to get this perfect circle or ellipse for your composition. Next, we want to go to this mask setting underneath this layer and change from add to subtract, or if you want, you can just leave it on add and choose inverted. While I'm down here, I'm going to rename this to vignette. Cool, so now that's a very hard vignette, so let's play around with some of the mask settings. So if you drop down the mask settings, let's increase the feathering and then also decrease the mask opacity, or you could just decrease the opacity of the overall mask layer or the vignette layer itself. You can also increase or decrease the expansion to make it sort of the center smaller or larger. So adding in a vignette like that also makes it a little more like old style film. Cool, so that is our vignette. So you can see as we go, we've added color, contrast, grain, scratches, dust, and now a vignette, which really takes it to that next level. So these next ones are really additional ones that take it to a really other level, and this is more for that projector style look. So first with wiggle. So we want to use this as an adjustment layer. So again, Option Command Y, and I'm going to call this wiggle. Okay, so what I actually want to do is wiggle the video beneath the actual video, and I'm not going to wiggle the vignette or anything beneath this. I just want to do it to the video itself. So I'm actually going to put wiggle right above our video layer down here. Now notice that what I want to do is actually change the position, and I want to move it back and forth up and down really quickly. But if I do that here under the transform tools, nothing happens, and that's because the transform properties of this adjustment layer aren't affecting what's beneath it. What we need to do is add an effect that will then apply to what's beneath it. So there's actually a transform effect under distort that we can apply to the wiggle layer now. And now notice that if I move the layer, the position up here in the transform tools, left, right, up, or down, it's applying to the video layer beneath it. So now we have this transform effect, and what we want to do is animate the position. So we want to actually go in and we can do that with an expression because we don't want to, again, be animating it with keyframes by option clicking the position here, the stopwatch in the transform effect. Make sure you're not doing it to the position down here in the transform. If you are working in the timeline, make sure you go to the transform tool down here under effects and then option click position. Now type in a popular expression called wiggle. So wiggle, open parentheses, 25, comma, 1.5, and then close those parentheses. And what this says is that we're telling After Effects to wiggle this clip or anything underneath it, the position, 25 times a second by 1.5 pixels, so up, down, left, or right. So if I click off and then play through this, you'll see that now there's a little bit of jitter and wiggle to this clip. To make it extreme, if I make this just 5 instead of 1.5, you can see it even more. So you can play around. Maybe you want something like 2 that looks a little bit more natural to you. The thing you have to be careful about now, though, is if I turn off the transparency grid and I go through this, what I've actually done before, which I shouldn't have done, is the scale of this video clip is at 102. If the scale of your video is set to 100, what happens is as it wiggles, you might see some transparency to the left or right or the very top of this. So it's very hard for you to see. Let me change this to 10 so you can see as an extreme. Over here on the right-hand side, see how the background now is just transparent? It wiggles around. And if you export this, the sides are going to be completely black, which is probably something that you don't want. So if you are doing something like 2, for example, what you want to do to your video clip down below is increase the scale to like 102 or something so that even though it's moving around, you're not getting any transparency around the edges. So I know that's a little bit confusing, but just I wanted to just make sure that you knew about that in case you export and you're like wondering why the edges don't look good anymore. Cool, so that's the wiggle effect. And next we're going to add the sort of projector flicker. So we're going to add another adjustment layer. We're going to also put this right above the video layer itself and not above everything else. I'll call this flicker. And this time we're going to animate the opacity. Again, we can't do it under the transform properties of this layer, so we have to add this effect. And then we're going to add an expression to this effect for opacity. So option, clicking the stopwatch under opacity. Again, we're using wiggle. So wiggle doesn't necessarily mean position. It just means sort of wiggle the number or the value of whatever setting you're using. So for example, if we do wiggle 25 times a second by, let's say, 90, what's going to happen is that the opacity is going to go up or down anywhere between 90 points, or it's not pixels, but for opacity, it's kind of like percentage, 25 times. So if I turn this transparency off, you can see what's happening. Now that's way too much. We don't want anything like that. So I'm going to drop the 90 down to something like 10. Still, that's kind of a lot, and maybe the wiggle is just a little bit too much. So let's go 10 and then 5. See what that looks like. And that's pretty good. Maybe going back up to 25.5. So again, see, you can play around with this to get your own sort of custom projection flicker using this wiggle effect. But just remember that the first number is the amount of times it's adjusting per second, and then the second number is the value that's changing. So we're changing by 5, and you can see that with the opacity here, it's at 98, 100, 97. So it's only going to go down at maximum to 95. So if you want it to go down even more, that's when you would want to increase this value to something like 10. Okay? So this first is the speed, the second is the value. So that's our flicker. And then the last thing I'm going to do is this frame option. Now I created this cool sort of frame here with this edge using a brush stroke animation effect. So we're going to show you how to do that now. So first we want to, similar to what we did with the vignette, add a new solid layer. So for me, I'm just going to press Command Y or go up to Layer, New Solid. Black is fine. So this one I'm putting on top of all of these other layers, and I have renamed it to Frame. And now up with our shape tool, I'm changing from ellipse to rounded rectangle. And again, I'm going to double click this. So it creates this sort of rounded rectangle mask. I'm going to invert it so it's just the outside, and I'm going to go down into our mask and drop the expansion to something like this. So we just have this border around. In your effects and presets, if you type in brush, under stylize, you have brush strokes, and I'm going to drop this onto this frame. So basically, this kind of creates this sort of scratchy, sort of looks like it could be a film frame or something around the edge. Now, it's not perfect though. If I click off this, you can see that it doesn't go completely to the edge. So what you might want to do is, with the actual shape of the layer itself or with the mask, just play around with the scale. So under the transform tools, I might unlock the constraint proportions for scale and increase the Y property of the scale so that we don't have as much the top and bottom frame, but we do have the left and right frame, and then maybe just increase the left and right just a little bit. You can also adjust the style of the brush, increasing the brush size here, decreasing the brush size, the stroke length to increase or decrease the size of this frame. All these other kind of effects you can play around with to get your own style. Now this frame, I'll be honest, it's not the best frame look. You might want to go out and actually get some sort of image or PNG that you find online to create sort of a frame itself. But in a pinch, it's something that you can play around with. Now with this one, the randomness and the animation is really fast. So I'm going to decrease that to something like 0.2 for the stroke randomness. And then I'm also going to, again, increase the scale up and down so that it's only showing on the edges, really. And then you can play around with the order of these things, too. Maybe putting the frame underneath the vignette is better, and maybe even underneath all of these, except for wiggle and flicker, so that all the other dust and scratches, everything's applied on top of it. So those are 9 ways that you can get a more old film style to your After Effects videos. Remember them: black and white, contrast, adding grain, scratches, dust, vignette, wiggle, flicker, and then adding a frame to them. And actually with this frame, now that I mentioned this, you might not even need the brush stroke. Maybe you just want sort of an frame like this, a complete black frame. Maybe adding something like a blur, something like a Gaussian blur, or let's type in Gaussian to just get a blurred out frame. Might be something that looks better to you. It's kind of an addition to the vignette. It's a more border that frames your image. Anyways, I'm going to leave it at that. I know this was a long tutorial, but I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any questions about any of these effects or anything else, make sure you hit me up in the comments below, and make sure you subscribe to the channel to get all of our latest After Effects tutorials and other videos that help you become a better creator. Well, I hope you really enjoyed this tutorial, and if you did, please like and subscribe to the channel for more. If you have any questions or comments, you can leave them below in the comments. And if you're looking to take your skills to the next level, make sure you head over to videoschoolonline.com, where we have premium courses, more free tutorials and articles, guides, and all kinds of stuff that will help you become a better creator. Thanks so much for watching, and have a beautiful day. Phil Ebener here with videoschoolonline.com, and in this tutorial we're going to learn how to use the puppet tool in After Effects. This is an amazing tool that allows you to animate inanimate objects such as images or graphics. So let's dive right into After Effects to learn how. In this tutorial, we're going to be using the puppet tool to animate the flying bird, and then we're going to be adding the details. So you're going to learn how to use the puppet tool really quickly. So if you're in a rush, you can watch the first part of this tutorial and then skip the rest. But let's dive into it. If you want to follow along, I found these images of the bird and the background clouds from pixabay.com, a great place for free images. Search for bird or falcon and then clouds to find those images. Awesome. So what I'm going to do first is start a new composition. 1920 by 1080 is perfectly fine. I'll just call this flying bird. Then I'm going to bring in my falcon PNG, and it's important to use images if you want to animate objects, characters, anything that don't have a background, because the way the puppet tool works is we're going to be setting pins in this actual image, and we're going to be moving those pins and animating those pins around. And if there's a background image, it's going to also animate that, which is not going to look good. So if you have another image that has a background, go ahead and use something like Photoshop to isolate the foreground and remove it and save it as a PNG like this with a transparent background. So I'm just scaling it down for now so that we can see it a little bit better. Awesome. And I'll just increase so we can see. So the puppet tool is pretty cool. It's up here in your toolbar. All you have to do is check that on. Then what you need to do is select the layer that you want to add the puppet pins tool. I would suggest checking on this show mesh, which we don't see now until we set a pin. And then your expansion and density numbers might be different, but I'll show you what those are in just a second. So when you're setting your pins, you have to pay attention to where the joints are of a character. And so this is for character animations or animating a bird or something like this. Where would the joints of this bird be? Well, probably one right here on its wing. Now, I don't know the complete anatomy of a bird, but I'm guessing right there, and then also up in the shoulder. But you'll notice that when I set one puppet pin by clicking on this layer, this mesh now appears. So if I increase or decrease the density or the expansion, you'll notice that the density creates all of these little different parts or a grid over this image. The higher the density, the more detailed it's going to be. Now, the expansion expands what's actually being animated or what's being selected and what you can pin to outside of or within the image itself. So for this image, we don't need it to be that big. And also for the density, we don't need it to be that dense. But if you need more detailed movements, you would increase those numbers. So I'm going to set my pins here, also on the shoulders. Now I'm going to do a few things to basically do this the right way, but there's some things you might notice that if you take these pins and you start moving them around, what happens is the rest of the image starts to warp. So if I turn off the mesh, you might be able to see a little bit better. So I can move this around, but if I want to animate this wing up and down by moving this up and down, I don't want the rest of the bird to be moving as well. So what that means is, and I'm going to just undo that, is you need to set pins to areas that you want to stay still as well. So for example, I'm going to set a pin right here on the tip of the beak, one right here at the back of the head. I'm also going to set one right here at the back of the wing, each wing. I'm also going to set pins on the edges of the tail back here so that I can potentially move this tail up and down. And then also on the ends of the wings, so if I want to, I can take one of these pins and just animate the very end of the wing itself and not the rest of it. So I hope that makes sense. The more pins you set, you're basically locking down that point. So see, if I move this pin at the bottom, the pin right here in the wing up here does not move. It stays in place. Now the back of the wing does move. And so notice that if I set a pin right here, this part of the wing is not going to move as much because it's locked there. But I don't want that because I think it's okay to have that sort of natural movement of the wing right there. Awesome. So these are the pins I'm setting for this bird, and I undid a few things. So I'm originally how the image was set with no movement of the pins. But you notice that as I was doing this and showing you, I was moving these pins around, and that's how we are going to animate. If you press U on your keyboard, that brings up all the keyframes for your layers. And you'll notice that there's already keyframes set for where these pins are. So as soon as you set a pin, it sets a keyframe for that position at that time. So if I go forward on my timeline to 1 second, for example, now I want to find my pin, so I'm going to select one of my pins down here, or just the puppet effect. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to animate these wings down. So I'm going to animate that wing down, this part of the wing down, this part of the wing down, and this part of the wing down, just a little bit. maybe this part of the wing in just a little bit too. Whoa, not like that. Let's undo that. Okay, it's like this one, move it around, okay. So what I basically did was at the beginning, the wings are up, and now at 1 second, the wings are down. And you can see that in my timeline, 4 keyframes have been set. I know it's a little hard for you to see, but keyframes for the 4 pins that I moved, okay? So what I want to do is actually complete the motion of the wings going down, and I'm also going to move these pins at the back of the falcon's tails down. So I'm going to shift click these pins, and at 1 second when the wings are down, I'm going to move them down as well. And so if I scrub through the timeline, you can see that it's starting to look like the motion of a flying bird. So those pins are going down. So how can we easily sort of duplicate this motion so the wings are flapping up and down? Well, we can duplicate these keyframes. So I'm going to take all of the keyframes by selecting and dragging over those keyframes that we've selected or set new keyframes for, and then shift clicking and dragging over these bottom ones as well. So now I have all the keyframes that we've animated so far selected. And if I copy them, Command C on my Mac, Control C on a PC, and then I'm at the second on the timeline, and then paste them, now it tells After Effects that we want the wings to go back up and then go back down. So we can do that again, select all of these, and then shift select all of these bottom ones and copy them and go to 4 seconds and then paste them. So this is a good amount of time. We want to go until the wings are back up. So we'll just go to 6 seconds, for example, and we'll bring in our sort of in and out point for our composition. So if we play through this, we might have to drop down our resolution for playback so we can easily see it a little bit better. We can see we have this sort of natural looking bird flying. Now, again, I am not a biologist. I don't know exactly what a bird flying looks like, except for all the ones that I've seen throughout my life. Maybe the wings should look a little bit different, but this looks pretty good for me. I am going to add easy ease to all of these keyframes, so I've selected all of them, and then if I press F9 on my keyboard or just right click, choose keyframe assistant, and then easy ease, that adds a little bit more flow to the motion. And you can go into the graph editor and change the speed. I have other tutorials on that, so you get some more organic motion, but I think this looks a little bit more natural because it basically ramps the motion up and down so that it looks more like this bird is flying. Now, say in the middle of this, we want our bird to look from left to right. We can go in and say around here, we want to find this pin and move it. So I'm going to first click this pin. I see that it's puppet pin number 5. I'm going to click over here to add a keyframe at this current time, or I could just copy and paste the keyframe from the very beginning, because from this point to this point, I don't want any movement. But from here to say 3 seconds, we want the bird to look down. So let's just move the bird's head down just a little bit. You notice if I go too far, it starts to get warped. So that's not going to look good. So I just want to go ever so slightly down. And then at 4 seconds, he's going to still be looking down. So I'm going to copy and paste this last keyframe that I just set. And then he's going to move back up to around 5 seconds. So I'm going to copy this first keyframe and paste it. So now I have this bird who is going to look down, see something good to eat or whatever he's looking at while he's flying. And that looks pretty good. We're just going to add easy ease to all of these keyframes. So select all of them, F9 on my keyboard. So that's pretty much all you need to know about how you can add animation using the Puppet tool. There's lots more you can get into it with animating and record options and things like that. But for now, I say this is a good way to play around and just practice using this Puppet tool. Try using it on different images to see how it works. Next, we're going to fill out our animation and create this sort of unique sort of flying bird look. And so the first thing I'm going to do is bring in our sky and drop it down beneath our falcon. And we could play around with the size and scale in a moment, but I am going to decrease the size of my falcon. And the good thing now is if I just decrease the scale of our falcon, all of the motion of the pins is still in there. so it doesn't adjust any sort of positioning or any issues with the puppet pins themselves. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to animate the sky. And I'm going to animate the sky so that it looks like the bird is flying through it. So I'm going to scale up just a little bit to like 120 so that we have a little bit of more room to play with. And then I'm going to press P on my keyboard to bring up the position. And I'm going to move this basically down to the left. And so if I take my selection tool, I can show you, I'm going to animate this way so that it looks like the bird is flying from left to right. So I'm going to move the image right about there, set a keyframe at the very beginning, and then at 6 seconds, I'm going to move the image up like this. So now if I play through this, it looks like the bird's flying through the air. Now, if this is going too fast or slow, you might want to increase or decrease the speed or the distance between these keyframes or the position itself to make it look a little bit more natural. I'm also going to add the Gaussian blur effect. So in your effects and presets, type in Gaussian, G-A-U-S-S, to see Gaussian blur, and drop that down onto this so that we can blur out the sky in the background just a little bit. Also turn on repeat edge pixels just in case you do see the edge, so that we have this sort of shallow depth of field look. And that's really what's going to make and take your animations to the next level, is adding this depth. So the other way we can add depth is to add some clouds flying by in the front. So to do that, I'm going to use a new solid, so Command Y. So I'm going to call this Cloud 1. So this is just a white solid, so make sure you set to white. Click OK. Then take the ellipse tool up here and let's just make a cloud. So something like this, just drawing some ellipses, something like that. Select all the masks in the cloud layer just by shift clicking them. Press F to bring up feathering, and we're going to drag up the feathering, something like this. For me, 298 looks good. Then we're just going to animate this cloud flying by. So we're going to animate it with position. Whoops. I want to select this so it goes by the falcon like so. Press P on my keyboard. I'm going to set a position down beneath this composition, so down in the bottom left of frame. I'm going to put this keyframe at the very beginning, or somewhere around 1 second might be good. Then around 4 seconds, we're going to move it up past the right corner, top right corner. So now it looks like this bird is flying through this cloud. Now we can quickly duplicate this, press Command D to duplicate this layer and move it up or down with the anchor point. So we've already set the position keyframe, so we don't want to mess around with the positioning because that will adjust the animation. But if we press A to bring up anchor point, we can actually move these clouds up or down. And now this cloud, it flies by at the top of the screen. See how that works? And then we can duplicate one more time, press A. Let's drag down so it flies by at sort of the bottom. And then let's also change the timing. So I'm going to drag this cloud back a little bit to the right so it appears a little later. Same with this top one, just a little bit later so they're kind of staggered. Now pay attention though too, because this cloud right now is appearing right here on the left side of our frame. So I'm going to press P to bring up our position, go to that position, and then just drag it off the frame so that it starts off the frame and then it comes onto the frame. So you can play around with this and have a lot of fun with this, but this is a quick way. And maybe you want to put one of these clouds behind, actually. Maybe this last cloud we added goes behind the falcon just to create more layers, more depth. See how now that cloud goes behind the wing, but in front of the background clouds? That's pretty cool too. The other thing you can do is add motion blur to the falcon. Now the pins and the animation might not be working fast enough to have any motion blur, but if we select our falcon layer, switch the toggle switches modes so that we have the motion blur column, which is these 3 dots. Check that on, and then also check on the enable motion blur for all layers. So it's actually enabled for this composition. You can see that if I try to play this out, it's going to not render that smoothly. So I definitely need a faster computer if I'm adding all of these effects. I can decrease the resolution quality. That might add a little bit of motion blur it might be something you want to add at the very end right before you export. I would definitely recommend that. So this is how you can use the Puppet tool. I know this was a very long tutorial, but hopefully you enjoyed it. If you have any questions about the Puppet Pen tool, about After Effects, or any other things, please let me know in the comments below. And if you have any requests for other tutorials, also hit me up in the comments below. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another tutorial. Well, I hope you really enjoyed this tutorial, and if you did, please like and subscribe to the channel for more. If you have any questions or comments, you can leave them below in the comments. And if you're looking to take your skills to the next level, make sure you head over to videoschoolonline.com, where we have premium courses, more free tutorials and articles, guides, and all kinds of stuff that will help you become a better creator. Thanks so much for watching, and have a beautiful day. Phil Ebner here with videoschoolonline.com and another After Effects tutorial. In this one, I'm going to show you how you can create the 3D text style right within After Effects without using any plugin. While After Effects is a 2D program, you can still get this 3D look, and I'm going to show you how to do it coming right up. All right, so here's the quick way to create 3D text that looks like this. I'm going to delete these two layers to start from scratch. So all I have is a composition with a red solid in the background. So first you want to create your text, so we can type in whatever you want. Hello, something like that. Usually big, bold, sans serif fonts work generally well for this kind of look. I'm just going to use the align panel to align it to the center. Next, we want to turn this into a 3D layer. You can do that by checking the 3D cube column right here, or by right-clicking and choosing 3D layer. And then drop down the options down to the geometry options, and now we have this extrusion depth. So if we increase this to something like 150 or something, you'll start to see as it renders out that it extrudes or creates this sort of 3D look. Now, if you don't see that, it's probably going to prompt you to change your renderer, and you see your renderer up in here on the composition window. I'm using the Ray Trace 3D option. You might be on the classic 3D option. So go ahead and switch to Ray Trace, but notice that if you don't have a fast graphics card, this is gonna really bog down your computer and it's gonna be pretty slow. That being said, you should be able to see your 3D text now, but it doesn't look too 3D, and that's because we have to add a light to create some shadow and depth to this to basically change the color and shading of the sides and edges of this text. So we can do that by going up to Layer, New, Light. Just a spotlight is fine. Just make sure that it has the Cast Shadow option checked on, then click OK. And then as soon as that appears, you'll see that the text now looks a little bit 3D. You can move around the spotlight. You can change the light options to make it bigger or smaller. One thing I'm going to do is move it back, the position that is. So if you drop down the transform properties of the spotlight and you move it back, you get more light on this entire text. And this is just going to be completely dependent on what you want it to look like. You can move the position of the light. You can move the point of interest with the actual buttons here on the composition itself. And this is going to change the way that the shadows actually look. You can even animate these settings. All of this is keyframeable for both the light and also the position or the rotation of the text itself. So if we go into our transform tools of the text and we rotate the Y rotation back or something, let's do this. We're going to move our Y rotation back. Now our anchor point is in the bottom left, but if this was in the middle, it would rotate from the middle. And so now you can see that it rotates and you got this 3D text right within After Effects. If you want the background to have the light and the shadows applied to it, just click the 3D button for the background itself. If you don't see that 3D button, just click the toggle switches modes button to get those options. Now, if you see that and if you do that, what happens is it makes the text and the background on the same sort of plane of space, plane of 3D space that is. And so what you would want to do now is bring our hello text forward by pressing P for the hello text and then just dragging the Z space forward, something like -150 or more actually, because we want this to appear before because we rotated it back. So if we go -500 for example, that's bringing the text actually closer to the camera and placing it in front of the backdrop. Or vice versa, in contrast, you can actually move the background back, so increasing this number for the Z space. But then when you do that, it's going to be smaller than your composition, so you want to bring up the scale and increase the scale so that it fills the frame. So either of those options for basically separating the background for the foreground are perfectly fine. Cool, so as you can see, this is pretty render intensive for my computer, so hopefully you have a faster computer, but this is the quick and easy way to create 3D text right within After Effects. Well, I hope you really enjoyed this tutorial, and if you did, please like and subscribe to the channel for more. If you have any questions or comments, you can leave them below in the comments, and if you're looking to take your skills to the next level, make sure you head over to videoschoolonline.com, where we have premium courses, more free tutorials and articles, guides, and all kinds of stuff that will help you become a better creator. Thanks so much for watching and have a beautiful day. Phil Ebner here with videoschoolonline.com, and an awesome After Effects tutorial. I'm going to show you how you can create your own hologram effect right within After Effects. So let's dive right in to learn how. All right, so here is the effect that we're going to be recreating, this sort of hologram style effect that's coming out of a device. We're using a mobile phone, and a lot goes into this, but a few of the main things are just creating this sort of hologram style window, tracking it to in a device, making it animate up and down. And here are actually the steps that we're going to be going through. So we've got the hologram window and tracking. We're going to be creating the graphics. We're going to be stylizing it and giving it that hologram kind of effect. We're going to be adding some flare and light splash to make it look as good as possible. And so like all of my tutorials, take what you want, you can build it on your own, you can customize it, but overall this is a pretty cool effect that we are able to create in just a few minutes right within After Effects. So I'm going to start out with this clip of my brother who is tapping on his phone and looking at his hologram display. So the first thing we're going to do is create sort of a window that we're going to actually track to the phone so that it actually looks like it's moving up and down with the motion of the phone. And that's one of the first things that you want. If you're having a hologram appear out of something else that is still in frame, then that's going to make this even easier. But let's dive right in, go up to Layer, New, Solid. Any color, it doesn't matter. I'm going to just choose black. I'm going to scale it down quite a bit. And then I'm just going to put it right above the phone for now. We can move it later on. Then to set up this tracking that we're going to do, go to Layer, New, Null Object. So this is sort of an invisible layer that we can apply motion and things to, and it's going to help us with our tracking. Next, I'm going to go on my timeline right after my brother taps on the phone. So right about there, and then I'm going to start tracking this layer, so the video layer. So make sure that's selected. Go to track the tracker over on the right-hand side and click Track Motion. We're going to set up this tracking point, and I'm going to put it right on the phone so that we can track this phone. I'm going to edit the target to make sure it's set to the null object, and then just analyze by pressing the play button to analyze further. Now I know I'm going very fast through this tutorial. I'm assuming that you know how to use After Effects already. If you don't, I definitely encourage you to actually enroll in one of our full After Effects courses. And I actually have a full premium After Effects course that will take you through everything. So it looks like this didn't work too well, so I'm actually going to reset and set a bigger tracking point. So let's make this a little bit bigger. We're going to make sure we're going right after he taps right there. And we're going to set it on the phone, just like so. and then scrub through. So I want to make sure that it's tracking the entire motion all the way to the end. So I'm going to let that do that, then we'll come back. So here in this shot, I had my brother kind of do a squeeze, pinch and expand, natural movement that we know from using tablets and things like that, as if he was trying to make the hologram bigger. So we're going to animate that as well. And then we're just going to let it go until he taps right there to close off the hologram. Give it a few seconds, a few frames to close out. And there we go. I'm going to press stop. Now I'm going to click apply. And what that does is it applies the tracking to the X and Y dimensions of the null object. So now you see that there's all these points that have been applied to the null object. So if I parent the black solid to the null object, it's actually going to move with the null object and therefore with the motion of the phone. Cool. So let's turn this solid layer into sort of a 3D shape. So I'm going to click the 3D column right there. And now we can rotate it around so that it looks like it's actually appearing from the phone. So right now it's just a black sort of rectangle, but we're going to be adding all of our information in there in just a second. So we've created the hologram window, we've tracked it. So now let's actually change that solid into a composition that we can put other assets and graphics into. So by selecting this layer, right-clicking, and choosing pre-compose, we're going to call this hologram window 2. And now if we double-click into that composition, we have this hologram window. Whatever we put in here will appear in this graphic here in this shot. So for example, if we take our agent, this was an image that we got from pixabay.com. If we put this here and then we delete our black solid, what happens if we go back to the hologram tutorial, this agent now appears right there. Same with our text. So if we type in some text, actually let me create a text box. So with the text tool, I'm going to just create a text box and I'll just say, type in your mission is to create your own hologram graphic. Do you accept? So we have this text on here. We can resize it, move it around. And again, if we go back to our main composition, the text now appears. And so it's backwards, but it's facing my brother, which makes sense. And so now we can do all kinds of things to make this look better. So I'm going to walk through some of the things that I did to make our hologram look like this, starting with this sort of panel right here. So the first thing, I'm going to create an oval that I'm going to place over my agent right here. So I'm just holding the Option key down as I click and drag to create an oval from the place where I clicked. Move it right over our agent, something like this. I might need to make my agent a little bit bigger. I'm going to put my agent on top of this circle. Let's call this circle. Let's scale up my agent, something like this. And now I want to make sure that my agent only appears within the circle. So I'm going to duplicate the circle. So Command D on a Mac, Control D on a PC. Make sure my agent extends all the way to the start of this clip. Now with this second circle up above, I'm going to go to my agent, which is now sandwiched between the two circles, and change the track matte of my agent layer to alpha matte circle 2. Let's make sure that my circle 2 actually has a fill instead of just a stroke. So now we're going to set our fill to white. And so now what's happening is our agent is appearing wherever this circle is. If I turn it back on, you see now this oval is right here, and it's using the track matte to say that our agent is going to appear in that oval. So that's a quick way to create sort of a framed image like that. Next, let's sort of create a frame for the entire page itself or the entire window. So I'm going to choose the rounded rectangle tool and just double click that to create a new shape. And then I'm going to take the scale, pressing S, drag it down. And then I'm going to take my fill and actually let's go down into our options within our shape, within the contents, within the rectangle, within fill, we're going to drop the opacity of the fill quite a bit, maybe down to like 10%. And then I'm going to drag the stroke up to 10 points or pixels. And then I'm going to drag this down to the bottom, and I'll call this window. So now we have this window, and if we go back to our main composition, we have this sort of layout, which is looking pretty good. All right, so one other thing that I'm going to do is animate this text. So one easy way to do that is with the typewriter effect. So if you go to your effects and type in typewriter, you see the animate in option. So just go ahead and drag that onto the text layer. If you press U, you see the keyframes, or you should see the keyframes with that layer selected. And this is the keyframe saying, make this text appear as if it's being typed on. So now it's all being written out at one speed. I'm going to have a little pause in between this first sentence and then the second sentence where it says, do you accept? So right here, going on my timeline, right about there, I'm going to set another keyframe. And then I'm going to move this last keyframe over to the right. And then I'm going to copy this keyframe, the one in the middle, about right here. So now it goes forward. There's a pause in the middle right here. And then it continues. Okay, see how that works? All right, so that's looking pretty cool. Let's add one more sort of stylistic thing that's going to make this a little bit more like a digital hologram style look. And that's with this fractal noise sort of graphic. It looks like it's a little distorted and it looks pretty cool. So what I'm going to do is actually create a new solid. So press Command Y. Doesn't matter what color. And then go to our effects and presets and type in fractal noise. Put this onto that black solid and you'll see that it adds this sort of cloudy fractal noise effect. I'm going to change the size of this. So if I go down to the transform properties in the effects and controls panel, and then I uncheck the uniform scaling, and for the width, actually for the height, I'm just going to put in 2, and then for the width, I'm going to stretch it out, something like 500 or so. And then for the contrast, I'm going to boost this up to 250, and then the brightness, I'm going to put in -50 for now. All right, so now I'm going to change the blend mode of this layer. So I'm going to go under mode. So if you don't see mode, click the toggle switches modes button down here and change to add. So now this is appearing on top of everything, but it's not animated. So in our hologram over here, we animated it. So it looks like it's sort of this digital thing that's trying to come through, but the reception might not be that great. So to animate it, we're going to animate the evolution right here. So if we option click, so that's on a Mac, alt click if you're on a PC, the stopwatch next to evolution, we have what's called an expression editor. And I'm just going to type in times, which is the asterisk marker, and then 500. And this creates sort of an animated, sort of organic animation of this sort of fractal noise. The next thing I want to do is make sure that this fractal noise is only appearing within this window that we had created with this outline. So I'm going to use a track mat. So first I'm going to duplicate this window, Command D, put this above the black solid, and then change the track mat for our fractal noise, which I'm going to rename so we know what it is right here. Change that to alpha matte. So now it's only appearing where this window is. But first, let me actually go in. Let's go into our setting for window, under contents, under fill, and make sure the opacity is up at 100%. And then actually you could either drop the opacity there, or for the fractal noise, drop the opacity just a little bit so it's not as intense. Something like 35 might be cool. Awesome. So now we have this sort of animated hologram screen. And if we go back to our hologram window, this is what it looks like. One thing that I did in my other one is we want to make sure that we animate this screen in. So after my brother presses the button, we're going to have it actually pop up. So what I'm going to do is go on my timeline right after it's pressed and say this is a good sort of end spot for it. I'm going to go to the hologram, press S to bring up scale and set a keyframe for there by clicking the stopwatch. Same for the position, press P, click the stopwatch. Now if I press U a couple of times, I'm going to see all the keyframes that I've set so far. Now I'm going to go back on the timeline till he's pressing right about there. And now I'm going to scale down to 0%. And then I'm also going to move it down. You can see where it is with this little icon right here. I'm going to move it down to where he's pressing it basically from. Okay, so now it should pop up. Cool. So we'll play around with the speed of that in just a second. Let's just set the keyframes for when he actually closes it and also makes it bigger. So here he goes in and is going to make the hologram bigger. So right here, I'm going to set a keyframe for position and scale again. He stretches it out. Let's increase this actual size to 50% and move it up. Next, let's go to the end where he taps it off. So here he taps. So set a keyframe there for both position and scale. And then go forward a little bit and scale down to 0. And we're going to also drag it down to where his finger taps again. So now we have all the motion of this hologram window popping up, scaling up, and then popping down. I just want to make sure that the motion looks a little bit better. So I'm going to select all of them, press F9 on my keyboard to add easy ease, or you can right click them, go to Keyframe Assistant and Easy Ease. And with these selected still, I'm going to go into my graph editor, which is this button right here. I'm going to select all the keyframes by dragging over them. If you don't see this graph, make sure you go down to this graph view option here and choose the speed graph and not the value graph. Then I'm going to go into any one of these, but this first one's probably easiest, and drag this first handle to the right and this second handle to the left. And so that makes it look a little bit better, and it's maybe a little too fast, but it gives it a little pop. So I'm going to extend this by dragging these two keyframes over to the right, so it's a little bit slower, but it still has more of a pop. And that motion just looks a little bit more natural to me. I am also going to add motion blur to the end at the end. So that will give us some cool motion blur and make it look a little bit more natural. But I'm going to not enable it right now by clicking this button so that it's not as render intensive. Wow, so we've done a lot, but I still feel like we have a lot to go. We want to add the tint, curves, and glow to the hologram in here so that it looks more like an actual hologram, or what we believe a hologram would look like. So let's go ahead and add first the tint effect, which we're going to do with the hue saturation effect. So there is an actual tint effect, but I just use the hue. So if you type in hue, you see this hue saturation. Apply this to the hologram window. Click colorize, and we're going to colorize it with more of a green. So just rotate the hue to where you like, green or a green blue or something like that. And then you can also increase the color saturation here with the colorize saturation. Another thing you can do is add some curves. So if you type in curves and apply the color correction curves effect, you can go into the different channels, such as the green or blue channels, and bring up the greens, bring up the blues by clicking and dragging this curve to really pinpoint what color you want. Maybe you want to decrease the reds to get rid of some of those reds, something like that. So that's looking pretty good. Next, we want to add some glow. So go to your effects presets, type in glow. Under stylize, drag that glow over there. And now we have to play around with these settings. So for the intensity, we're going to drop that down to like 0.3 or 0.2 maybe. For the radius, we're going to bump this up. Something like 150 or something might look best. And then let's drop down this glow threshold, maybe 15, something like that. Play around with these settings. You can change it, adjust it to how you want what you think looks best, but this is one way to just get that nice glow look. Another thing you might consider doing is change the blend mode of this layer itself. So if you go to your mode column here again, if you change it from normal to something like screen or something like that, that gives you an even better sort of hologram look. One thing I remember too, is under hue and saturation, I dropped the colorized lightness to something like -25 or something, and that adds some color to the white borders and edges here as well. You can even go further if you want. -50, that looks pretty good. And then back in the curves, then you can play around, and with the RGB curve, you can give it a little bit more contrast. All this is kind of up to you to see how much you want. Cool, so that is our next step, which was tint, curves, and glow. Now let's add a flare. So let's go ahead and add a new solid. We can do that by Layer, New Solid, or Command Y on a Mac. Again, it doesn't matter what color. In your effects and presets, type in Lens Flare. Drag this onto that new solid, and I'm going to rename this Flare. I'm going to change the type to, let's see, 35, no, 105 prime is going to be looking good. And then we're going to change the blend mode. So we're going to change it from normal to add. Now let's change the flare center. I'm going to do that by taking this little target point, and we're going to drag it down somewhere like so. We're going to put this beneath our hologram, and we're going to decrease the brightness, something like 70. And I want to pair the motion of the flare to the motion of the phone as well. So I'm actually going to parent it to the hologram window. So I'm just going to take the pick whip for this layer and drag it to hologram window. So now as this moves around, it also moves the flare. The thing with the flare is that the flare actually affects the entire screen, and it's kind of hard for you to see, but if the phone goes too high, you start to see the edge of the screen where the flare is. If I change this to normal, you can see better. So see how you see the edge of this sort of clip? So what I actually want to do is I'm going to move the flare up, something like so. Move it up. Let's change it to screen again, and then let's move it down, the layer itself down, and not the flare center. And then I'm going to use a mask. So I'm going to take my pen tool. I'm going to set a point right here at the bottom, here, clicking and dragging, up here, up here, up here, over here, and then finish it off. So now this is sort of keeping that flare right within this mask, but I want to adjust the feathering. So selecting the flare, press F to bring up feathering, increase the feathering so it's more natural. So now with it moving around, you don't see the edge of the frame. One thing that I do want to do is add curves to the flare itself. So color correction curves, add it to the flare. And I'm going to go back up to my blue and green curve and increase that. So let's go up to green. So to give it sort of a greenish, bluish tint. Okay. I do start to see the top of the screen here, so I'm going to make sure that my mask ends down a little bit like so. You can play around with the brightness. You can play around with the opacity. You might want to bring down the opacity. That's T on your keyboard to bring that down as well. Something like that. We're just trying to show like as if the screen or the source of light is really bright where this hologram is appearing from. So that's starting to look pretty cool. And the last thing is a little light splash. So the last thing I want to do is add some light splash a little bit more so that it looks like when this hologram actually appears, it's starting to splash some green or blue light onto my brother's face. So I'm going to do this with an adjustment layer. So go up to Layer, New, Adjustment Layer. Then I'm going to add glow to this. So back to our glow stylize effect. Drag that onto this adjustment layer. Now I'm going to drop this intensity a lot, 0.1. I'm going to leave the glow radius. That looks pretty good. But I do want to change the colors. So I am going to change this glow colors from original colors to A and B colors. So I'm going to set this B color to something like green, something close to this color. You can even pinpoint that color exactly right there. Maybe make it a little bit greener, a little bit more saturated. So if I turn this off, you can kind of see what's happening. It gets a little glow on his face. You can play around with the threshold and the glow radius. So I'm going to decrease this to something like 40. So we get a little bit more glow, but this is applying to everything. So I only want it to apply to Anthony's face. So again, we're going to use a little mask. So using the pen tool on the adjustment layer, we're going to create a mask going from the screen all the way up here. So kind of around his face, like so, and then just close it off. Again, I'm going to press F to bring up the feathering to increase a feather. So if I turn this on and off, you should be able to see what's happening. We got to turn on our glow, of course. So if we turn on it, off the glow, see what this is doing? It's appearing like this is shining on Anthony's face. All right, so we want this to turn on and off though, so we're going to change the opacity of this layer itself after this pops up. So I'm going to set T, or press T to bring up opacity. Here it's going to be 100%. Set a keyframe at the beginning, drop this down to 0. Then same thing at the end, we're going to set a keyframe for 100% and then drag it down to 0. So now that glow or that light splash is going to appear, and let me drop the resolution playback so we can see it play back smoothly. It appears as the hologram actually comes up. So it's a lot of details that's being added. One other thing that I did was add a little subtle rotation to the hologram itself. So if I select the hologram window, press R, and then I add some sort of, I think it was the Y rotation. So what I did was I set a keyframe here at the beginning for where I had set it previously, go to the middle, rotate it just slightly, and then go to the end and rotate it back. And then I easy ease them. So selecting them all, right click, keyframe assistant, easy ease. So now you have this subtle rotation of the hologram, which just adds a little bit of style and motion, everything making it look better. So another thing I do want to notice or just say is, actually it's not too bad. The text could start animating a little bit later, so I could go into the hologram window and drag this over to the right, this first keyframe for the text. So it starts appearing after the hologram pops up. So this is pretty much all I wanted to cover. I know it's a lot. The thing is, you could apply this kind of effect to all sorts of stuff. You could apply it to video. I'm just using a picture because it's easy, but you could do this to video. It would be ideal if you did something with green screen, something that you rotoscoped out, or something that doesn't have a background. Most likely that's going to be green screen. But using all of these sort of effects together, you can get this really cool sort of hologram look. If you have any questions or thoughts or ideas for how to make this better, make sure you hit me up in the comments below. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy this tutorial and you can use some of the tips and tricks you learned in this tutorial to make your own holograms. Well, I hope you really enjoyed this tutorial, and if you did, please like and subscribe to the channel for more. If you have any questions or comments, you can leave them below in the comments, and if you're looking to take your skills to the next level, make sure you head over to videoschoolonline.com, where we have premium courses, more free tutorials and articles, guides, and all kinds of stuff that will help you become a better creator. Thanks so much for watching, and have a beautiful day. Phil Ebner here with videoschoolonline.com and another After Effects tutorial. This one is all about how you can make anything animate and react to music. So this is going to be awesome for all kinds of motion graphics or visual effects. And I'm going to show you how to do it coming right up. So first, what is a cinemagraph? I'm here in After Effects showing you one of the cinemagraphs that we're actually going to work on. And the actual way you do it is pretty simple. Basically, a cinemagraph is a GIF or a GIF or a video that looks like it's a still image with one part of it or a portion or multiple portions of it being animated, and it's looped so that you can basically play it on and on and on, and it would continuously play. So here's one classic example of a steaming cup of coffee. Here's another one that is simply a river. You'll notice though that the river is flowing in the background, but in the foreground it's completely still. And this is one of the more creative ones where it's a glass of beer that's actually being poured, some sort of red ale, and it's continuously being poured, but it's never filling. Now, the things to keep in mind when you're actually going out and filming a shot to create as a cinemagraph is to keep it steady. It's got to be still, and also really pay attention to what the motion is. It should be some sort of repetitive motion. Now, this because typically the beer would actually fill up the cup. It's a more creative approach. Otherwise, like this coffee shot, steam coming out of a coffee cup is repetitive, and this could last for a very long time. So think about things that are spinning, rotating, moving, or flowing that can continually flow and it won't look awkward. So how do you do this? Let's walk through how I did the coffee one, and I'll kind of show you how I did the other ones in after we're done. So I'm going to take this coffee video clip. I found all of these video clips from pexels.video.com. Pexels.com is a free place for copyright-free videos and images that you can use. So I want to find a part of this video where the steam is kind of in the middle. You can see if I scrub through this that there's parts where the steam is going all over the place. I don't want it to go all over the place. I kind of want it just to be right in the middle. Something right around this part of it's probably pretty good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take basically the in and the out point of this sequence or this composition. I'm going to put in right there first and then go to composition, trim comp to work area so that I know that I'm going to be working with something in this area. Next, I'm going to duplicate this layer. So I'm going to select the layer on a Mac, press Command D. On a PC, that would be Control D. The top layer is going to be the animated part. The bottom part is going to be the still image. So I'm going to go to a spot where I think it's going to look good as a still image where there's not too much steam coming out over the sides of the coffee cup. So actually something like this looks just fine. So on the bottom layer, select that layer, right click, go to time, and then freeze frame. And that's going to create a freeze frame at this point in time for the bottom layer. So if I turn off this top layer over here and scrub through, it's stuck at that time. Now I'm going to turn off this layer so you can see what's happening with the top layer as I create a mask. So for this, we basically use the pen tool. You can use the shape tool as well, but the pen tool allows you to get a little bit more creative and make a custom mask. And so basically we're creating a cutout of where this animation or where the motion is. So I'm just going to scrub through here really quickly so that I can try to see where all the moving parts of this image are. And then I'm just going to start clicking. And then if you click and drag, you get a curve. So I'm going to click here, going to click here, going to click up. Then I'm going to press the space bar so I can actually move the video box or the composition up, down, so I can actually click above the composition window. Then just click back down here, actually go here, and then complete the mask. And I realized that I was doing that on this bottom layer. So if you had done that, you want to make sure that you want to click the top layer when you do that. If you did what I did, which was a dumb mistake, just press M on your keyboard for this bottom layer, select that mask, press Command X to cut it, or Control X if you're on a PC. Now go to your actual video layer and select it and then paste that mask. So Command V or Control V. So this is what you should look like. Just this little cutout of the steam coming out of the cup. I want to feather the edges of this mask so that it blends into the still image a little bit more. So if I turn on my coffee cup, actually let me keep it off and go under masks for the animated layer. Go under mask, and then we do feather. Just bring up the feather. You can also press F on your keyboard to bring up the mask feather. Something like that should be pretty good. Cool, so now let me turn on the bottom layer, and if I play through this, it looks fine. Because everything else in this image was actually still, there's not really much other moving parts. It looks kind of just like the original video did. Now, if there were other moving parts that were now still, it would look a little different. Now, the thing we have to do now is blend it together so there's not that jump at the end. See, notice how at the end of this video, if we go from this frame to this frame, see how there's a jump? We want that to be seamless. So there's a couple ways to do it, but one of the easiest ways is this way. Take your timeline indicator or just scrub through your timeline. We're going to go around maybe a second and a half or so into this composition. Then I'm going to split this layer, the video layer. So with this selected, I'm going to press Command-Shift-D. That's Control-Shift-D for PC users. And then I'm going to put this first part on top. All right, following along. Then I'm going to move this layer to the very end and line it up. So what did I just do? You might be a little confused. I'm also going to move the work area start or the endpoint of this composition right there and go to Composition, Trim to Comp Work Area again. So what did I just do? This part right here on this layer now matches up with this part on this layer, right? So if I play from here to there, it loops around and it plays and it's seamless, right? But now there's this jump right here, right there, see? Jump. So we can add a fade to kind of blend that together. So with this top layer now, which used to be the beginning of this clip, press T on your keyboard to bring up opacity, set a keyframe for 100%, and move that keyframe to the very far right of this timeline. Then at the very beginning of where this clip starts, drop the opacity to 0. So now it's going to sort of blend on, and it's going to create somewhat of a seamless loop. Now, depending on how it looks, you might want to speed up the transition, or you might need to slow down the transition. And also, depending on how it looks, you might need to move the transition forwards or backwards. Now, there's a couple ways to do that. One trick is with the slip tool. So this looks pretty good. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. You do still see that sort of fade. If I select both of these layers because I want to slip both of them, and then press Y on my keyboard, and then I hover over one of these clips and I drag to the left, what's basically happening is we are shifting the video to an earlier time. I know it's a little confusing, but if we watch through this again, it's a little bit better. Now we can keep going. Select both of these with Y and Shift. Now I gotta play around with this opacity keyframe because that moves as I slide it. And that looks pretty good. So the Y slip tool is a great way to adjust left to right the video to find a spot that looks good when you are actually fading it. So this is pretty much the process. We're playing this in After Effects now and looping it. To export this and save it so that you can post it online so it plays like this, we have to export a GIF or a GIF. And we can do that with the Adobe Media Encoder. So with this composition selected or open, go to Composition, Add to Media Encoder. Once Adobe Media Encoder opens up, it should have your composition here, and it probably has another preset that is added right here for the export settings. You probably don't see this right now. So go to the preset browser. If you don't see that, click Window, preset browser, go into the search field and type in GIF for GIF. Now drag that right on top of the preset that's already on there. And then I want you to change a couple settings. So go and click into the text right here for preset, and that's going to open up the settings. We want to change the settings because right now it's the size of the video itself, which for this video is 1920 by 1080 HD. And if you export a GIF that size, it's going to be a huge file size. And so what I'm going to do is under the basic video settings now that pop up, I'm going to go down to the width and height, uncheck this box so I can edit it, and drop the width to 500. And then when I press tab, it's going to change the height accordingly. Now I do that because this image now is going to be saved at about 5 megabytes. If it was 1920 by 1080, it would be about 75 megabytes. And so that's a large difference. If you want that full quality size, that's totally cool too. A lot of people might want to just put these up on their computers or play it as a loop on their backdrop or something, or maybe for a website. But for just posting online, you want to use something that's between 500 and 1000 pixels. Then just choose where you want to save it and click the play button to export. And then you'll end up with a file like this on your computer that's a repeating GIF. It's a repeating video. Here's the one with the beer that's being filled up. Here's the one with the river that is flowing through, and it's just a continuous motion. Great for posting online. So the process is very similar for these other ones. I'll just show you really quickly, not how to do it, but I'll just show you that what the mask looks like. So here, if I press M, go to the mask, turn off these other ones, you can kind of see what the mask is. It's just this top one right here. Let me turn on that so you can kind of see. So the mask is just this bit right here. And then same for the beer. The mask, if we go here, turn that on, you can see that the mask is right here. So it's just this part right here that is being poured right there. And this one I just took a really short clip. It's about 2 seconds long and just repeated it. Cool, so that's how you create a cinematograph in After Effects from start to finish. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I look forward to seeing your work. Please share it with me on social media. Tag me at Video School Online and at Phil Ebner on Instagram. Thanks a lot, and we'll see you in another tutorial. Well, I hope you really enjoyed this tutorial, and if you did, please like and subscribe to the channel for more. If you have any questions or comments, you can leave them below in the comments. And if you're looking to take your skills to the next level, make sure you head over to videoschoolonline.com, where we have premium courses, more free tutorials and articles, guides, and all kinds of stuff that will help you become a better creator. Thanks so much for watching, and have a beautiful day. Hey, Phil Ebner here with videoschoolonline.com, and in this tutorial I'm going to teach you how to create this fly-through text animation in After Effects a la Stranger Things intro. And this actually comes from a question from a student in my complete After Effects course. So if you're interested, or if you're a beginner in After Effects, I would recommend checking that out, and I'll link to that below. So the first thing you want to do is get your composition set up with your video behind it. So basically grab your video clip, drag it into a new composition, make sure that it's filling the entire frame. And I'm actually going to just delete this text, and we're going to build it from scratch. So you should see something like this, where you have your timeline with a single video track layer in After Effects. Then take your text tool and click on your composition to add new text. I'm going to call this fly through text, and I'm using a pretty bold font. You want to use something that's rather bold because the video is going to shine through from behind it, and so you want it to be bold enough so you can actually see the video. So I'm gonna just kind of align it like that. I want to make sure my anchor point is in the center of this text layer. So with the pan behind tool, if I select the anchor point, which is that little icon right there, and with the Command key on my Mac, I can snap the anchor point into the center of this text layer. That would be the Control key if you're on a PC. Now, if I go to my align window, I can just easily center it to make sure it's perfectly centered. Next, let's make this text have the video appear through it. And it's actually a lot easier than you might think. If this layer is above the video, just go to your blend mode. If you don't see this, click the little toggle switches modes button down here and go to stencil Luma. So this creates a stencil with the text and shines whatever is beneath it, the layer beneath it, through it. So that's pretty cool, right? Now all we have to do is animate this text. So we're going to animate the scale and position properties. So press S on your keyboard with this layer selected, and you'll see scale at 100%. Click this little stopwatch icon to add a keyframe at this point at the very beginning of the composition. So make sure your timeline indicator is at the very beginning. And then you also want to make sure you click and set a keyframe for position. So press P and then click the little stopwatch again. If you press U twice on your keyboard, you can bring up both those keyframes that you've set. So that's your starting point. Then go to around 7 or 8 seconds. You can adjust the timing later on. And now you want to scale up. And you notice as I scale up that a new keyframe has been added to my timeline, which is totally normal because we have one already created. And now it's telling After Effects at 8 seconds, we want a keyframe, or we want this layer to be this large, creating this animation between those two keyframes. But we need to move our text over to the side. So make sure you're at this keyframe and then change the position. You might need to click and drag, or you can just click and drag the text itself in the composition window. And you want to make sure that it completely covers your composition, something like that. And so that way, since we created a keyframe at the very beginning, it starts in the middle, but at the end, it does kind of slightly go down. I might want to make this go up just a little bit, so it's not moving down. I know it's hard for you to kind of see, but I want it to go at the top of that X. So here we're zooming in, and it's going at the top of the X. Perfect. Now if I play through this just hitting the space bar, we can see this play through. It's going to render out. Let me actually drop the quality. And so this speed of this animation is completely off. It starts way too fast. So we have to ease these keyframes. Select all of them by clicking and dragging over them, right click them, and turn on Easy Ease by going to Keyframe Assistant, Easy Ease. So that might help because that basically eases the animation. It slows down and it ramps up the speed, but we want it to slow even more at the beginning. So with those keyframes selected, go into your graph editor right here, and now make sure that you're on the Edit Speed Graph, which is this middle button right here. Choose Graph Type. Make sure you have the speed graph selected. And then click and drag over these keyframes on the left, which is at the left of this sort of arc. And now I have the keyframes for position and scale selected. And I have this little toggle bar, this yellow bar. If I select that and drag to the right, what's happening is it's saying to After Effects to slow the speed of this animation. So this is a graph with the speed in the y-axis and then the time in the x-axis. And so now it slows the animation even more because the speed ramp, as you can see, it's literally a ramp on this graph. It's going slower, and then at here, around 5 seconds, that's where the speed peaks. So you can play around with the speed that way, and then I'm gonna click Graph Editor to get out of there, or you can just take your keyframes and spread them out. You can take these second 2 keyframes, put them at 10 seconds, that will slow it down. Or if you want to speed it up, drag them closer to those first 2 keyframes. All right, so if we just play through this now, I think it's a little too fast. I want to make it around 8 seconds. So that's a pretty quick and easy way to create this fly-through text effect. If you have any questions about this effect or anything else related to After Effects, just post a comment below. I love helping students out and answering questions with tutorials that help you with your specific needs and questions. Of course, visit videoschoolonline.com for great free tutorials, and you can check out all of my premium courses there as well. And I'll also link to the full After Effects course down below that will take you from beginner to hero using After Effects. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another tutorial. Hey everyone, welcome to a quick After Effects tutorial. Today I am talking about how to scrub through your audio just using your timeline. So you don't have to do any RAM previews or playing of your After Effects timelines. You can just play through it and listen to it with your timeline indicator with your mouse. And I'll also give you another quick tip when you're working with audio in After Effects. So let's get straight over to the project. Here's just a sample title card that I created for a course on animating with keyframes. And I got this music from YouTube, not too cray. YouTube has a great library of music that you can use for your video projects now. And so you bring it down onto your timeline. One way to sort of match up your music with whatever's going on in your video is to look at the waveforms. And I say this because when you're editing, a good thing to try to do is to match up different movements of elements in your animations with beats or clicks or hits of different instruments in your music. So to look at the waveform of this audio track, just hit L twice on your keyboard. That brings up this waveform. So now I can visually see where different elements of this audio track are. But it's really hard to know what are those elements. So we want to scrub through it and be able to listen to it. So just hold Command if you're on a Mac or Control if you're on a PC, and then scrub through. So now you can hear the music as you scrub through. And say when this bar, this Video School Online bar comes down, I want this hit to come right when that bar appears. I now know that this hit is where this waveform is, this little spike, and I can put it there. And if I RAM preview this over here by in the preview window, clicking RAM preview, the animation goes with the beat of the song, and that's a lot nicer than if it just is at a random spot and the beats are hitting at random times throughout your animation. So remember, double-clicking L on your keyboard will bring up the waveforms, and then holding Command or Control and scrubbing through your timeline will allow you to hear what's going on in the audio file, whether it's a music file or if you're animating a person's mouth and trying to lip sync them to whatever the voiceover is. This is a great tool to use. So thanks for watching. For more great tutorials and tricks, visit videoschoolonline.com. You can also find premium courses on how to use After Effects, Adobe Premiere Pro, and do lots more with your video creating skills. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in another video. Hey everyone, welcome to this tutorial on how to create this Marauder's Map footstep effect that you have probably seen in Harry Potter if you have watched the series. And this comes from a student question in my complete After Effects course. So thank you for the question, and I'm happy to give you this quick tutorial on how to do it. It's actually not too hard. It looks pretty intricate, but it's a very easy effect to do. So what you're seeing here is what we'll be creating. The first thing we have to do is to get the assets that we're going to be using, which includes a map texture and the footprints. So if you go over to Google and you just type in map texture, you can find some map textures under the images. And if you go under search tools and then usage rights and then go to labeled for reuse, you will find map textures that you are able to use for free, basically, without paying to get the copyright. So go ahead and download one of these images just by clicking and viewing it, right-clicking it, saving to your computer. Then go ahead and type in shoe print. Now there are a few different types of shoe prints. Let's try shoe prints. There's one that I found. Let's take off the labeled for free use, and we're going to go ahead and use this one from Clicker. So if you go ahead and visit the page from clicker.com, you can download this and use it in your projects. So I will now go to my files. I will go ahead and bring in my shoe print and my background texture to an After Effects project. And then go ahead and create a new composition. We'll just call this full comp. And we'll make this 1920 by 1080. 10 seconds is good enough. We can even do like 5 seconds for this. The first thing we're going to do is drop in our texture, and we're going to make it just about a little bit bigger than the frame size, just by bringing up the scale by pressing S on your keyboard and dragging down the scale. The next thing we're gonna do is set up our footprints. So what you can do is just take this footprint 3 PNG that we downloaded, drag it onto the new composition button down here. And what that will do, it will bring this image into a composition and make it that size. Now we can't see it right now because it is black, so go ahead and click this toggle transparency grid that allows us to see both footprints. What we're going to do is basically separate these footprints and create an individual composition for each side. So let's just call this left. Then take our pen tool. With this selected, we're going to create a mask around the left footprint. So just click with the pen tool around our left footprint. So now our left footprint is right there. What I'm going to do now is duplicate just by selecting this layer, pressing Command D, selecting either one and pressing M, and then under the mask options, change from add to subtract. Now what that does, if I toggle one of these on and off, we can see that this one is now our left footprint, and then this one is now our right footprint. Now what I'm going to do is put them on top of each other. So with my selection tool, I'm just going to move them so they're right on top of each other. So just using your mouse or using the arrows on your keyboard, just move them about right on top of each other. I'm going to duplicate this composition by selecting it and pressing Command D. And then I'm going to change this to right. I'm going to open up the right foot. And with the right foot, I'm just going to turn off, or actually take out the left foot. So I'm just selecting that layer and deleting it. With the left foot now, I can delete the right foot layer. Okay, so now we have our footprints. What we're going to do now is create the animation of the footprint coming onto our screen. So I'm just going to create a new composition. I'm just going to call this like 700 pixels wide, 1080 pixels tall. That's good. So now we have this composition that looks like this. I'm going to click the toggle transparency grid so I can see what I'm working with. And then I'm going to bring in my right and left shoe prints and just dragging them down onto my composition. Now this is really big, so we're going to decrease the size to something like 8% or so. And then we're just going to move them into some sort of place where we think they should go. Okay, so now what we're going to do, which will make everything easier, is animate these first two shoe prints, and then we're going to basically duplicate them and animate them where we want them to go. So the way that the Marauders map works is that it's a very simple fade on and off. So starting with the left foot, I'm going to drop it down to the bottom because this is our first footprint. And we're going to work from the bottom to the top. Press T on your keyboard to bring up opacity. Set a keyframe at 100% and put it around 20 frames or so. And then go back and drag the 100% to 0. And now we have this fade on for this foot. Select both keyframes and press Easy Ease on your keyboard, which is F9, or you can right click, click Keyframe Assistant and choose Easy Ease. After about a second and a half or so, we're going to fade off this shoe. So I'm going to select this opacity of 100%, copy it and paste it with my keyboard, Command C, Command V on a Mac, Control C, Control V on a PC. Then I'm going to go forward about another 20 frames or so, select this first keyframe and paste it. So now we have this shoe coming on and off. What I'm going to do now is select all of these keyframes and paste them onto this right foot. I'm going to paste it right before this left foot is fully opaque. So right about here, I'm going to select my right foot and paste it. So now if we turn it on, we see the first steps of our composition. So what we're going to do now is just duplicate both these layers, select both, Command D or Control D on a PC, and then we're going to move them up. So just move them until you think it looks pretty natural in terms of the length of your footsteps. And then we're going to duplicate again, move them above, and then move them up. And now we can start to rotate them. So press R on your keyboard with both of these selected and rotate by like 7 degrees to the right. And then maybe move them slightly to the right. Just nudge them over, select them, use your keyboard arrows to nudge them to the right. And then select both again, move above, put them up and to the right a little bit, and then R for rotation and rotate them even more, something like 14. Now these are getting a little bit close together, so I want to make sure that it looks natural. And then let's just do the left foot one more time. And we'll just move this up and rotate about 21, maybe even more, 28. Something like that looks pretty good. So now we just have to stagger them because now they're coming on all at once. So select all of your layers in your timeline by just Command A or Control A. Press U to bring up all the keyframes. Now we're just going to stagger them. So just drag them one at a time over to the right so that they're all staggered. The keyframes are staggered, so you should see like a step in the keyframe, like so. And it looks like our composition isn't going to be fast enough, so let's just see what it looks like this. That looks pretty good. I think it could go a little faster, so I'm just going to move all these just a little bit back, like so. And let's see what it looks like. That's pretty good. So we would continue to animate these, but for most of these animations on the Marauders map, they just kind of go and then they turn off for a second. If this is looking a little too slow to you, what you can do is make sure that we can see all the keyframes. So this composition right now is 5 seconds. It's a little too short, so let's go up to Layer or Composition Settings, and we'll change this to 7 seconds right here. So now we'll be able to see all of our keyframes. Now to easily speed up all these keyframes, select all of them like so, dragging and selecting all. Hold Option or Alt on your keyboard, select the rightmost keyframe and drag to the right. You know what's going to happen actually now, because these keyframes are off of where this layer is, what we're going to do is actually take the leftmost and drag to the right. So, and then we can select all of them and drag them to the left. And so now we have our animation of the shoe prints. So let's go back to our full comp. We're going to take our shoe prints, which is this one. I'm going to call this shoe prints or footprints. We're going to put it on top of our map texture. And now if we drag over here, we can see our footprints. Now what we're going to do is change the layer blend mode from normal to overlay of the shoe prints. And if you don't see that, you'll see a little toggle transparency down here, or toggle modes down here. And so then what we're going to do is drop the opacity just a little bit. So press T on your keyboard and drop the opacity to like 80. And then maybe just rotate this a little bit. So I'm just pressing R, rotating the footprints, maybe moving them over here. So this looks pretty good. They are coming on our map. And now just to add a little bit more of an effect to make it look a little bit more natural like the map in Harry Potter, what we're going to do is parent this shoe print layer to the map texture. With the map texture, we're going to press S to bring up scale, set the scale for keyframe for however big it is right now, move that back to 0 frames, and then in the last frame, we're going to increase to something like, let's say 76%. So that is making it look a little bit more dynamic, and we're just going to add a rotation as well. So R to bring up rotation, set a keyframe at the very beginning, and then a keyframe at the very end, rotating. And now let's look and see what our animation looks like. It's going to render out. But this is a pretty quick tutorial and a pretty cool effect that you can use. And then you can go ahead and add all the detail to this map, or maybe this map texture you take into Photoshop before you even bring it into After Effects, and you put the other details, the little images, the castle, the names, or anything else that you want. But this is pretty solid. I would say that it looks pretty similar to what the footprints look like in Harry Potter. The only differences you could do is changing what the footprints look like, and you could actually even create these footprints very easily. So let me just show you how to do that. So if you go on the left foot, and if you just want to create a quick footprint, you can take your pen tool, change the fill to black, keep the stroke at 0, and then make sure nothing is selected down here so you can create a shape. And you can kind of just go ahead and click and create a shape, and you can create 2 shapes actually until you have what looks like a footprint. And you could create paw prints, you could create really anything that you want with this. So you'd have to go in here and edit it, but you get the idea of what you can do on your own if you don't want to use the footprints that you find online, because the ones in Harry Potter are a little unique. So if you're completely trying to follow what is in Harry Potter, you might have to do something more unique than just what you find online. So that's how you create this Marauders map tutorial or After Effects effect. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, please like this video and subscribe if you're watching this on YouTube. And check out my courses at videoschoolonline.com. Thanks a lot, and we'll see you in another tutorial. Hey, what's up everyone? Today I'm going to be creating this cool call out title. I found this on videohive.net. It's right here. This is a cool video that has lots of different types of call outs. You can see that they stay attached to parts of this video behind it. And it's very unique. I've seen this a lot lately, and I thought it would be a cool title to get into. As always, please watch this full screen. I'm creating this video so that you're watching it full screen HD. And then just a word of warning, this is going to be a little bit of a longer tutorial just because it takes a while to get through all the different elements that's going on in this video. So let's get straight to it. So in After Effects, I'm going to open up a new composition. So I'm just going to call this Call Out 2. The settings 1920 by 1080. We can do whatever we want, but that looks good for me. And I'm just going to make it 5 seconds. Okay, so now I have a new composition, and I'm just going to add a background to it. I refinished this wood table this past week. It started out with white paint, and now it's this beautiful wood, and so that's what we're going to be using as our background. So let's just put that as a background so we can see what we're working with. Okay, now let's start with the circles. So I'm going to go up to my shape tool, select ellipse, make sure that fill is turned off. We'll set the stroke to 10, and we'll just create our first circle. Something like that. Then we'll go into the ellipse, and then we will go into transform ellipse and scale, and we'll just scale it from 0 to 100. Okay, so that grows like that. And then we want to add that small dot in the middle. So what we're going to do is just duplicate this ellipse. We'll call this dot. We will press U to bring up the keyframes. And in the second keyframe, we'll just go down to something like 32%. And then what we'll also do is go back to the ellipse, or the dot, and with it selected, we're just going to change the fill to have a solid color, and we're going to change that to white, and then turn off the stroke. So now we have the dot growing and the ellipse growing. And I'm just going to offset the dot growing a few frames so it pops up a little bit later. Okay, so now I'm just going to take this whole layer, move it over here to the top of this little shelf handle, and then I'm going to rename this shape layer dots. Okay, the next step is creating that line that is popping out from it. So let's just take our pen tool with our fill turned off and our stroke at 10. Let's just create a line going from the center of that dot down and then over to the left. So then we're going to rename this line. And if we go down into the properties, click this add button, and then click add trim paths, we can go into the trim paths and add that right on effect. So let's set a keyframe for the end at 100%. We'll put this at about 2 seconds, and then drag this back to 0. Okay, so now this draws on to our screen. That's pretty cool. Let's make sure it's all the way at 0. There we go. Cool. Okay, so let's go back to our video just to see what we have to do now. Okay, so now we have, let me just solo these layers, rectangle outlines. So now we have, let me show you these. So now we have these two outlines that are kind of flying in and rotating around the frame of this title. So let's get to our title callout 2. Okay, so now let's create a rectangle with our rectangle tool. We're just going to have the stroke be 5, and then just create a rectangle. Make sure that none of these layers are selected, and we're creating a new shape. Something like this is perfectly fine. We're going to call this rectangles, and again, go to add trim paths. Under trim paths, we're just going to decrease to about 20, and then we're going to offset like this, and maybe even further, decrease to 8 and offset, so we just have this little corner. Okay, then we're going to animate this. So set a keyframe for start, end, and offset. And then it just takes a little bit of playing around to get what you want. Now we don't have to replicate this exactly, so we're going to grow it to around the top. So now we go forward a second or so and make this 8% to all the way to about here, 67. And then about here, we're going to move this keyframe for the start, and then about a second forward, move this all the way to 67. So now it's actually animating off. It starts, it grows, it rotates, and then it animates off. See that? Okay, we're going to actually move these trim paths into this rectangle layer, duplicate by hitting Command D on our keyboard, going down to our trim paths, deleting all these keyframes, and now just rotating. So let's rotate it and cut off the, make it a little bit shorter, rotate it so it's just the bottom of this line. Okay, so now we're going to do, this is fine for now, we're going to set keyframes for all of these, then we're going to move forward about a second, grow it to the left, And what we're actually going to do with this one first is shrink it a little bit. So go under your transform, scale, and just make it wide, a little bit smaller height-wise and a little bit smaller width. Okay, so now we can see it's a little bit smaller than this other one. And we have it growing to the left. And let's just rotate it a little bit more as it's growing. So you can see here what it does. And so that's a little bit different than what we did before, but it's gonna look cool. And then just take this end all the way to 85. And then move the start of the end up a little bit. So something like that's pretty cool actually. Okay, so now let's see what else we have to do. So now we're going to add these flying lines that are going across. So there's a couple different ways to do this, but one that I found was relatively easy. So if we just go about here so we can see where the ends of our rectangle will be, just create a few shapes with the fill being set to solid and the stroke to 0. We're just going to create a few rectangles. Something like this, one. And then unclick this layer to create a new shape layer. And we're going to do skinny. It doesn't really matter where they are right now. A little bit fatter, shorter, and then a block. Okay, so now we're going to select all of these, press P on your keyboard to bring up position, set a keyframe, move them all the way past the right side of this rectangle that is spinning around, and then go forward about 2 seconds or so and move it all the way past the right of it. And then offset these. So first we'll have this big block at the bottom, then the middle one, then how about this top block, and then this last semi-fat one in the middle. Okay, so they go all the way across, and we're gonna just move all of these up a little bit. Okay, something like this. Maybe speed it up a little bit. Take these last keyframes, move them forward. Okay, now we're going to take our shape tool again. First we're going to pre-comp this, so select all of those layers, Command-Shift-C. We're going to call this rectangles. Actually, that's a little confusing, so we'll call this flying rectangles. And then we're going to take this shape tool, make sure nothing's selected, and create a rectangle that's about the size of our title card, something like this. Okay, then we're going to go over here and under track matte hit alpha matte shape layer 1 for the flying rectangles layer. What this does is create a mask so the rectangles only appear right here within that rectangle we just created. So that's kind of cool. Okay, then we're going to actually create the rectangle background where our text is going to appear. So again, with our rectangle tool selected, let's just create a new shape. What we actually can do is just duplicate this layer right here. Make sure we turn it back on because it's not a track matte. We'll call this background title 1. We're going to move the anchor point, so hit Y on your keyboard. Oops. Hit Y to get your pan behind tool and move it to the right because it's going to be growing from the right. And then go to size or scale, pressing S on your keyboard. Set a keyframe right there for 100% and move this to about 3 seconds. And we're going to play with the keyframes in a second, but unlock the width and height constraint properties and then shrink it to the right. So set that at 0. So we're going to move this keyframe a little bit past when these flying blocks come about. Something like this. And then we're just going to slow it down into this last shape So we're going to add easy ease. Select that keyframe, hit F9 on your keyboard, go into your graph editor. We're going to ease it a little bit more. And that looks pretty good. Okay. So then we're going to duplicate this shape. Actually, let's just make sure it's in the perfect position. I'm just going to move it up an inch and over to the left. So something like this. And then we're going to duplicate this shape. Now it's background title 1 or 2. Move this down. I'm holding shift while I'm holding it down so it locks it to this axis. And then press U to bring up the keyframes. So here we're going to shrink both the height and the width, something like this, maybe even a little bit skinnier. And we're actually going to move it up then. So select it, move it up, then go back to this first keyframe, delete it, and then set it back to 0 so that it grows from here. And I'm going to take off this easy ease right here just by holding command and clicking it. And then select that layer, change it to, this one will be black. Duplicate this layer one more time, press U to bring up the keyframes, move it down. Let's change the color to something like that orange we had. Ooh, that's pretty ugly. Let's make it a little bit prettier, something like that. Get the final size that we want. So we're again on this last keyframe, setting the size, something like that. Then going to the first keyframe, deleting it, and then setting it back to 0. And now we can offset these. Again, delete this easy ease, so command click. So now we're going to just offset by a few frames so they grow on one at a time. So let's just RAM preview this to see what it's looking like. So I think that's going to look pretty good. It's a little bit slow. Well, no, when you play it in full speed it looks good. But we don't want to see these rectangle corners right here, so we're going to just turn them on right before they start moving. So just select the flying rectangles and hit Option left bracket to cut that layer to start right there. Oop, not the flying rectangles, the rectangles. Okay, so now they pop on and start growing automatically. With this line, I'm going to have it go a little bit faster. Press U on your keyboard to bring up the keyframe and make it grow a little bit faster. And I'll maybe ease it to the last point, to its resting point as well. Okay, so now the last thing we have to do is add our text. So it's a pretty simple typewriter effect, but it's backwards, and that might be a little confusing for those of you that don't know how to do it. So let's take our text tool, let's just type something. We'll just call this, well, what do we call it over here? Pine wood, because that's the type of wood that we used, or that we bought this table. So pine wood, sorry my English gets a little bit worse as these tutorials go on. We're going to make it this orange color just to tie in that color. Just change the size so that it fits this box a little bit better, something like that. Then we're going to take our typewriter tool, as you can see I already brought it up, drag it onto this text layer. Press U to bring up your keyframes. We're going to delete this empty text layer that popped on when I did that. Okay, so now we have these keyframes under range selector, but if you open up the range selector, you'll see there's a start and an end. We're going to want to go from the end to the beginning basically. So I'm just going to delete these keyframes, set the start to 0, and now you will see if I decrease the end, it basically types on backwards. So starting from about here, when the white block starts zooming onto our screen, set a keyframe for the end at 100%. When it ends, we'll go to 0. Then just scrub through this, make sure that it comes on at the right time, maybe a little bit faster. And that looks good. So that's basically what you have to do for the rest of these, and I'm not going to go through each of the titles because that's how you do it. The last thing I want to teach you how to do is to add a little bit of motion to this. So first, let's add motion to the background. We'll edit the scale and position. So this is just an image, but maybe it's a video in the background. Put those at the start of the composition. We'll increase the size to 45 and raise it up a bit. Well, maybe not that much. And then move it to the left. So just subtle. Maybe make it a little bit bigger so we can move it to the left a little bit more. Okay, and then we'll start it on the screen as well. Okay, so it grows like that. So what we want to do is have this dot and this line follow this handle. So there's this kind of easy way to do this. So what we're going to do is just add a couple keyframes to the dots and to the line. So if we press position for the dots and then set a keyframe right there and just move it to, you can see where it is going to pop up right there to the corner, top corner of this handle. So see, it pops up right there. And then at the end, let's just move these keyframes all the way to the right. So at the end of our 5 seconds, we're going to take this dots and just move it to follow the top of this handle. Now, I can't just do that with this line, so that looks pretty good. It looks like it's tracking that motion, but it's just with 2 keyframes. It'd be a little bit harder with video if you're trying to follow something in a video though. So with this line, I can't just move it. I actually have to move just one point in this line. So if I go into the line, contents, shape layer, path, I select the path, then I could select individual points in the path, set a keyframe. Oh, I just want the one point. So make sure just this path is selected, not the path down here. Move this down here, and then go to the end of our composition and move it up here. You will see that it follows that dot, and we could RAM preview it out. So now you can see, and I could go in this and tweak this to make it absolutely perfect, but it looks like it's following that line, which is pretty cool. So this is the call out effect, and I'm going to actually include this template so that you can download it. So if you're watching this on YouTube or wherever, check out the links down below where you can get the free template for what I just created and have fun with it. I hope this tutorial was fun for you. It was a bigger one. I haven't done one of these in a while, but please, if you see tutorials or things that you want to learn online, just send it over to me, and if I know how to do it, I'll create a tutorial for it. Okay, enough blabbering from me. I'll see you over at videoschoolonline.com, and I'll hopefully see you in another tutorial. Hey, what's up, After Effects users? This is Phil Ebner with a great tutorial. Luke on Facebook asked, how do you attach a line or a part of a shape to something moving in the background? Say you have video or a photo like this one, and you want part of a shape to be attached to it, to stay with that background. Well, it's not as easy as one may think, and there might be a better option, but I've tried to do this before in the past, but you can't attach basically a point in a path to a null object. And I would do that because then I could just track the motion in the background of this background image. I would apply that motion to the null object and then parent the shape layer, so this point in the shape layer, to that null object so that it would move with this background. Well, that's not possible, so we have to figure out another way. And thankfully in After Effects, there's always a different way to do things. And this time, I'm just using simple keyframes to do it. So as you can see here, we have different layers, but specifically, just look at these 2 dots, the 2 circles, and then this line that grows out from the circles. It moves with the background. So how did I do that? Just 4 keyframes. If I bring up my keyframes for the circles and lines tab, you can see actually different keyframes, but if I just bring up the position keyframes for this circles, you can see that I just added a keyframe right here at the beginning and then at the end. If I delete that end keyframe, you will see that the circles stay in place, but I just moved it with the background. Okay, and then with the line, I added keyframes to the path. So if you go into the path, I'm just going to delete this last keyframe and then go to the first keyframe. So if you select your path, you can select different points in your path and move them around. So say I go way up here, you will see that it grows from way up there. So basically what we're going to do is have it grow from the center of the circle right there, and there's a keyframe set already, and then go to the end of the animation and move it to the center of the circle there. So now it is attached or appears attached, and you might have to play around to get it perfect, but it's attached to the circle, which looks like it's attached to the background. Okay, so it's actually a very simple concept, but I can't find a better way to do it right now. But if any of you have a better idea, please let me know, because I would love to find out a better way to do this. So if you're also interested in learning this tutorial, I'm going to create a tutorial about how to create a call out title like this one. Check out the other video on the YouTube channel. Just head over to youtube.com/videoschoolonline or the Facebook page, facebook.com/videoschoolonline, and you'll find this cool tutorial on how to create this entire pop-up call out title. So thanks again, Luke, for the question. I hope this answered it for you, and we'll see you in another tutorial. Let's animate this mountain popping up from behind this board. So the first thing we're going to do is actually select our left and right layers and parent them to the mountain top. You do that by, with our parent option right here, this parent column, you can choose this little twirly thing and drag it over to mountain top, or you can just use the drop down menu to select mountain top. What this means now is if we move our mountaintop layer, if we bring up scale or whatever, position, rotation, what happens to the mountaintop happens to the mountain left icon and the mountain right icon. It's parented, it's stuck to it. Then we're going to animate this mountain going down and popping up. So similar to our text popping up, we're going to set a keyframe around 2 seconds or so, maybe right after the text pops up, and press P to bring up position, set a keyframe, go back to right about here, and we're going to move our mountain down right here. We're also going to scale it down. So press S to bring up scale, set a keyframe. Press U to bring up all of your keyframes for position and scale. Drag the scale keyframe at 100% to right where this last keyframe is. And then we're going to shrink this down like so, so we don't see it in the background. And if we easy ease it, selecting all the layers, easy ease, we can see it pop up. And we might want it to happen a little bit quicker, a little bit later. Select these, use our graph editor to drag in the keyframes like so. And then we're going to cut the first part of this out so it's not on the screen right here at the beginning. So go to this first keyframe and press Option or Alt left bracket. That cuts off the first part of this layer. So now, And we're gonna have to do that for these other icons too. The mountain left, mountain right. So now it pops up. It's looking okay, but you see what's happening right now is we see this text coming through the background. Interesting. I didn't notice that before with this other one. We see, I guess we have the mountain popping up before the text. So we don't want this text. You can see the mountain shining through right here. The text, we want this all to happen before the text. So I'm going to move all these layers to the left a little bit so it pops up about at the same time. So that looks pretty good. We did add a little bit more detail to the little mountain left and right. Here you can see it kind of rotating on and scaling on. So if we go to our badge, if we go to our mountain left, press U. Actually, there are no keyframes for this. It's just parented to the mountain top. Right here where it finishes, or maybe a couple frames afterwards, press S, set a keyframe for scale at 100%, then R to set a keyframe for rotation. Then press U to bring up both rotation and the scale. Then if we go back just right here before the mountain is off frame so we can see what we're animating, we can rotate to the left and we can unconstrain our scale and change the size to 0. So what this is going to do is animate on like so. I'm just going to take these first keyframes, move them to the beginning, add easy ease. So now let's see what this looks like. You can see it kind of pop on like so. I love just the look of the equation, when we add a little bit of pop with the graph editor. So now if we play through this, it pops on. It pops on a little bit too late, so I'm just going to do it. See where it looks perfect. Maybe even just a little bit earlier. Maybe it needs to pop on before it finishes. Maybe a little bit slower. So to make it slower, I just separate these keyframes even more. And you know, one thing that it looks like it's rotating so much, what I'm going to do is actually rotate it. Instead of -47, I'm going to rotate positive, because the scale makes it look like it's rotating in the first place. So that looks a lot better. And then I'm just going to copy and paste these to the mountain right. So selecting all of them, selecting my mountain right, pasting, press U to bring them up. And instead of the rotating coming from 17, I'm going to go even further, 36, maybe even further. Make sure that I'm on the right keyframe, something like 90, so that we can see them rotating from different ways. One's clockwise, one's counterclockwise. That looks pretty cool. Next, we have our moon, and we're going to do the same track matte type of animation with the moon as we did to the text. So with our moon, let's just choose our pen tool to create a shape where this is going to appear from. So I'm just going to kind of outline the top of this mountain like so, just like that. Put this shape above the moon. I'm also going to parent the moon and this shape to our mountaintop so that it moves with the mountaintop. With the moon's layer selected, change the track matte to shape layer 2. And then with our moon selected, bring up position, P. Set a position keyframe, move that around 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds or so. Then let's go back in time and drag this down. So drag the position down to set a new keyframe. And so now it's going to pop up from behind. We're going to add a little bit of easy ease, F9. Open up our graph editor. Drag in our keyframes to add a little bit of a pop. Let's zoom out right here and see what this looks like. Awesome. It happens a little bit too late, so what I'm going to do is just bring in these keyframes, drag them a little bit earlier. Nice. Looking really, really good. Next, we're going to animate the bottom icons. Hey, what's up? Thank you for watching this tutorial on creating a clean lower thirds. Jesse asked on YouTube how to create this middle lower third bar that pops up on this clean lower thirds that's on videohive.net. So I'm showing it to you here. Is this next one that pops up right there. And if you're on VideoHive, you can buy it for $13, or you can keep watching this tutorial, learn how to do it, and I actually give you the free project file if you continue watching. So first, let's go over to After Effects and let me show you what I've basically recreated. So it's practically the same exact lower third. Let me turn off this background layer so you can see a little bit better. It's got this text popping up in the middle. It's got a spot for a logo. It's actually really great. So let's go ahead and start recreating this. So I'm going in After Effects. I'm going to create a new composition by clicking the composition button. 1920 by 1080 is great. Duration 5 seconds. Frame rate 2997. That's good. We'll call this lower third center bar. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is with our shape tool, with the rectangle tool selected, we are going to create the basic structure of this lower third. So we have the two bars on either side and the center bar, which is sort of a background for the text. So we'll go over to our new composition. I'm going to turn on our grid. So clicking over here and clicking on proportional grid, this will help me make sure that I can center these different shapes and move them where I want. So I'm going to go ahead and set the fill to something like this red, and then I'm just going to create a little bar, something like this, going from about the top to the bottom of these two lines. It doesn't have to be perfect. Then I'm going to use my move anchor point script. You can download this by searching for move anchor point script and downloading the script in Google, and center that. Okay, so now in our shape layer down here, you see that I have a shape layer with a rectangle inside. So I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this rectangle 2 times. 1, 2. Just by pressing Command D on my keyboard. The top one I'm going to type in, rename left bar. The second one, the middle one, I will call right bar. And the first one I will name background. Okay, so let's move these bars. Let's create a little bit of motion. So for this right bar and left bar, I'm just going to drop down the position properties, go under transform for both of these, and click the keyframe next to position. So that little stopwatch next to position, click that for both of them. And right now I'm about at 10 frames into my composition. I'm going to go back to frame 0. Actually, I'm going to move these 2 keyframes to frame 0 and go forward to the 10th frame. And then I'm going to move the left bar over to the left. So we'll go all the way over here to this little line in the grid. And then the right bar, I'm going to move all the way over to this one. Let me just make sure that's the one I want. I'm going to zoom out. And those ones are a little bit too far. I'm actually going to move them to the bar just to the right and just to the left. So if I scrub back with my timer, we can see that these bars kind of move from the center out. So we have to animate this other bar and the background bar, but first we're going to change the color. So drop down the background, properties, select fill, and change this to, let's just do white to show you what you can do. So it's white now. Now we drop down the transform properties. At the beginning, just set a keyframe for scale, and then go to the last keyframe where the left and the right bar go to their last spot. You can press U on your keyboard to bring up all the keyframes at this point and just go over to those next keyframes. Unlock the constrained proportions for the scale property of the background, and then basically make it as wide as the bars have moved. So I'm just increasing the scale, something like that. I'm going to select all of these keyframes on the right, hit F9 on your keyboard to ease it, and that looks pretty good. Okay, so now we have the basic structure of our background. Okay, so now we want to add the text box that pops up. So just go ahead and take your horizontal text tool, and I'm actually going to make this background black because it's a little bit easier to see. So if I go under my transform, actually press U again, go under the shape layer, contents, background, fill, color. We're going to choose like a dark gray. And I'm actually going to add the background to this composition so I can see what we're working with. And I'm going to take off this proportional grid. I'm going to lower the opacity of this background just so we can more easily see this text box that we're working with. Okay, so now we add a text box on sort of the right side of this center bar. So with your text tool, just click and drag to create a text box. Something like that will work. And then just type in whatever you want. Hi, my name is Phil Ebener. I make videos for videoschoolonline.com. Check out the site for more tutorials and premium courses. Okay, sorry for that shameless plug, but had to do it. Okay, so now with my selection tool, I'm just going to move this text box down and over so that there's about the same amount of space on the above the text box, below the text box, and to the right of the text box. And now we have to make it disappear and appear as this box kind of moves out. So we're going to do that by using a track mat and adding another shape. So with your shape tool selected, doesn't matter what color, just make a shape that's about the same size as this box, our text box or the background box. Especially make sure that it goes to the very bottom of the box. So we can zoom in here just to see where it is, and just make sure it's lined up with the bottom of the text box. Now if we go over to the track mat options for my text box, I'm going to rename this text box. From none, we want to select Alpha Matte Shape Layer 2. Or we can rename this to Track Matte Text. Track Matte Text. And change this to Alpha Matte Track Matte Text. So now, if I move the text or the Track Matte Text shape, the text only appears where that shape is. Okay, so now we have to animate the text moving. So press P to bring up position when you have the text box selected. Hit that stopwatch to set a keyframe. Move that keyframe a little bit forward to about 20 frames, and at about 10 frames, move it down. Now we want it to start kind of moving up, and now you can see as it moves up, it appears right within that text box or that shape. First, I'm going to easy ease this, so select both keyframes, press F9 on your keyboard. I'm even going to go into my graph editor, make sure that you are editing the speed graph, select both keyframes, and kind of drag them in towards the center of this animation so that it kind of pops onto the screen. Looks a little bit better. And then hit this toggle switches modes button, add some motion blur to this text box layer, and then enable that motion blur up here. Alright, so now we have our text popping on. That's very cool. We can make it even a little bit slower by dragging out this second keyframe. Now let's just render it out. And that's pretty darn cool. Okay, so now we want to add our logo to this cool lower third. So I'm going to take the Video School Online lower third, or logo, excuse me, just talking about lower third so much. And I'm actually going to change the color of this, so I'm going to add a hue saturation effect to it because I don't want it to be a gray background. I'm going to have to colorize it, increase the saturation, increase the lightness, and we'll do something like a nice green. Okay, so now we have our logo on the screen, but we want to make it appear as this red bar is going over it. So we're going to do the same thing as we did with the track mat for the text. I'm going to create a shape and just sort of cover up the logo. So I'm just going to create a shape. It might be easier if I change this to yellow right now or green. And basically just go like this. Put it over your shape. Okay, so now if I hit that toggle switches modes and change the Video School Online icon or whatever icon you're using, track matte option from none to alpha matte shape layer 2, again the icon or logo only appears where the shape layer is. So if I move this shape layer around, you can see that I can kind of animate it to appear on the screen, moving from left to right. So that's exactly what we're going to do. So go to right before where this red bar starts to go behind the logo. So about frame 4. Now put the shape layer that we just created to the very right of that red bar. Press P to bring up your position, hit that keyframe button right there, the icon next to position. Now go forward frame by frame, and you can do that by pressing Command right arrow on your keyboard or Control right arrow if you're using Windows, and then move the shape over to the right to meet up with that red bar again. Now Command right arrow one more time, make sure you have the right layer selected, shape layer 2, move to the right until it meets up with that red bar. Shift Command right arrow one more time, and just keep doing this until the shape layer goes past the entire logo. So something like that. So now our logo appears as if the red bar was wiping it onto the screen. So there you have it. We have our entire composition right here, and it wasn't too bad. I think and I hope that this tutorial was worth the $13 of your time, or the 12 minutes of your time, or however long this took, instead of paying the $13 on videohive.net. And this way you get to learn, become a better motion graphics artist, and get a free modern lower third out of it. Okay, so again, as I promised, you can download this link, download the project by going to videoschoolonline.com/center lower third, and I'll put that up on the screen, so just check it out. Free lower third template. You can find other lower thirds on videoschoolonline.com, and of course other free premium courses and paid premium courses if you want to dive even deeper into After Effects or many other topics. So thanks for watching. Thanks again, Jesse, for asking for this tutorial. I hope others have found it worthwhile, and everyone else, we'll see you in another video. Bye. Hey everyone, this is another After Effects tutorial. I got a great question from Ahmad from Facebook, and he was asking, how do you create one of those highlight boxes in After Effects where you highlight text or a certain part of the screen in After Effects, so just like you're seeing here? And it's actually really easy, so I wanted to create a quick tutorial in case anyone else has this problem as well. So let's get straight to it. So say you have your video. Right here I'm using the Constitution as our video, but it could be video, it could be text, it could be anything. It's going to be in a composition. So you might need to put it in a new composition in After Effects. So go ahead and create a composition. You can do it by just clicking that button down here for creating a new composition. Set your parameters, the size 1920 by 1080 or whatever you're using, the duration 8 seconds, that's fine for us, and just hit OK. Then take the video that you're using. Here I'm using an image of the Constitution, and I'm just going to scale it down. So I put in that image, I dropped it down into the composition, I pressed S to bring up scale, and I scaled it down to something like 65%, and I just put it in the center of my composition. Now we need to create that black box that goes around this text. An easy way to do that is by creating a new solid. You can press Command Y on your keyboard if you're using a Mac, or Control Y if you're using a PC. Make sure that it is set to black, hit OK, and now that will create a full black solid. It's the size of your composition, so 1920 by 1080. Press T over the black solid text and bring up opacity and drop it down to like 75 or so. So this is the final, basically where we want the opacity to be, except for a box around the text. For this example, we're doing a box around we the people. To do that, click your pen tool up here, or you can use the mask tool or the shape tool if you are doing text that is not slanted. But for me, I'm using the pen tool, and this allows you to create whatever type of shape you want. It doesn't have to necessarily be a box. And then just click around the text that you want to highlight. So 4 corners, and make sure you connect it so that it closes. Now that's not exactly what we want, so we're going to go back under mask. Where it says mask 1, we can either click this inverted button or change the add to subtract. So that looks pretty good, but I want to clean it up a little bit. So I'm going to press F on my keyboard. That brings up the mask feather. And as you can see, when I drag this up, it creates a feathering effect around this mask. And that just makes it look a little bit better in my opinion. There's no right or wrong way to do it. You can have it be at 0. You don't need to feather it. But I like a little bit of feathering, so I'm just going to do 100 pixels. So that's basically what you do. And then you have to add the opacity transition. So how does this fade on from where it's off to on? So press T on your keyboard to bring up opacity. Click that stopwatch button. That sets a keyframe for the opacity at 75%. Then go to the point in the video where you want it to come onto the screen. So for us, let's say we want it to be at 3 seconds. And then go back about 1 second or so, maybe 1.5 seconds, and drop the opacity down to 0. So now if we RAM preview this, I'm doing that by hitting 0 on the number pad of my keyboard. And you can see that it now has that transition going from no little highlight box to the highlight box. The one other thing that I did in this other composition was add a little bit of motion to this video. This isn't something you would technically have to do, but it adds a little bit of style to it. What you do is first parent this black solid to the constitution layer or whatever video layer you're using, and then hit the scale property for constitution just by hitting S, set it there, and then go forward to the end and increase the size. So now it's increasing as well as doing this little highlight box thing. So this is a very cool effect. I hope you enjoyed it. And then afterwards, if you want to, of course, get out of this highlight, you just set a keyframe again by hitting this little diamond over here, going forward 1.5 seconds or so and going back to 0, because you'll want it to come on and then off in a nice fashion. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. If you have any questions, please let me know about this tutorial, but also hit me up on Facebook, hit me up on YouTube. You can find me at videoschoolonline.com or just search for Video School Online on whatever platform you're using. And if you have problems like this and want a video tutorial or a direct answer, I'll try to get back to you as soon as possible. So again, thanks Ahmad for the great question, and we'll see you in another tutorial. Have a great day, guys. Hey, what's up everyone? Welcome to another After Effects tutorial. I recently posted a little montage that I did in Switzerland that has these little loop-de-loop line drawing things. You see this going up there? Let me just rewind it a little bit so you can see it. See this little dotted line going across the screen? So I posted this, and Gustautas, sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, he asked about if I could create a tutorial on how to do that. So I want to do that for him and for anyone else that is interested. And so here I am in After Effects, and you can see actually here, this is the exact composition that I used for that little portion of the video. It's a very simple dotted line that animates on, and it's actually very simple to do. As always, please watch in full screen. I record these videos at full resolution on my iMac, so it'll look best if you're watching this in full screen HD. So first we're going to just start a new composition, 1920 by 1080, 10 seconds, that's perfect. Then we're going to create our line. So just take our pen tool up here, make sure that the fill is set to none, so just click fill, and from solid color move to none. And then the stroke, set it to about 3 or 4, and you can change the color depending on what you want, but I just want white. So then we just want to create the shape. Now you can create a line like I did with a little loop, you could create a heart, you could create a circle, you can even use the shape tool if you want rather than the pen tool, but the pen tool allows you to do custom shapes like this one where I'm just going up and down, up and down, up and down. Okay, so you have this little hill line thing. Now we have to turn it into a dashed line. So drop down our shape, drop down our contents menu, our shape menu, and then our stroke menu. Under dashes, click this plus sign. Now we have a dashed line. Now you can press plus again where you get this gap option, and you can increase or decrease the gap. So that's basically spreading out the dashes. You can also change whether the dash is straight, has a straight edge, or a round edge. So let me zoom in here really much so you can see. It's pixelated now because I'm so zoomed in, but here's the round cap, here's the butt cap. Sometimes the round cap just looks a little bit better in my opinion. Okay, so now we just have to animate this on. So to animate, we're going up to the contents over here where it says add, click this button, and then click trim paths. This is one of my favorite effects. If you haven't played with trim paths yet, it is amazing. It will change your life, literally. Drop down the trim paths options, and you will see a start and end percentage. End percentage is at 100, and if I drop this to say 50, you can see that our shape is only 50% complete. If I go back to 3%, it's just starting out. So if you were a betting man or woman, what do you think we would do to animate this? Well, you probably guess adding some keyframes. So that's exactly what we're going to do. So I'm going to set this to 0, click the stopwatch icon right here to create a keyframe, then go to 5 seconds or so, depending on how long you want the animation to be, and then type in 100. And that automatically sets a new keyframe going from 0 to 100. So if I play through this now, you can see what it would look like. So here we have this line that's kind of animating. It looks like it's animating onto our screen. One other cool thing you can do is animate the start point. So that's this point over here. Right now it's at 0, but if I move it forward, you can see that it moves forward. So about a second after this animation starts, maybe a second and a half, I'm going to click the stopwatch to set a keyframe there. Then around 6.5 seconds, I'm going to animate this to 100%, just by dragging it up to 100%. Now if I play through this, you can see what it looks like. It looks like a little trail of ants or clouds or whatever you imagine this to be. This is a pretty cool effect. In my video, I actually didn't do the start animation, so it wasn't sort of trailing like this, but that's a pretty darn cool effect and very easy. Now, again, you could change the shape of this. You can change the shape now by going back to your path and moving it around, or you can just start from scratch and do the same thing with a heart or a circle or whatever you want. Now, how do you actually use this in a video? Well, there are two ways. One is either exporting this clip and bringing it in on top of your video, or just taking this into your Premiere Pro application. So one way to add it is through the Adobe Dynamic Link, which is an amazing tool that Adobe has come up with to basically be able to use After Effects and Premiere Pro at the same time. Basically, what does that mean? We can actually take this composition that we just created, I just clicked it, so I clicked and I'm dragging it. I still have it clicked. I'm going to tab over using Command Tab on my Mac, Control Tab on a PC to Premiere Pro, and then I'm just going to drop it into my project file. So now I can open this up in my preview window, and if I take just the video and drag it onto my video timeline, onto the second layer, let me just turn off this audio. This is from a course that I did on email list building. You can see now that this line appears on top of this video. Now that would be very distracting for this video, but if it was on a montage like I created, it would be kind of cool. Then you could even duplicate it, you could do whatever you want with it. To actually export the video so you can bring it in wherever you want without this Adobe Dynamic Link, you need to export with a transparent background. So go up to Composition, Add to Render Queue, click Lossless, click RGB, go to RGB plus alpha, click OK, click Comp 1 and choose where you want to save it, and then click Render over here. And then you can take that file, that exported file, and bring it into Adobe Premiere Pro just like a normal video file, and then place it on top of the video that you want the little line to appear on. Now, I've had a lot of people saying that this technique doesn't work if you're using Sony Vegas. So, and when you import it, it still has a black background. So please, if anyone knows how to do this in a Sony Vegas, let me know, because I'm not a Sony Vegas editor. Most of you are probably editing in Premiere Pro, so this should work completely fine for you. But as always, if you have any questions or any issues, let me know. Thank you so much again for this tutorial, for the request. I love doing tutorials like this for people who ask me on YouTube or Facebook or whatever. So if you have any motion graphic, editing, any sort of thing, just let me know. You can also visit my website, videoschoolonline.com, where you can enroll in some premium courses, or you can subscribe to my email list, where you will get a free freelance kickstart guide, which is a 50-page ebook for free for signing up for my email list. Thank you so much for watching. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel, and we'll see you in another tutorial. Hey everyone, welcome to a quick After Effects tutorial. In this video, I'm going to show you how to easily swap layers within After Effects. So say you're in a project, let's get over to After Effects. Say you're in a project like this one, and you've created your title card or whatever it is, but you don't like that picture that you put in the background. To quickly swap this picture with another photo, or really any sort of file that you've imported into After Effects, just select the layer in your timeline. So I'm selecting the Swiss JPEG. Holding Alt or Option on your keyboard, select the new photo or file from your project window, drag it onto your Swiss JPEG layer down in your timeline, and then let go. And then now you can make adjustments if you need to make adjustments, or it might end up looking perfectly how you want it to look. So again, that's just selecting a layer and then finding the file that you want to swap it out with in your project file, holding down the Option or Alt key, dragging it onto that layer in the timeline, and now it swaps that image without having to add or delete or do anything, and it has those properties, all the properties that you already added to this layer without having to redo it. So that is how to easily swap layers in After Effects. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Hey, what's up guys? This is a tutorial on how to create a minimalistic lower third that you are seeing here. I want to thank Josh, who commented on Facebook asking for this specific tutorial to be made. He found this lower third on Video Hive. I'll show you the page right here. It's this minimalist lower third, And there's a bunch of them in this pack that you can purchase, but he asked for this one specifically coming up right after this one. And it was a little bit trickier than I thought it was going to be, so I think it'll be a fun tutorial. It should take about 15 minutes or so. Okay, so let's get straight into After Effects. So first we want to open up a new composition. I'm just going to call this Minimalist. 1920 by 1080 is great, 2997 frame rate, 10-second duration, great. Okay, so first we want to create the line and the text that appears. So that's the first thing we're going to do because this block is a little tricky, not too much, but we'll do it later. So with our pen tool and a stroke set at 3 and fill set at none, hit OK, we're just going to create that line or something that looks like that line. So now if I zoom in, you can see that here we have our line. So we want to animate this on. I'll call this line. So drop this down to the contents and add trim paths, one of my favorite effects. Drop down trim paths, set a keyframe for start and end, select those keyframes and move those to about a minute or 1 second, 1.5 seconds. And then set new keyframes by changing these percentages both to 50. And you'll see now that it animates from the middle, from 50% to the start and the end. Select both of them, hit F9 on your keyboard to add easy ease. And then we can play with the easy ease by hitting this graph editor, selecting all the keyframes, and dragging the endpoints in. So we want it to really slow down into its final spot. So this graph editor represents the speed of the animation. So you can see there it's a little bit different. So that's pretty cool. So now we want to add the text. So with our text tool, just add new text. We'll call this Phil Ebner. So we are using the red from before. We're just gonna hit OK, change that to white, and we'll increase this to something like that. Then we're going to duplicate this, move it below, and I'll call this MoGraph Artist. Select all that text, use the eyedropper to select the red to change it there, and then change the size to 40. We're going to left align these so that they're aligned. So under our align panel, click that left align. If you don't see the align panel, go up to Window, Align. And then just with our pointer tool, our selection tool, just make sure that the spacing is good. You're happy with it. So now we have to animate these to the left of the line, from the left to the right. So this is our final resting spot. So hit position to bring up the position, drag these keyframes to about 4 seconds, and then drag the text to the left of the line. And that creates a new keyframe. So now it's going from left to right. But we want it to basically be disappeared from the left to the right. So we don't want to see it on the left side of the line. So how do we do that? We create a alpha matte. So with our pen tool, we're going to create a new shape. So basically follow this line, so something like that, and then create a rectangular shape that basically would cover the entire text at its final resting spot. And then change the stroke to 0 and the fill to solid color. Okay, so now you see this giant shape, and that's not what we're looking for, but it's going to help us out. So if we call this matte, and we change the MoGraph Artist text track matte here, if you don't see that, hit this toggle switches modes button to alpha matte, you will now see the MoGraph Artist text, and it will disappear on the left and appear on the right. We'll just duplicate this matte, drop it right above the Phil Ebner text, change the Phil Ebner text alpha matte or track matte to alpha matte 2. So now it's doing the same thing for both text layers. I'm just going to close down everything and bring the line above everything. Then we want to bring up our keyframes for our text and play with the speed. So select all, hit F9 on your keyboard, and then in our original lower third, the Phil Ebner text kind of appears before the video creator text. So the video creator text is kind of catching up. They end at the same keyframe, the same point in time, but the Phil Ebner text starts earlier. So I'm just going to drag this first keyframe for the Phil Ebner text to the left. And then I'm going to select all of these layers, the MoGraph text and the line, and then I'm going to hit this motion blur checkbox and this enable motion blur button. So that will add a motion blur to our text. You will see that it's starting out a little slow, so I'm going to go into our graph editor again for our MoGraph, for our text, select all, drag this first one to the left a bit, and then this second one to the left as well. So it starts faster and ends slower. So something like that's very smooth, very subtle, very nice. Okay, so now we have our text coming on the screen. We just have to add this shape layer that's coming onto the screen and then disappearing. So what we're going to do with our shape layer, or with our pen tool, is create a shape layer. Make sure the fill is the same color, there is no stroke. We could zoom in on this line and then just create a shape starting with this line. So hit there, there, and then go to the right, and then go up here and finish it off. So it's kind of a trapezoid type figure. We want these 2 points, the top left and top right, to be parallel. So open your rulers, which are these numbers at the top and on the left, and click and drag from there. And you'll see that I can click and drag and a line will basically appear. It's not a real line, it's just a fake line, but it will appear on our composition. And I lined it up with this first point right here on the left. Now I could go to this one on my right and drag it down and it kind of locks in place. Now I'm going to zoom into the bottom one and I'll do the same. And this one looks like it's perfect already. Now I also want the distance between the top 2 points to be the same as the bottom 2 points. One way we can do that is by dragging this shape to the left of our line and making sure that it lines up with the line. So we can select our points by going under our shape layer path, just drag it so that it's in the middle of our line. Same with this one, just have it line up and have this point line up with the ruler. And there we go. We have our shape. So basically we want this block, which we'll rename to block, we want it to go from the left side of the line to the right side of the line and then shrink. So we'll do something similar as we did with the text. We'll duplicate this block, we'll call this block mat, and then with the block mat we're just going to open up the shape properties and go to the path. And with these right 2 points, we're just going to drag to the right. And we'll create a track mat with this one. So selecting the block, we'll change the track mat to alpha mat block. So now if we move this block layer from left to right, you'll see that it disappears on the left side of that line. So what are we going to do? We're going to set keyframes. So first we want to bring up the keyframes for both the line and the text, because this we'll be able to reference when we want the animation to start. So we want it to start right about there at the end of the line animation. So bring up position for your block, hit the keyframe button, and then go to the very end, the last keyframe of the text, and move it to the right of the text. We also want to add the shrinking effect. So with our contents, we're going to add a path animation. So hit that keyframe button for the path and move this keyframe to the middle of this motion. And then at the end, we're going to just select our path and select these left 2 keyframe or points and drag them to the right. So it should match up pretty perfectly. And then you'll see that there's a little bit of red right there, really hardly noticeable, but we want to get rid of that. And one way we can get rid of that easily is just to cut off the right side of this layer so that we don't see it after this keyframe. So select that layer and hit Option right bracket. You'll see now it basically disappears after there. We're going to easy ease all of these keyframes. and play with the motion now. And we're also going to turn on motion blur for this layer. So we want it to start before the text starts popping out. So I'm going to take this position layer keyframe right here, this first one, and bring it to the left. I'm also going to select both the position keyframes, hit our graph editor, and then drag the start to the left so that it sort of speeds up from the first spot and it slows into our second keyframe. Now if I get out of our graph editor, you can see that it's a little too fast. So I'm going to drag this first keyframe to the left so it starts a little bit later, because if you see our original one, it's kind of covering the text until it gets to the middle of the animation. So we want it to do something similar. So it pops out and it's covering about to the middle. So if we play through this, we can see what it looks like finally. And that looks really cool. I mean, we can play with the speed of everything. We can make it faster. I'll show you a quick way to make it faster at the end of this lesson actually. So there we have our animation. Now we want to reverse it. So an easy way to do that is select all, pre-compose it by right-clicking and hitting pre-compose. You can rename it if you want. Put your time indicator right after the end of the animation, so maybe about 4.5 seconds. We want to cut off the right side of this layer, so Option, right bracket, duplicate this layer, select both, right-click, keyframe assistant, and then sequence layers. Okay, and that puts one after the other. With this right one, the second one, we're going to right click it, hit time reverse layer. Okay, so now if we play through this, you can see that it comes on, disappears, and then it comes back on and does the reverse. So it's a little bit slow compared to our original one. So one way to easily speed it up is to pre-compose this one. Well, you can rename it if you want. Right click, time, enable time remapping. And you'll see now there's a keyframe at the start and the very end of this composition. If we drag in this last one, it's speeding up the animation. So now that's a very easy way to speed up the entire animation without having to do it with individual keyframes. Now, of course, if you want to go in and if, say, just that block animation is a little fast or slow, you will have to go into the original composition and edit that text. But time remapping is a great way to speed up or slow down an entire animation. Okay, so that is the tutorial. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm sorry if I'm a little flustered. This is actually the third time I recorded this because the first two got messed up. But I've also been able to do it faster and faster each time. So if you have any questions, please let me know. If you know of a better way to animate this, let me know in the comments below. If you want to purchase this template, I'll have the link to the Video Hive lower third template in the description below. And if you have anything else, let me know. Please like this video, subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you in another tutorial. Hey YouTube, you like that video? Well, please subscribe to the channel for more. Check out our website for articles, webinars, books, and more. And of course, check out our online course library, ranging on topics from video making, motion graphics, photography, starting a business, freelancing, to beer brewing, resume writing, adopting a cat, and much more. Welcome to a quick tip in After Effects. Today I want to talk about using anchor points. Anchor points are used to animate objects from the specific anchor point where it is on your layer, and sometimes you need it to go to a specific part of your layer, but you just can't. Before, it was actually hard to get your anchor point to a specific part. You use your pan behind tool and you would click and try to move it around, you would try to center it, but it wasn't automatically doing so. In version CS6 and before of After Effects, you'd actually have to hold down Command while you drag the anchor point around, and you could then snap it to the edge, the middle, or really any part of your layer. Now in After Effects CC Creative Cloud, you can actually use the pan behind tool and it will automatically move your anchor point and snap it to the edge. So it's easy to center your anchor point to an object or put it down on the bottom center or bottom right, bottom left. You get the point. If you do, however, need to move it to a specific part of your image, so say we have this house here, and we need to move this anchor point to exactly this doorknob, it's not necessarily easy because you have this snapping feature on that tries to get it to snap to the middle line. What you can do now in Creative Cloud is hold Command down to allow you to move the anchor point wherever you want. So say I went on this chimney point or directly on the doorknob, I can do that by holding down the Command key. While I'm on a Mac, it's Control on a PC, and you can move it exactly where you want it to and not have it snap. So those are two quick tools. It's great to have the snapping on. I think After Effects is great for adding that to the Creative Cloud version, but sometimes you don't want it to be on and you don't want it to snap to a specific part, and so use Command or Control on your computer to allow you to move the anchor point wherever you want it. Thanks a lot for watching, and we'll see you in another tutorial. Hey everyone, welcome to a quick tutorial on how to use parenting to make your animations better and easier. This comes from a question from one of the students here in the After Effects course that was wondering, how do I rotate objects together? Because when you create shapes, and I just created this quick composition, when you create a bunch of different shapes and you're trying to rotate them, say I was trying to rotate these little circles around the square, well, when I created them, I have this, you see this anchor point right here. I'll zoom a little bit more. And if I rotate, so I'm just going to select this layer and click rotate, well, I can't rotate it around the circle or the square like that. I'll have to move this anchor point by choosing the pan behind tool, moving it right here, trying to get it perfectly in the center of this square, and then rotating it. And then I would have to do that for every single circle or shape that I want to rotate. Well, parenting is an easy way to do rotations around a single object. So let me just show you what's going to happen if I select all of these, I bring up the rotation, and I start rotating. Okay, so that's not what I want to happen. I want everything to rotate together. So one way to do that is to parent. So I select all of these layers, and you see this parent tab. If you don't see that, you're going to have to click the toggle modes button down here so that you see the parenting. And you can either take this, what is called a pick whip, and you can drag it to the object you want to parent to, or basically stick to, or you can click this drop down and select the object. I'm going to take the pick whip tool and drag it to square 1 because I want everything to be stuck to 1. So now if I rotate, bring up rotation, and rotate, everything is now attached to square 1. Even if I do a size animation or change the size, it's again attached to the square 1. So let me just do a quick animation to show you the amazing stuff you can do with parenting. So I'm going to just rotate, press U to bring up all of my keyframes, and I'll rotate to about there. I'm going to select all, F9 to do a easy ease, and you can see how, well, I would want to do more to this, but pretty awesome that is, and how easy it is with just 4 keyframes. I don't have to keyframe anything else. I can just keyframe the object that everything is parented to, and everything else animates accordingly. So using parenting is a good way to stick objects to each other. Now within this, if I go to another object, so say the second square, I bring up rotation, I can rotate this individually, or say scale. So say I want this to actually grow even more, so something like that. So say grow from smaller than the circles to bigger. I can do something like that. And it's separate than the parented objects. It doesn't affect anything else. Only if I edit the square 1 will everything else be edited or changed. So I hope this is a quick tool that you can use. I use it all the time when I'm creating motion graphics like this for titles and effects and other things. So use parenting. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'll see you in another tutorial. Hey everyone, welcome to this new tutorial from Video School Online. This is in After Effects. We're going to be creating rotating text like this. You've probably seen this type of text animation in a number of commercials and TV shows. Nowadays, I see this type of transition all of the time. And I got a question on YouTube asking how to do this. They were actually referring to this specific Video Hive video itself. You'll see the sliding text right here. So that's pretty awesome, and that's what we're going to be creating. It's going to end up looking just like this. So let's get straight to it. I always recommend watching in HD full screen for these tutorials. So we're going to dive into After Effects. The first thing you want to do is create a new composition. I'm going to create one that's 1920 by 1080, and 5 seconds long is perfect. 2997 frame rate, and I'll just call this full text comp. And then I'm going to create another composition. So click that new composition button. I'm going to call this text 1, and I'm going to make it 1000 pixels by 200 pixels. So 1000 wide by 200 tall, same 5 seconds. Actually, we could probably make it 2 seconds. Let's go ahead and make it 2 seconds. Okay, so going back to my full text comp, the first thing we're going to do is add a little background. So let's just go layer up to layer new, solid, or Command Y if you're on a Mac, or Control Y if you're on a PC. I'm just going to call this BG for background, and let's pick something a little more fun, something like a dark-ish or a lightish turquoise color. All right, then go over, let me just close some of these old tabs that I had been working with for my other test. Okay, so go ahead and open text 1. And what I'm going to do is just type in some text. So let's just call this hello. Okay, so it's floating up in space, so I'm just going to drop it down. I'll just say welcome, like I did in the other one. Welcome. Just put it centered right in this box is perfect. The more that it fills up the box, the better it will look, but it doesn't necessarily have to fill up this box. Now go to our full text comp and drop in our text 1 on top of our background. And I'm just going to lock my background so I don't mess it up at all. Then what I'm going to do with my rulers, which if you don't have rulers, go up to View and Show Rulers, or Command R, and then drag out a ruler to the left side of this box and one to the right side of this box. So it's kind of hard to see, but I have these rulers at the end of the box, and this will just help me do my rotations. Next, what I'm going to do is with my text 1 layer selected down here, I'm going to turn on the 3D layers by checking this little cube column right here in this layer, and also the motion blur, which I'm also going to enable by clicking this Enable Motion Blur button up here. Right here, around 10 frames, I'm going to press P on my keyboard for position, and then I'm going to press the position stopwatch to create a keyframe there. Then I'm going to bring up R, and I'm going to set a keyframe for my Y rotation. Then I'm going to press U to bring up both my Y rotation and position keyframes, and go back in time. Now we're going to rotate this welcome from the right. So I'm going to move it over to the right so that the center, which is where my anchor point, is right where that line is. And then I'm going to rotate it negative around 90 degrees, negative 80, until it's about off. So you can barely see it. And then what I'm going to do is go to about 1 second and 10 frames. I'm going to set another keyframe here for position and Y rotation. Then I'm going to go to 20 frames, 1 second and 20 frames, and move it to the left so that the center is along this line, and then rotate it a positive about 80 degrees or so. So now if I play through this, you'll see the basic effect that we're getting. So that's pretty cool. It's just not as fluid as I would like. So what I'm going to do is select all of these keyframes and press F9 on my keyboard, or right click Keyframe Assistant, Easy Ease. Then what I'm going to do is click this little graph editor button up here. Let me just bring this up a bit so we can see more of our graph editor. And what this does, it allows us to animate the speed of our animations, of our keyframes basically. So make sure that you are viewing the speed graph and not the value graph by clicking this button right here, which allows you to choose the speed graph. Now, select all of your keyframes by clicking and dragging over the keyframes. The keyframes are where these little boxes are on the graph. Then what I want to do is I want it to be very fast into the animation, but kind of slow down as it gets to its resting spot in the center. So first, actually, let me just select this keyframe right here. I'm going to zoom in just with the plus button on my keyboard. And by selecting these keyframes, which is the Y rotation and the position keyframe, I can select these little yellow bars and drag to the left. And what that's saying is that you can actually see the speed where it ramps up really fast and then it slows into this animation. And then same goes here. I'm going to ramp out of that so it's a little bit slower, but it's faster at the end. So now let me just zoom out and we can play. I want to make sure that these match a little bit, so I'm going to just drag these a little bit more. And then if I play through it, so that's getting to look a little bit better. The one thing that's missing, I'm going to get out of my graph editor, is that after it rotates to the left, you still see it on the frame right here. So what I'm going to do at this keyframe right here is put my time indicator right there and then press Option right bracket, which cuts this layer at that keyframe. So now it disappears after that, which is pretty good. Okay, so this is the basic animation, and now we're just going to duplicate this text. The reason why I did it in a pre-comp is so that I can just quickly copy and paste these keyframes to the next text box, basically. So let's just take this text 1, duplicate it by pressing Command D. Now it's called text 5 because I already have other text 2 pre-comps in here, but I'm going to rename to text 2. I'm going to open up, and I'll just call this Welcome Everyone. And you can put whatever text you want. You could change the font if you would like. I'm using Futura. Then going back to my full text comp, drag this text down here to my layer and put it a little bit offset. So not right where these keyframes start. I don't want to line it up with that first keyframe. I'm going to put it about 3 or 4 frames to the right. Now I want to turn on 3D layer first and motion blur. And then what I'm going to do is copy these keyframes from my text 1. So selecting them, dragging over them, and pressing Command C. Then selecting this layer right here, my text 2, at the very beginning, make sure your time indicator's at the very beginning, press Command V. And now if you press U, you will see the keyframes for this. And what I'm going to do is just drag this to the left, or what I can do is just set my time indicator at this last keyframe and Option right bracket to cut it off. Now let me just play through this. And now we have rotating text. And we could play around with the speed of this, so maybe make this a little bit later, 1 keyframe later, so just nudging it to the right so it's not really overlapping with the welcome text at all, something like this. And that's looking pretty good. Now you could go into the graph editor, change the speed a little bit, but this is pretty much what we would be doing, and we just keep duplicating these text layers and adding more and more layers depending on how many times you want text to rotate. And again, you can do this, you can rotate it opposite ways, you can rotate it from up above if you like, but this is the basic animation that a lot of people use, so pretty awesome. There's one more thing that if you want to add a little bit of pop to your videos, I'm going to show you how to do it. And with this animation right here in the sample, there's a little pop in the size. So it kind of does a little bounce in with the size. And so what I would have done before I even added this text 2 is add this to the first text layer. And what I'm going to do is open up the scale for this layer. So press S and just hit the keyframe button right here to add a keyframe. Press U to bring up all of our keyframes. And then I'm going to go to my second keyframe at 10 frames and hit this keyframe button to add another keyframe. Right now, my keyframes are at 100% throughout this entire animation, so it's not going to do anything. So what I'm going to do is change this first one to like 105, for example. And now I'm going to easy ease them, so select both of them and press F9. And let's just add a little bit more, so let's do 110. So something like that's looking pretty good. I might select both of these, and using the value graph, I'm going to add a little bump. So selecting this first one, I'm just going to bump it up just like so. And then let's play through that. So something like that could work. And then I would just basically duplicate this one right here and duplicate this first one right here. So it's going from 100% to 110%. And then look at the graph editor again and do a little bump like so. Again, I'm looking at the value graph and not the speed graph, but also with the speed graph, may just make it a little more of a pop, something like that. So something like that could be pretty cool. Just to add a little bit more to your animation. That looks really weird because it's getting cut off, but then I would just duplicate these or copy all of these, select my text 2 and paste. And now if I play this through, we get a little bit more interesting animation with that little scale bump. So that's this animation. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. If you have any other questions, let me know in the comments. If you have any other tutorials that you want me to create for you, please let me know. And we'll just see you in another tutorial or over at videoschoolonline.com, where you can find lots of great articles and premium courses on everything from After Effects, motion graphics, photography, video creation, to building your own online business. Thanks for watching and have a great day. Hey everyone, welcome to a quick After Effects tutorial on how to slow down an After Effects project, animation, composition when you have a bunch of individual compositions added together. This is a question from Rolla on my Udemy Complete Adobe After Effects course. He has a project with 10 compositions, and when he renders it out, it's actually too fast. And sometimes that happens when you are previewing it and your computer's not fast enough to do a full RAM preview at real speed. And so what do you do instead of going into each composition, editing all the keyframes and hoping that it works? Well, there's an easy way to slow down an entire composition called time remapping. And here I'm going to use this composition as an example. You can see here it's a big project I'm rendering out. You can see up above that it's not playing in real time. So it's going a lot slower than what it typically would. But if I do play it out when it is rendered, you can see that it's a nice speed actually, because this is how it was built. But say I want it to be slower. Say I want this entire project to be slower. You can see I have 17 layers of pre-comps in it. And it doesn't necessarily have to be pre-comps. It could just be layers upon layers, all keyframed. What would you do? So what I would do is take this entire composition and put it within another new composition so that all of these layers are actually turned into one layer in the new composition. How do I do that easily? What I can do is find this composition. This one's called Render Me, but just take your composition that has all of your layers, all your pre-compositions in it, the one that you want to slow down. Find that composition and then just take it and drag it down into the composition window. What that will do is create a composition where all of our layers are in this one layer called a pre-comp. I'm just going to retitle this full comp. Okay. And now what we can do, we can scrub through this. We can see our entire composition. It's pretty blurry because I'm viewing this at half quality. But say, let's just take a portion of it. Let's just zoom in right here. You're going to right click this layer. You're going to go to time and click enable time remapping. What that does is you see there's a keyframe added at the beginning and the end. Now what you can do is decrease the time. So if I drag this last keyframe all the way to 10 seconds, basically what it's saying is squeeze all minute and 12 seconds or so of this composition and squeeze it into 10 seconds. And so that would be super duper fast, but that's not what we want to do. We want to slow down. So what we'll do is go to composition settings, and we will increase the timing of this composition. Now, if you want to double the time, you can do that. You can just do 2 minutes and 24 frames, or 24 seconds, that is. Or if you don't want to double it, you can do a little bit more than a minute and 12 seconds. You can play around with it, but just hit OK. And now we can extend this composition like so we can see the full length of our composition. And now we can move this second keyframe to the very end. And then what we have to do is extend the layer to the end as well. Now what this actually did was it took the minute and 12-second composition and stretched it to 2 minutes and 24 seconds. So now if I render this out, it will be a lot slower. And you can see now it's playing right about real time, and it's a lot slower. Now this is way too slow. I don't think this is as slow as I want, so maybe I'll move this back to maybe like a minute and 30 seconds. So a little bit slower than a minute and 12 seconds, but not too slow. So let's render this out. Probably if I view it at quarter quality, it'll be even better. And even with this composition, because I have so many layers going on, my RAM, my 16 gigabytes of RAM isn't fast enough for this to render out all the time. So let's just play through this when it renders out. So it's a lot slower, but it still has nice motion. And so maybe that's what you're looking for. So using time remapping, you can speed up and slow down entire compositions in an easy way when you are completely done with an animation and you don't have to tweak individual parts of it. Like if I had to tweak the individual line, like this one line that's going across the frame, then I would have to go in and change those keyframes. But if you're slowing down an entire composition, an entire animation, you can use time remapping to do that. The other thing about time remapping though is that this will work for motion graphics, but if you have video that you are using, it's not going to work as well, because if you're using video and you're using time remapping and you're slowing it down at half speed, unless you shot at a higher frame rate, your video is going to start to look stuttery and it won't look good slowed down. So this is really more for if you're doing motion graphics with titles and text and photos and graphics. So anyways, I hope this answered your question. And for anyone else watching this tutorial, I hope this answered your questions as well. Please check out videoschoolonline.com for more great tutorials. And if you're interested in the Adobe After Effects complete course and want to learn more on how to be a great After Effects motion graphics designer, check out the course in the link below. And thank you all for everyone who is a part of this course already. Have a great day, and we'll see you in another tutorial. Hey everyone, welcome to a quick After Effects tutorial. I got a question in the complete After Effects course from Lisa on how to create text blocks similar to this, where you have a block of color and then the text is actually a window into the background. She sent me this project right here. Let me just play through the first second. You have this first little part where this motion array text is seeing through the background, and it's actually relatively simple. So let's go ahead and create a new composition, or you can work on a composition you're already working on. The first thing to do is create your text. So I'm just going to say sample. Right here I have a stroke on this text, so I'm going to turn that off. So here under my character settings, I'm just going to turn this stroke all the way to 0. And you can see that I've used a pretty thick font. So you want to make sure that it's something pretty thick so that it can really showcase the whatever's behind this text. I'm also going to add just a video clip. Here's a video just of me making Dutch oven bread. And so that's a good backdrop. Sometimes different backgrounds don't work as well depending on how bright or dark it is. The next thing we're going to do is create our shape layer. So go up to your rectangle or whatever shape you want to choose. Choose your fill, and then make sure nothing is selected down here, and create a block. So I'm just going to create a block. I'm going to drop this shape layer below the sample, our text layer. And then I'm going to use my align panel, which you can get to from window align, to align this text so that it's centered with the block behind it. So I'm just going to select both the text and the block layer, center align it, and vertical align it. So now it's perfectly centered within that block. Now I can go in and change the size of this block if I want, make sure that, you know, there's generally equal spacing at the top, bottom, left, and right of these letters. Now what I'm going to do with my shape layer is under track matte, which is right here, change that from none to alpha inverted matte. So alpha matte will make the actual color of this shape layer in the text. Alpha inverted matte will invert that so that the text actually shines through whatever is behind here. So that's pretty much a simple way to do it. What I would do after that is parent either one of these to each other. I would parent the shape layer to the text. So now if I take the text and I move it around, the shape layer also moves around. So then if I want to do a little size animation, so if I say scale, bring up scale with S and set a keyframe, and I move this forward to around 1 second, and then I decrease this size, something like that. And then I select both of these, ease them with F9 on my keyboard, and then play through this. You can see what's happening to this text. So the black box behind it matches the animation of the text. Now to get what we did on this animation where you can kind of see what's happening with the text kind of going down, you would just animate the shape behind it. You would use I actually have a tutorial for how to easily reveal shapes and layers. So that is a good option to check out. And otherwise, that's pretty much how you create this text. Hopefully that helps Lisa and to everyone else who is wondering about how to do this. Thanks for watching, and as always, check out videoschoolonline.com for more tutorials and premium courses related to After Effects and all sorts of other things. Bye. Hey, what's up? This is Phil with videoschoolonline.com. Thanks for checking out this video. So I got a question submitted on YouTube about how do you reverse an animation in After Effects easily. So for example, how do you have, for a lower third that you animate on, how do you reverse that animation, and what's the best way to do that? So the easiest way that I can say that we can do in about 30 seconds is this. So I created this lower third right here, so this is a good example. So I can basically select all of these and pre-compose them. So select all, right click, and select pre-compose. Okay, you can rename or whatever you want. And then, you know, go to wherever you think is about halfway through your animation. So say you want your animation to last 6 seconds, go to 3 seconds. Then I'm just going to press Option right bracket to cut the rest of this animation off. Alright, then I'm going to just duplicate this by pressing Command D, and then I'm going to select both and then right click and do Keyframe Assist Sequence Layers. Make sure you don't click overlap, just select OK. Now with the one that's second in the timeline, you're going to right click, Time Reverse Layer. So now this is reversed, and now it's going off the screen. So there you have it. That's an easy way to bring on an animation and then take it off. You can do this with any sort of animation. If you want it to be longer, then you can just, you know, scoot it over and make it a little bit longer, drag out the rest of that composition. And so yeah, this is pretty easy. Thanks for the question. Please check out videoschoolonline.com for more tutorials, more full courses. And if you like this video, you know, give it a thumbs up. submit a comment, subscribe to my YouTube channel if you haven't done so already. That's at Video School, or at youtube.com/videoschoolonline if you're not watching this on YouTube. And yeah, just thanks so much, and it's a pretty cool tip for the day. See you in the next video. Bye. Hey, what's up? This is Phil Ebener from videoschoolonline.com, bringing you the swinging text tutorial. You see what's happening on my screen. This is what we're going to do. You've probably seen this sort of effect lots of times in motion graphics, advertisements, whatever you see on TV. This sort of swinging text intro is really popular, and it's been around for a while, but I thought, well, probably a lot of you haven't learned how to do it yet, and to really get the motion down, because it's more than just adding a 3D rotation to your text. So let's get straight into the tutorial. Okay, so I'm going to create a new composition. 5 seconds is fine. I'm going to create a new background, Command Y to bring up solid. Let's do a different color this time. Let's do something like a red. Something like this will be cool. Okay, now I'm going to fit to 100 just so that we can see. Now I'm just going to choose some text. And we'll just do, I just found this font. It's works out well because it's sort of a bold font, all caps, all capitalization set right here, all caps. Okay, so then I'm going to duplicate this by pressing Command D, move it down. Then I will say check out. And then lastly, videoschoolonline.com. Now, to make this look fancy, I'm just going to, make sure everything lines up. Make the out bigger. I don't know, this looks a little funky because this out is huge. How about we do this on one line? And then, okay, so this will be something like this. Check out. Can align these two with my align layers. Move up. I'm going to lock that background so I don't move it accidentally. Check out Video School Online. So you can do this on text layers, shape layers, whatever you want. Duplicate this one more so we have 3 layers. Today, do it now. You can check out online courses at videoschoolonline.com right now. Yeah. Okay, so we got some cool text. And I'm just going to make this a little bit bigger. So we got some variation in the text size. Okay, so then you want to make sure that your anchor point is at the top of your text layers. Now I have this move anchor point script, which you can search for in Google, move anchor point script, and download it. It's the first one. And you just easily click this top button right there, and it changes the anchor point to the top. So now if I set all of these to be 3D, and then I bring up the rotation, for example, for X rotation, it rotates from that anchor point. Say if I had the anchor point be at the bottom, then it rotates from the bottom. From the center, rotates from the center. And that can be a cool effect too. But I want to make sure that the anchor point's on top for all of these. Now first I'm just going to hide or turn off these 2 layers, and I'm just going to work with the check out. I'm also going to turn on motion blur to make this look a little bit more natural. And you'll see, actually first I'm going to leave it off so that you can see what it looks like without it. Okay, so we're going to be animating the X rotation. So just set a keyframe for 0, and then I'm just going to move this ahead about 2 seconds. Now you got to give this a lot of this sort of effect a little bit of time for it to really look natural. Okay, so then I'm going to, at the start of my composition, I'm going to rotate backwards to about 90 degrees. Okay, so now, and I'm just going to slide this over so it's off the screen and then it comes onto screen. Okay, well now obviously that doesn't look good because it's so slow, because we have to make it swing back and forth. So we have our starting point and our ending point. Actually, I'm going to make this a little bit further back, just about where it disappears, right there. So starting, ending. Now in between, I'm going to make it swing. So about 10 frames forward, I'm going to make it swing up to like -40 rotation, X rotation. Then I'm going to go forward about 10 frames, and then back 30, so something like that. Then go forward again, and it will be 20, so forward 20 degrees, and then back 10 degrees. Actually, I'm going to do 15 because I did 10 on the last one and it didn't look so good and I had to change it. Now I'm just going to space these out evenly. You know, this isn't a science and we might move these around later, but let me show you how it looks right now. Okay, so since the motion to each of these keyframes is the same speed, it looks really funky, because when you think of a swing, there is inertia and it slows down and speeds up. And so what we have to do is set an easy ease for all these. So function F9 on a Mac, or just F9 to turn on easy ease. And now it looks a lot better. So you can tell it's starting to look better, but it's still not perfect. Let's go back to this comp and I'll show you. It just looks natural the way that it comes on to the screen. As this one, looks a little unnatural still. So we're going to go into our graph editor. So select this graph editor. And now I'm just going to create some interesting motion. So as you see right here, it slows into this motion. Right about here, when it's at the about 0 degrees, that's when it's going its fastest. And that's what this graph is saying. It's slowing, and then there's like a peak right here, and it's fast. You can see how it's curved. And that's about what it should do, because as it's rotating down, it's speeding up, and then it hits the bottom and starts to move up again, and it slows down. And then it will, again, right about here, be the fastest that it can be. So I'm just going to move these keyframes a little over and just create this sort of same sort of motion for each of these keyframes. Okay, something like this. Now let's check it out. See, now that looks a lot more natural. See, it slows into that rotation. And I'm going to uncheck the graph editor. I'm going to move this last keyframe a little bit over, because this one, you know, you figure the last time it swings down, it should take a little bit longer. And that looks pretty good. Now let's turn on motion blur to see what the difference is. And it's very subtle, but it looks better, at least to my eye. And it looks just more like how motion would. Alright, so now I'm going to copy these keyframes, go to the very front of these two, this composition and the timeline, and select both layers, paste them, make sure these are on. And you notice how it's a little bit weird. So this rotation right here, the starting rotation for Video School Online is 94, but it's a little bit too much. So I changed that to 92. And then down here for today, do it now, it's about 91. Then I'm just going to take these layers and move them over. And I want them to start coming down right about when checkout, you know, hits the bottom. So something like that. And then as soon as Video School Online reaches the bottom, I'm going to make today, the last layer, come down. Okay, so let's render this out, see what it looks like. And there you have it, some awesome swinging text. It's a great way to introduce some text for a logo, for a title card, or anything. So try to duplicate this. If you have any questions, hit me up. Send a message to videoschoolonline.com And otherwise, please like, subscribe. If you're watching this on YouTube or wherever else, hit that like button and share it with some friends. Okay, talk to you guys later. Bye. Hey, what's up everyone? This is Phil Ebener with videoschoolonline.com. Today we are talking about putting text on a path. So this is something that you can actually create some pretty interesting motion graphics with if you want to make some circular text animation intro or something like that, like you're seeing on the screen, or if you want to get wacky and create some sort of roller coaster, loop or whatever. You can basically do whatever you want because you can create whatever type of path you want. So I'm going to show you how I did this. Okay, so in After Effects, just start a new composition. 5 seconds is fine. I'm gonna add a new background. Just Command Y to bring up the new solid. I'm just going to create something pretty cool. I like this color a lot. I was wearing a t-shirt that was this color earlier. I'm going to lock that layer so I don't mess it up. Then I'm just going to create some cool text. Visit videoschoolonline.com for videos. Awesome. That's a redundant sentence right there, but whatever. Okay, so say you have your text right here. How did I create that sort of circle intro from before? Well, I created a mask using the ellipse tool up here. So get your ellipse tool and then create a circle, a perfect circle, by holding shift down while you create this. Okay, so now I'm going to move this mask so the bottom is kind of where the bottom of the screen is. Alright, but wait, where did our text go? You might be asking yourself. Well, let's find it. So underneath our text twirly down thing, go down to path options, and now under path you will see this drop down menu that usually has none checked, but now whoop-de-doo, there is mask number 1. Now hit that and you will see that the mask is, or the text is on this mask, but we can't really see it yet, and it's kind of not exactly what we want. So, but you can move it by changing this margin. So change this margin and you'll see your text appear. But wait, when I bring it up, it's kind of upside down. So I'm going to reverse this path. Okay? So then I'm going to make it a little bit smaller so it all fits on the screen, and that's pretty cool. We can create some cool motion and text intros with this. So it's and then basically you just have to keyframe this. There's some other things that you can play around with, like perpendicular to path. I mean, if you like some sort of, I don't know where you would need this, but maybe you will. Force alignment off on. This basically makes the text, it sticks it to a certain point on the path. And you can kind of change it, and you can make it look as cool as you want. That could be a cool sort of intro as well, editing these keyframes to make it sort of spring on to the frame. But we're not going to play with that, so I'm going to say force alignment off, and then I'm just going to bring it back up to the top. So this is kind of our resting point where we want it to end. So I'm just going to go, about a second into this animation, set a keyframe for first margin, then I'm going to go back to the beginning and make it go backwards off the screen. And then I'm going to go forward to 2 seconds and copy the second keyframe so it stays there. And then I'm going to go to 3 seconds, and instead of copying this first margin, because if I do that, what happens is it's going to go backwards, I'm going to move it forwards even more so it goes all the way off the screen like so. So now we have the basic motion of it coming on the screen. But I always want to make it a little bit more interesting, so I'm going to ease these using function F9 on my Mac keyboard, and then go into the graph editor and just make this a little bit more interesting, make it look like it's popping on and off the screen. So something like this. is kind of cool. Maybe I'll have the motion just start really fast, and then I'll have it end really fast as well. So it really slows into that spot. That's kind of cool. So there you have the circle. And basically the same premise, the same thing goes for duplicating this on any path, but you can just kind of create your own. So I'm just going to take this text again. Hey, you are awesome. Please subscribe. Okay, so that is some cool text. And now I'm just going to actually hide that text first. Then I'm going to create a custom path using the pen tool. So I'm just going to click around. Maybe I'll do some sort of loop-de-loop. And there you go. Make this 100% again. All right, so then again, I'm going to go over under the text, twirl these down, and under path options, turn to mask 1. Now you can see how it gets a little funky, so I'm just going to edit these mask points to make this loop look a little bit more loopy. That was pretty good. And then something like this, and yeah, that's gonna look pretty cool. So then again, I'm going to reverse path so it's on the outside. Actually, I don't know if I want it on the outside or not. Actually, no, I don't. I want it to end up like that. So I'm just going to change the first margin so that goes all the way off. And you can see you can move it all the way off your path. Even though my path doesn't extend past the screen, I can still animate the first margin off the screen. So I'm going to set that first keyframe. Then I'm going to have it go all the way around this loop-de-loop. Stop there. Copy this keyframe, go forward a little bit, and make it go off the screen. So then I'm going to easy ease these. Let's see what it looks like. You have this awesome text animation of your text flying in a loop-de-loop. It reminds me of a Hot Wheels car. I can go in and play with the speed of these graphs, a little bit more, and change how fast things are moving onto my screen. So something like this. Woo, that's pretty darn cool. Okay, so thanks for watching. You are awesome, as the text implies. And please subscribe wherever you're watching this. Like it, share it. And if you have any questions, shoot me a message at videoschoolonline.com. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in another tutorial. Bye. Hey there, bringing you another Adobe After Effects trick, or more like a tip this time. Make sure that you have autosave on. I don't know if you have ever lost a project due to a computer crash or After Effects crashing, but I have, and it's terrible, especially in After Effects where you don't have to create a project file to get going on a project. You can just open up After Effects, do a bunch of work, and save it later. But that's nice because you can just get in and start working, but it's kind of a pain because if you don't save it, if you don't create that project file and it crashes for some reason, power goes out, whatever, you lose all of that work. So make sure in After Effects you go up to Preferences under the Adobe After Effects main menu, go to Autosave, and then in Autosave, just make sure that you have Automatically Saves Projects selected, and then you can change whether you want it to save every 10 minutes or, whoops, let me get back there, any amount of time. So I typically do about every 5 or 10 minutes. I think 5 is good because for me, I'm changing a lot of stuff rapidly. And then you can change the maximum project versions that you have. I say anywhere between 10 and 20 is good. Some people go crazy and have 50 project versions, but 50 project versions, that's every 5 minutes. That's about, 250 minutes. That's about 6 hours worth of project saves. Unless you're working on it for a couple days and you think you're going to have to go back to a previous version from yesterday's work or this morning 6 hours ago, if you're working on it for 6 hours straight, I would say you don't need to clog up your computer with that kind of autosave. These saves save to your project folder wherever you save your project, and so you'll see a little autosave, Adobe After Effects autosave folder. And yeah, if you crash or anything and you need to get back to your project, just go to that autosave folder. So that's just a quick tip from an experienced After Effects user who has lost quite a few projects due to not choosing the autosave. And it's something now that whenever I go to a new computer, I always check that box for automatically saved projects, because you don't want to be wasting your own time and losing any more projects. And one more thing, I wanted to remind you that right now all of my Adobe related courses are on sale for only $29 a piece. So check out the link below in the top of the description, or click the annotation below me and get $29 to learn Photoshop, Premiere Pro, Lightroom, Illustrator, or After Effects. Thanks a lot, and we'll see you inside one of the courses. Hey, what's up guys? This is Phil Ebner with videoschoolonline.com with another Adobe Tricks lesson. Today we're talking about After Effects and using the arrow keys on our keyboard to really improve your workflow. So let's get straight into After Effects. So here I have a composition that I just created with 3 separate layers, 2 background layers and a circle or a ball layer. So using your arrow keys, you can use left, down, up, right to move the layer itself in the composition. Now it's hard to see exactly how much it's moving. I guess if I had it's moving at 1 pixel, and since this composition is a 1920 by 1080 pixel composition, it doesn't look like it's moving too much. But let me zoom in and see if you can see. So it's still pretty hard to see the ball actually moving to the left or the right, but it is as I use those arrow keys. Now to move it even further, you can press Shift and left or right or up or down, and it moves it even further. Okay? So another thing that you want to that the arrow keys is great for is moving through the timeline. Rather than clicking and moving your timeline marker up and down, you know, sometimes it's good to see the motion of a graphic or an animation by scrubbing through the timeline 1 frame at a time. And you can do that by pressing Command right or Command left. That will move your timer or your marker up or back in the timeline. So let me just add a little bit of motion to this ball really quickly, just setting 2 keyframes for position. Okay, so we have this ball dropping, so maybe we want to see how it moves through this time. So I'm doing that by holding Command and pressing left or right. Now if I do Command up or down, what that does is it deselects the layer that I'm selecting and moves down to the next layer, or up. As you can see here, I'm just going through my different layers down here. And this is great because to be a really efficient motion graphics artist or user of After Effects, or whatever program you're really using your keyboard is a lot more efficient than using your mouse. It's quicker. Knowing the hotkeys will really improve your workflow. So this is a cool way to go through your layers if you want. Okay, so now let's add Command and Shift. So all these things, if you press Command and then add Shift to them, it does something different. So similarly to scrubbing through your timeline 1 frame at a time, if you press Command Shift right, it goes ahead 10 frames. And again, if you go back, it goes back 10 frames. Pretty straightforward. Now Command Shift and up or down, similar to just Command Shift where you're just changing the selection of whatever layer you're on, holding Command Shift and pressing up or down selects multiple layers. Okay? So there I started out on the top layer and I pressed Command Shift down, down, and now I have all these layers selected. So if I want to do that, then I let go and just press Shift right. That's actually moving all of these layers in the composition to the right. Okay? And now, but once I have them all selected like I did, I can't go backwards and press Command Shift up to deselect these layers. That's the only problem with that hotkey. But again, if I start in the middle, I can press Command Shift, go down, and then up. So it's really versatile in selecting layers around the layers that you are affecting or moving or changing or whatever. So those are some really quick tips using the arrows. Remember, right, left, up, down, that will just move whatever layer you're using in the composition itself. Pressing Shift plus left, down, up, right will move it even further. Pressing Command right, left will scrub through the timeline by 1 frame or back 1 frame. Adding Shift to that will do it by 10 frames. Command up or down will change the selection of whatever layer you're using or you have selected in your timeline. And then Command Shift plus up or down will select multiple layers. Okay, I hope that wasn't too confusing for you. If you have any questions, leave them down in the comments below. Otherwise, we'll see you in the next trick. Bye. And one more thing, I wanted to remind you that right now all of my Adobe related courses are on sale for only $29 a piece. So check out the link below in the top of the description or click the annotation below me and get $29 to learn Photoshop, Premiere Pro, Lightroom, Illustrator, or After Effects. Thanks a lot, and we'll see you inside one of the courses. Hey, what's up everyone? This is Phil Ebner with videoschoolonline.com bringing you a quick tutorial. This is an After Effects basic motion graphics tutorial. We're going to teach you how to do some basic motion graphics in hopefully less than 10 minutes. We'll see how quickly we can get through all of this. But we're basically going to go through some position, size, and different types of transitions to create something like this. So motion graphics, and especially motion graphics with text, it's a huge thing right now. You see it in commercials and movies and TV shows, music videos, you name it. There's some motion graphics going on. And so it really boils down through a few basic techniques that I'm going to show you how to use in After Effects. Now, before we get started, I would just want to say that you can be using whatever version of After Effects that you want. I am going to be using After Effects CC, which is the Creative Cloud version, the latest version as of the recording of this lesson. But you could really use any of them. And while watching this video, make sure you're watching in 1920 1080p full screen. You'll get the best viewing experience that way. So I'm also going to go through a little bit quicker, so it may be good if you have a little bit of After Effects experience and just know your way around the program. If you don't, you can go and check out my other tutorials or even one of my online classes. I have a complete After Effects course where you'll learn everything you need to know. So here we are in After Effects, and this is the basic motion graphic that we're going to create today. So to create a new composition or a new video, you go down to this button down here that's Create New Composition, or go up to the top, select New Composition, or press Command N on a Mac, or Control N on a PC. You can just name this Motion Graphics or whatever you want. This is where you set your settings in this module. So we have 1920 by 1080, frame rate 23976, that's fine. Duration 10 seconds, that's good enough for us. Background color I always leave at black. But you'll notice when I created that, the background is not black, and that's because my toggle transparency grid is clicked on, and so that means I can see what's transparent, because technically there is no background. Even though they say it's black, there's no layer here that is creating a black background. So we're going to create a new layer. You can go up to layer, new solid. That's what we're going to create. There's all sorts of different layers. So there's text, solid, lights, cameras, all sorts of things. We're going to create a new solid. So you can also press Command Y on the keyboard and then just pick a color. I used this aqua teal for the last version, so I'll use something else. Maybe something like a little bit of purple in there, something like this. Magenta, that's nice. And I'm going to rename this background. We can always go back and change the color of this if it's too bright or something like that. You can press Command Shift Y on a Mac, or you can go up to Layer, Solid Settings, and you can click this color and basically change it. Say I want more gray in there, something like that. You can do that. Alright, so then we're going to start to add our text. So you go up to this T or press Command T, and then click in your composition and then type your first word. And I already have, my font choice and everything, but we can choose a different font for just for sake of trying something new. Over here in your character window, if you don't see that, you go up to Window and click on Character. I love Avenir. It's a nice clean font. We'll try to use something else that's kind of clean like that. How about Futura is not bad. And there's also different options down here. So we can do condensed medium, medium italics, condensed extra bold. We'll do that condensed medium. I kind of like that. And we want to center this as much as possible. We can go down here to select and turn on title action safe. And this gives us this grid kind of, and we can see this T or this plus sign is in the middle of the composition. And I'm just going to put this at the top for now and leave it there. And then I'm going to raise it up just a bit. And if I click and hold shift down, you'll notice that as I raise up, it stays along that Y axis. It doesn't let me go left or right. I already moved it to the center this way on the X axis, but now I want to just raise it up. So by holding shift, it keeps me on that Y axis, and that really helps me, keep things aligned. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the title action safe grid. Then a quick way to create another text box is to actually just click this one, duplicate it by pressing Command D on a Mac, and then double clicking it, and then you can just change the text. So I'm using all capitals just because I think all caps in motion graphics works well. I can either change the size of this welcome by changing the font size over here, like so, or I can press S and it brings up the scale options, and I can raise or lower the scale. So I like leaving my scale at 100% at the start while I, put together my composition, because basically how I create motion graphics is I put together, for example, if it's text, I put together all of my text and how it will look in the end, and then I go backwards and create all the motion. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm creating all the text to see how it looks in the end. So I'm going to go ahead and duplicate my welcome. So move that down. Oops. So you see that I zoomed out. To get back to that full view, you can go up to this box right here, click fit up to 100%. So I'm just going to duplicate or edit this. Welcome. Oops. Duplicate to the, duplicate it one more. I can type it in and then move it. But to move it, you're going to have to click and press V on your keyboard, or go back and click selection tool. Because if you have the horizontal, if you have the type tool and you try to move it, it's not going to work. So you have to go back up to the selection tool right here, or press V on your keyboard. You'll notice that they're all too big. So one thing I can do is select all three and drop down the font size until I think they will all fit. And I'm just going to slide these over. And it looks like they're actually too small, so I'm going to just play around with it. After Effects is a lot of playing around. You see, as I try to click these this text, I click the background, and now I'm stuck moving the background, and I can't really click onto my text. One way to not run into that problem is to lock my background. So down here on the timeline, under this lock checkbox, you can just click the lock for this background layer. Now I can't move it, and when I use my mouse to just select the text, it's easy to select. Now I'm just going to select all three, and just on my keyboard I can press Shift up or just the up arrow key to move the text one pixel at a time. So this looks pretty good, but it all looks kind of high. If I turn on my title action safe, it's not all centered vertically. So I'm going to select all my text and then just move it down until it's about in the middle, something like that. Alright, so this is going to be my final sort of view of this text. And now we're going to actually animate it, and each one we're going to do a different type of animation. So you see here that hello kind of drops down from, and it rotates onto the screen. This is something you see a lot. Let's do that first. So the first thing we want to do is change the anchor point. You'll see on every layer, you'll see that there's this little circle with lines coming out of it. It's really hard to see, but if I zoom in, you might be able to see it better. So you can also press H or use the hand tool to move around your composition if it's zoomed in. Just a quick note. So you see this little circle with the lines coming out of it? That's called the anchor point. And that is what our text is anchored to. So when you rotate it, so if you press R, you bring up the rotation options, you could rotate your text and see how it rotates around that anchor point. Or if I press scale and increase the scale, it grows from that spot. If I move it, and you can move it by going up to this pan behind tool and moving the anchor point. So let's say we move it to the middle. Now if we increase the scale, see how it increases from the center of the text, or rotates from the center? Well, that's what the anchor point does. And so we're going to move the anchor point up to the top of this so that when we rotate it backwards, it's going to rotate from the top. So right now you'll notice that if you press R, there's only one option for rotating. But what we were doing in this composition, it's a 3D rotation. It's actually rotating backwards in space. So this cube box right here on the timeline, you can check that on, and that turns on 3D rotation, or 3D for this layer. And you'll notice that there's three different options for rotation. So we can rotate it along the x-axis, along the y-axis, see how it's like 3D, or again on the z-axis, which is our normal rotation. So we're going to rotate on the x-axis. And if you've never played with After Effects or heard about keyframes, this is going to be a huge lesson for you. Keyframing is basically how you create animations with After Effects or pretty much any other motion graphics tool or video editing software. So to set a keyframe, we're going to, well, first of all, we have to set our first point for our rotation. So we're going to take our X rotation and rotate it back 90 degrees or so. I would go exactly 90 degrees, so you can type that in. Then there's this stopwatch right here next to the X rotation. You're going to click that and see how there's now a yellow diamond down here on the timeline. Well, that's a keyframe, and that means that at this point on the timeline, at 0 seconds and 0 frames at this current time, the rotation is going to be 90 degrees on the X axis. If we go forward in time about half a second and we rotate it down to 0, see how it automatically creates a keyframe? Well, it'll automatically create a keyframe if there's already keyframe set for that layer. And you'll see from this point to this point, it animates because you're saying at 0 frames, I want the hello to be at a 90-degree rotation. And at half a second, at this point, we want 0 degrees. And so what happens in between? It changes, and it creates this rotation. So that's our first animation. We're actually going to just move this whole layer down just a bit because we want it to start just, a few frames after the start of our composition. One other thing we can do is right click this last free keyframe, go to keyframe assistant and do easy ease in, and what that does is it slows down the animation as it gets to this point. So it's without easy ease, it's the same speed from the first keyframe to the second keyframe. With easy ease in on for the second keyframe, it starts out fast, or the normal speed, and then it slows into this, and it's just a little bit more natural of a motion. Alright, the last thing we're going to do is turn on motion blur. So you'll see this kind of 3 spheres layered over each other. This is the motion blur option. So click on motion blur, and you'll notice nothing happens if you just play it. And the way I'm playing it is, and rendering it out, so is I have a full keyboard with a number pad on the right side. So that is, I press 0 on the number pad to render it out. If you don't have a number pad, you can press Control 0 on your keyboard to render it out. And it's rendered out when this top bar is green. But you'll notice that motion blur is not on. We must click this Enable Motion Blur button right here on the timeline. And you'll notice that's a little bit blurrier. It's really hard to tell, but you can notice if I just put my time marker in between, see how it's a little blurry? If I turn this off, it's not blurry at all, and I turn it on, it's blurry. That's because the human eye, we try to capture motion as quick as possible, or our eyes do and our brains do, but inevitably things have blur when they move. And so this makes it a little bit more natural. So that's our first animation. The second thing we're going to do is we're going to have welcome come in and then kind of bounce into place. So we're actually going to set our first keyframe for welcome. If you press P, so we worked with rotation for hello. Now we're going to work with position. So position, you'll see here, is the position of our text on the screen. So we can set a keyframe on position. So click that stopwatch, then go backwards, and if you go down to our hello layer and press U, you will see all the keyframes for that layer. And that will help us because we want to start this welcome animation right at the end of the hello, right before it stops. So right before it stops rotating, we're going to set another keyframe for welcome. And the way we're going to do that is we're just going to change these digits over here. So I'm just clicking and dragging to the left this first digit, which moves welcome over to the left. And see how it comes onto the screen like so? If I render it out, you can see how it just comes onto the screen. We're also going to turn on, we're just going to turn on 3D for all of these layers for the heck of it, and also turn on motion blur for all of them. So there you have, now welcome has motion blur added to it. But we want to add a little bit of a bounce. So this is our final spot, but before it gets there, we want it to go past this spot. So I'm just going to go back a few frames in time and then actually move this over past our end spot. So I'm just clicking it, holding shift, and dragging it to the right side. So now it kind of goes past it and bounces back, but it's still a little jarring. It's a little too fast. So I'm going to click this end one, turn easy ease in on, and then this middle one I'm going to do just click easy ease, and that slows it into that animation and slows it out of that animation. So I'm going to add a little bit more time for it to kind of go backwards into its spot by just dragging this second keyframe out a little bit more. So now, okay, we're getting a little bit of funky motion, so I'm just going to select all of these, right click them, and select keyframe interpolation. I'm just going to do linear time under spatial interpolation and see if that helps. So that helps a lot. There was some funky motion, and so if you ever get that funky motion, that might be what it is, the keyframe interpolation. So this is a little too slow now, so I'm going to move that keyframe in a little bit And now we have welcome bouncing into our screen. So that was welcome, and that was our position change. Next, we're going to do another rotation with 2. So this one will be simple. So I'm just gonna, again, bring up the keyframes for the welcome layer. Now I'm gonna rotate 2 onto the screen. Our anchor point is at the bottom of the 2, which is good, so we don't have to do anything. So just press R to bring up rotation and set a keyframe for X rotation. So this is our final rotation point. But this isn't where we want it in our timeline, so I'm just going to move this over a few frames, about half a second. And then I'm going to go backwards negative 90 degrees. Actually, we can go forward. I think I went forwards 90 degrees. Either way will work. Alright, so see how this rotates on, but see how you can see it now in the composition? It's just, there. We want to drag the end of this layer to the start of this motion, so to the first keyframe. So now you won't see it until it animates on, and that's how we want it. So now we have 2 rotating onto the screen. And we could also do an easy ease in if we want, so that slows down at the end of this motion, so that can be nice. So that's our 2 animation. Maybe I want to move it over to the left a little bit so that it starts rotating while welcome is bouncing back. So something like this. So it's more things are happening at once on the screen. And then we have a new type of animation for our the layer. See how it kind of comes out of the 2? This is another thing that we see a lot of in motion graphics. The way we do this is, there's a few ways, but I'm going to show you how to do it with a mask. So if you go up to this rectangle tool, you will see that if you click on a layer, you can create a mask around it. So if I wanted to cut off half of the word the, I can do that. But I don't want that. I want to create a mask around the whole thing. So starting from the right side and then clicking and dragging, creating this rectangle, I'm going to drag a rectangle to the end of this 2. So where the letter O ends. So now I have a mask, and I'm going to create a keyframe animation for both the mask and for the position, because we can change how the mask is with an animation. We can move the mask around, grow it, shrink it, do all sorts of things. To do that, press M and you get mask path down here. So set a keyframe, and then also for position, press P, set a keyframe. And then press U to bring up both of those keyframes. So now at this point in time, the word the is at this point and the mask is at this point. That's our final position. So I'm going to just move this ahead a few frames, and then I'm going to go backwards a few frames, just a couple frames. And now I'm going to actually create my motion. So I want the to come out of the 2. So the has to start on this side of the 2, or at least the O. But now it's funky because the mask is still on this side of the 2 as well. I want the mask to be on the other side of the 2. So click mask and then move it to the right side of the O. And now you'll see that the mask stays in the same spot, but the comes out of the O. So that's a great way to make text or pictures or anything kind of appear onto your screen. Alright, so that's the last one, or that's the second to last one. And then show is a simple scale transition. So it kind of bounces into the frame with scale. One thing we're going to do first is change the anchor point. So go up to this pan behind tool or press Y, and then move this to the center of show, because we want it to grow from the center of the word, not from the bottom left corner. Press S. We're going to go to our final spot where we want to be 100%, about there, and set a keyframe. Then we're going to go backwards 2 frames or so and increase it to like 110%. And then go backwards where we want it to start to animate and go 0. So now, paying attention to the show, you'll see that it bounces in.
One thing we can do is do keyframe easy ease, keyframe assistant easy ease, and then for the last one do just easy ease in, and this makes it a little bit more natural. And so there you have the basics of a motion graphics actually it's more kinetic typography, but you can use these sort of transitions and animations for any sort of After Effects project. And you can do so much with it. You'll notice that my layers are different colors. I do that just so I can separate the text from the background. So if I select all of these text layers and click the red box and then click blue, for example, now I know all these are text layers and the background is the red layer. And so if we render it out, there you have our awesome motion graphics animation. I know this ended up being a lot longer than 10 minutes. This ended up taking 23 minutes, but I hope you learned a lot. There was a lot in this video. You're basically learning all the basics you need to get started with any sort of motion graphic project in After Effects. These are the basic skills you need to know. You have to know how to use keyframes. You have to know how to use mask. You have to know how to do different animations with size, rotation, position, and that's basically it for After Effects. There's so many more, there's lots of other special effects kind of things, but with these things you can do a lot of cool stuff. So thank you so much for watching. If you have any questions, please let me know. Hit me up in the comments below. Otherwise, you can also check out videoschoolonline.com for more advanced tutorials and articles about After Effects and video making. And you can take my online courses as well through videoschoolonline.com. Right now I have over 19 great courses covering everything from After Effects to beer making. So check them out at videoschoolonline.com and check out some of my other videos. You'll find some great tutorials on YouTube as well. Thank you so much for watching and have a great day. Bye.
Hey, what's up? This is Phil Ebener with videoschoolonline.com bringing you a lower thirds tutorial. Sometimes when I need a little inspiration, I head over to videohive.net, which is a great resource when you want to purchase, After Effects templates, motion graphic files, effects, different things like that. But often I'll just go over there and get inspiration and then create the effect myself. So I found one of the popular lower thirds, this clean lower thirds graphic, and you can see here it has a few different styles, and I wanted to create it, so I did on my own, and I'm going to show you how to make this basic motion right here at the start, and then also this second one that comes out with the more information line down there. So one more time, let's just watch through it. It pops out, and then the whole line with the text pops out, and then the line underneath pops out. So something like that, very similar, is what we're going to do. So I'm in After Effects, and the first thing I'm going to do is, I started a new composition. So 10 seconds is fine, 1920 by 1080, great. Then I'm going to, in my composition, I'm going to create a new layer, solid, or Command Y if you're using a Mac. For this one, we'll actually use a black solid, and then I'm going to turn off the transparency of the background. So if I click that, and now if I click the eyeball over here on this black solid layer, then I have a transparent background. Before it was all black, but since I added this black solid background, or this black solid, I want to be able to see where it is. So then up here, click on the shape tool and then use the rectangle tool to click and drag, while you are selecting this black solid, click and drag a black bar where your text is going to go. So something like that. Okay? And then, so this is going to be our basic bar that comes out. And then we're going to create those other parts of the bar, so this red line, this white line, and this red line, we're going to add those to it. So what we can do is duplicate this layer just by pressing Command D, that duplicates it, and then press Command Shift Y. If you're using a PC, whenever I say Command, use Control, and then change the color to, say, this red. Okay. Now if you double click the kind of edge of it, the mask will turn into this gray rectangle, and then you can just easily slide it up and down, and we're going to make that red triangle right there, something like that. Okay. Then we're going to duplicate this red solid, and then Command Shift Y to change the solid settings to white. Just click OK, click New, and again double click the edge of this, and then bring that in to create this white bar. So yep, we got that white bar. And then I'm just going to duplicate this, and then drag it to the end. And you can see that I'm easily shifting it, moving it left and right, without moving it up and down by holding Shift. If I wasn't holding Shift down on the keyboard and I was moving it left or right, it would be hard to align it like that. So I'm just going to move it to the very end of that black bar. Okay, so now we have to parent a couple of things to each other. That means I'm basically going to glue different layers to one another. And so it might help to color different layers different ways. So this black solid and this white bar at the end, I'm going to put together in your timeline down here. Then I'm going to select both and just change the color to yellow. So I know that this is one sort of segment that I want to pair together, and then this red and white bar are one segment that I want to pair together. Because as you saw in this animation, the red bar and the white bar came out together, and then the black and the red came out together. To parent these items, to glue them to one another, so you just use this parent option, and then you click and drag this twirly-gig thing, I don't know what to call it, down to whatever layer you want to parent to, or you can use the drop-down menu. But I find just clicking and dragging is easy. So for example, I have this white solid, I want to pair it to the black solid, so I'm just going to click and drag it to the black solid. And now it shows you it's parented to layer number 4 black solid. Now guess what? For this white solid, I'm going to do that, but to the red solid. So parent it there. So now if I move the red solid, see that? Now the white bar moves with it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on the transparency grid, or turn it off rather, but now I'm going to create a new solid just in the background so that we can kind of see. So say you had like a blue background. So this is just for example, just to have a background, and I'm just going to lock this background so we don't have to deal with it. Okay, so going into this further, we're going to add our text. So our title, so just click your text, create your title, I'll do Video School Online.com, and then I'm just going to change the color to white using our character panel. Helvetica, that's fine, the font for now. And then I'm just going to put it there, and I don't want to stroke on this actually. So you could put it, I would put it, since this is coming out from the left side of the screen, I would put the lower third towards the right side of this bar. And one thing we might want to do is actually make this black solid a little transparent, so press T to bring up the opacity and then drop it down to like 50 or something. That might look like kind of nice, especially if there's, it's over a video. So then I'm just going to move this Video School Online text right above the white solid. I'm going to change the color of this strip to yellow so it matches our black solid. And then I'm going to parent it to the black solid. Okay, so you get that? So now if I move the black solid anywhere, the text moves as well. So now we have to create the motion for this. So basically what we're going to be doing is moving the black bar Well, first the red bar out, and then the black bar. But since this is kind of our final position, I'm going to set keyframes for this position. So go to, wherever, about 1.5 seconds. Press P to bring up the position function for the red solid, and just click the stopwatch, which will set a keyframe there. That's telling After Effects that at this point in time, we want the red solid with the parented white bar to be at this position. Now for the black solid, do the same, press P, bring up the position function, and then click it and create that keyframe. Now go back in time, about 1/2 second or so. And now for the red bar, move it off the screen. And then same for the black bar, move it off the screen. But now they're coming on at the same time, so we don't want that. We want the red bar to come on screen before the black bar, but now you kind of see the basic motion. So we're gonna select both these keyframes on the red layer and slide them over. So it should come out just before the black starts coming out. So see how I overlap the keyframes a little bit, so now if I do a RAM preview by pressing 0 on my keyboard, you get this motion. But now you can see that the timing isn't correct. The red is coming out really slow, so I'm going to take the second keyframe and move it forward so it's kind of faster, and then take the black keyframes and move them forward to match up with the red motion. And then I'm going to select all keyframes, right click them, go to Keyframe Assistant, and do Easy Ease. And this basically eases the motion into and out of the keyframes, and it feels and looks a little bit more natural. Okay, so that's looking a little bit better. The Video School Online part, this comes out a little too fast, so I'm just going to take the second keyframe and stretch it out so it's a little bit longer. And then maybe move them up a little bit, because I don't like how the red comes out, it stops completely, and then there's a few seconds or a few frames before you start seeing the second motion. So I'm just going to move these two keyframes over a few frames. So it'll start coming out just a frame or two after. Something like that. That's looking really good. Another thing we can do to make this look a little bit more natural is create motion blur with it. So under this motion blur checkbox thing with the 3 circles or 4 circles, check all the boxes for all of these layers, and then click this big enable motion blur icon. So now it's blurred and it looks a little bit more natural. And so that's the basic motion and shapes for this lower third. Now to do the same thing for the bottom more information tab, we're just going to create a new layer. So press Command Y, and we'll do, I forget what they have on their lower third here. It looks like it's all red with a white bar. So we're just going to create that red bar. Actually, just make sure I have the same red bar, so use the eyedropper to select this red. And then I'm going to put it behind this stuff so I can kind of see where I want to go. And then use the rectangle tool, again, to create a mask, like so. And then I'm going to change the color of this layer to something different so I can differentiate it, duplicate it, and then press Command-Shift-Y to change the color to white. And then double-click the edge of it and create that small little triangle or rectangle at the end of this bar. And then parent this white bar to the red bar. I'm going really fast over this, but I think you'll get the picture now. And I'm just going to move this red bar up a little, and you'll know since the white bar is parented to it, it moves with it. Then I can just duplicate this text, the Video School Online text, move it down and change the color so that we are organized. And then I'm just going to move it down here, but I'm going to change the parent to the red layer down here. and then change the text, whatever you want to write. Make it a little bit smaller because, the more information bar underneath your lower third usually has smaller text. And then just create the motion. So right now I can kind of eyeball when these two things pop up, but to get a better view, just select all of your layers by Command A, and then press U to bring up all keyframes. So now I know that the black bar comes out exactly at this keyframe. And I think I'll start the cool videos lower third bar coming out right around there too. So just select that layer, press P to bring up position, set a keyframe. I'm just going to move this keyframe forward a little bit. So now if I just drag this to the left off the screen, you'll notice a keyframe is automatically made. And that's because there was a keyframe on this layer that I had just created, but I had moved forward in time. So then I'm just going to right click, select Easy Ease. Looks pretty good. Just going to add this motion blur to it. And it looks good. I can even, move these keyframes to the left a little bit so that the motion starts, just as the top bar is ending. But there you have it, a great lower third. I just want to see something really quickly. So if I go in 100%, then press H to bring up my hand so I can move my composition around, you'll notice there's a faint black line around this red bar, and that's because this black shape is kind of showing up around the edge of this. So what I'm going to do is just make this ever so slightly bigger. I'm just going to really zoom into this. That might be too much. So then just increase the size of this red bar, and even this white bar, I'm going to do the same thing. So double clicking and then dragging, and now if we look at it from out here, now you don't really see that black bar coming behind it. I'm very much a perfectionist. So there you have it. Now you can add these to your videos, change the text or whatever to whatever you want, and you didn't have to pay the $12 that you had to pay for this set of lower thirds. All these other basic motions, this first one is basically, well, obviously the same. The second one is exactly what we did, and even the third one, I forget exactly what it looks like, but it's just using the same sort of method. It's just using masks and shapes to make things appear. So if you have any lower thirds that you see on VideoHive that you're wondering how they made, send them over to me and maybe I can do a quick tutorial to show you how to do them, so that you don't have to spend your money making or just buying lower thirds. It's better to learn and it's more fun too. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Check out videoschoolonline.com for more great blog articles, videos, courses, and more. And subscribe, share, like, and comment on the video below to show me a little bit of appreciation for the work I put into this video. Thanks so much, and we'll see you next time. Bye. Hey, what's up guys? This is Phil Ebner from videoschoolonline.com, and today I'm bringing to you another great tutorial. It was actually a request by Colton on one of my Udemy courses. Check them out at videoschoolonline.com/courses. So Colton asked how to create sort of a countdown effect within After Effects. And there's different ways to do it, and one of the main ways to do it is using expressions, but expressions is an advanced topic that can get a little tricky. So I'm going to teach you a way to create a digital countdown without expressions, and it'll really take you only 5 minutes to do it once you have learned from this tutorial. So it'll look something like this. Now the background can basically change to whatever you want. But Colton asked, he gave me some examples, and they had some waves and different effects going on. And that stuff is, you just have to create your own on your own. And there's different effects within After Effects that you can use, like fractal noise, which will create a really cool countdown. But basically, it starts from 5 minutes and goes down to 0. And you can make this however long you want. So let's get started. So the first thing you're going to want to do is start a new composition and make it the length of your countdown. So for example, we're going to do 5 minutes. But you'll notice that I made it 5 minutes and 1 second. And that's because I wanted this start to kind of hold at the 5 minute mark and then start counting down. So because if you start it and it just goes from 5 to 4:59, automatically it's kind of abrupt. So go ahead and start a new composition that's about 1 second more than your countdown, just so you have a little bit of wiggle room. But it's actually going to be five minutes. So then you want to start a new layer. It doesn't really matter what it is, so you can start a text layer. And then go to your Effects and Presets panel and type in numbers. And you'll get under the text bin a numbers effect. Drag that onto your layer. Now you'll be able to choose the font and style, if there's a bold or italicized style. But just, keep it at this, and then alignment, keep it right. So you can choose a different font if you want. You'll pop up with some numbers. Now in your Effects Controls tab up here on the left, you'll see lots of different options for adjusting this. What we're going to do first is go to Type, change from number to time. So now you'll see that it's the beginnings of our effect. And then you will, so for value, we're going to change that later. Decimal places, a clock doesn't have decimal places, so leave that. Position and color, and that's what we want to change. So you can change this to white or whatever color you want. And then size, we're going to make this a lot bigger. Now you'll notice that you can't move this around on your screen with the position function. You have to move it with this position option in your effects panel. So just go ahead and move the clock to kind of the center. And we can move this later, but it doesn't really matter right now. And then what you're going to want to do is set the value to 5, which is 300. So up here in the value, you can twirl this down. And I don't know, I guess 5 is 300 value because it's 5 minutes times 60 seconds, so 300 seconds. So then at about 1 second in, which you can zoom into your timeline using the plus and minus keys on your keyboard. So at 1 second, you're going to want to set a keyframe for 5, or the 300 value. So click your stopwatch there. Now zoom out and go to the end of your composition and turn it to 0. Okay, so it turns to 12 because the clock doesn't, if you're counting down on a clock, there's no 0 o'clock. And that's why we're kind of tricking this clock to be a countdown. But really it's just a clock. But see, you can scrub through and you have the beginnings of your countdown. Just here, it goes from 1 o'clock to 12 o'clock, which is, obviously how a clock works. And I can render a little bit and show you how it actually works. So it starts at 5 and you'll see a little pause, but then it starts 5, 4:59, 58, 57, starts counting down. So that's basically our countdown. We want to get rid of the AM, and then when it gets down to 12 o'clock, we want to get rid of the 12. Unfortunately, you can't just take your mask tool and mask out this stuff because it's an effect. It's not actually text on the screen. So we're going to have to pre-comp this. So press Command Shift C if you're on a Mac, and then just call this layer counter. And then we can use the mask tool or the rectangle tool up here. Draw a box around AM, and then down under mask where it says add, make that subtract. Okay? So now the AM is gone. But now we want to get rid of the 12. One easy way to do that is just go where it changes from 1 minute to 12:59 and just split this layer. And so just do a Command Shift D or Control Shift D if you're on a PC. And then we're going to add another mask to this second layer, the one with the 12. So you'll see the whole countdown from 5 minutes to 1 is on one layer, and then the last minute is on the second layer. So create another mask around the 12 and make it subtract. You can even, if you wanted, add a 0 in there just so that you don't lose the minute part of your clock. But for this tutorial, now we have a great countdown. And then the last thing is basically just adding some sort of effect in the background. So I'll just show you kind of how I did this one. So you can create a new layer, just press Command Y to create a solid, and then go to your effects and select fractal noise, add it to your layer. So now you have this basic cloudy figure. You can drop this underneath your counter. So now you have a cloudy figure underneath your counter. And we're going to set keyframes for the evolution. So go to the start of your composition, set a keyframe at 0 degrees, and then go forwards and just rotate this around a couple times. So it's like 1 rotation plus 245 degrees. So now you have some differentiation in the backdrop. But we can change this. So we can change it from a different fractal type to like dynamic or cloudy if you want clouds. And then the noise type, you can choose like block or linear or spleen or spline, I guess. I don't know how you pronounce that. So I did block before. And then I want to change the color, so I'm going to actually change the solid settings. So if you go up to layer solid settings, you can change it from black to like red or blue, how I had it. But it still doesn't change, so you have to change the blending mode to like multiply or screen or something so that you get some of that red coming through. But it's still hard to see the countdown. So what I did was here, I added a black oval. So I just, you can just create a shape, a new shape, select the ellipse tool, change your color. I don't want a stroke, and then just make a shape, put it underneath your clock, center it, etc. And you just want to make sure that this counter is centered, so I can pop open my title action safe, and I can move the clock around. It looks like it is centered actually. And then my black oval, make sure that that's centered as well. So now you have a cool countdown. Of course, you can move the clock around, counter around, change the backdrop. If you need one of those cool effects that you see online, you can download something from like videohive.net. But now you know how to make a countdown. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the question, and I hope you enjoyed it. Have a great day, and let me know if you have any questions. Please subscribe if you're watching this on YouTube, and otherwise check out videoschoolonline.com for more great tutorials and online courses. Bye. what's up guys? This is Phil Ebener back with another tutorial in After Effects. Let's get straight into it. So I presented this little motion graphic for Valentine's Day, and as a way to give your loved one, whoever that is, your special person, a unique gift, something more than just a card or bouquet of flowers. I think having a nice, motion graphic, something that you've created, is something really special. And so I wanted to show you a couple of the things that I did to create this motion graphic. Starting out with this heart that is being drawn on right here. So this is a technique using the stroke effect. So I'm just going to start a new composition. That's a good size. And then I'm going to create a new layer and a new solid. And you can choose whatever color. It actually does not matter, because we're going to add the color of the stroke or the outline afterwards. Then you're going to take your mask tool, or your pen tool rather, and you're going to create your shape. So for me, I created a heart. So I used the proportional grid to help create that shape. So I just kind of freehanded it. Make sure you're selecting your layer that you want to create the mask with. So I started with the point down below, then I clicked over to the right. Whoops, let me zoom in again. And then, I clicked on the top, clicked and dragged to create these sort of curves. And it's hard to see right now, but if the color of this mask was black, it would be easier. But then you just keep creating the edge of your heart, and then complete the circle, or the heart. And you want to make sure that you click and drag for the points that you have curves, so that you can go back and edit them. So then you can take these points, click and drag, and make it, a better looking heart. So something like this looks pretty good. Okay, so now if you click off, you have a heart. And I would spend a little bit more time perfecting this heart. It's a little off over here. Okay, something like that. And then you're going to go over to your effects and presets bin, type in stroke, and click and drag this onto this layer. Now up here in the top left, you'll see in your effects control window a couple options. One, under paint style, you want to go from on original image to on transparent. So that is making the image, the white solid, transparent, and you're just seeing the stroke. Now the path of the stroke is mask 1. If you had multiple masks, you can select another mask. See, if you select none, then there is no stroke. So you want to make sure it's mask 1. And then you can choose your color. So say you want red, you can choose red. You see the yellow of the mask path, but if you just click off of it, you see the red. Or you can make the brush size even bigger so you can really see the red stroke. And then you can animate this. So you see the start and end point. You can go from the start and animate it on to the end by using keyframes. So at the end, around 3 seconds or whatever, I'm going to set a keyframe for 100%. And at the start, I'm going to go to 0. So there you have this heart being drawn on now. Now you can make this quicker. If you select your layer and press U on the keyboard, and then you see your keyframes, you can drag them closer together to make it faster. So that is how you create this heart being drawn on. You can change all sorts of things: opacity, spacing, brush hardness if you want it to be super hard, or if you want it to be softer. But that's basically that. And so basically what I did, I just copied and pasted this heart, and you can see it, this white solid layer, and made it smaller, and then staggered it a little bit. And then I just took that same heart here and you can see that I don't have the stroke effect as I do on the other 3 layers, because I just wanted the white solid heart. And then I just created a scale transition. So it goes from 0 all the way to, until it covers the entire screen. One thing you want to note though is I clicked this under this star or the sun sort of icon. It says collapse transformations, or for vector layers continuously rasterize. If you don't have that selected, it's going to get pixelated, and you can see the edge of this heart pixelated because it's 700%. But if I continuously rasterize it, it creates a sharp image. So that's basically that. And then I have these hearts kind of floating up. And that was a simple thing that I did. I just used the same heart. I changed the color. So to change the color, for example, so I just copied and pasted the other heart. I'll just do that with this heart to show you an example. So copy and paste this, and then I made it a lot smaller, and then I got rid of this stroke effect. So now it's the original white. Now to change the color, I just press Command-Shift-Y on a Mac. I think it's Control-Shift-Y on a PC. And just change the color. Say we want blue hearts. You can select a blue color. Something like that. And then to create this, animation of it kind of floating up, I just created a couple keyframes and I moved it up. So I'm just gonna turn this other one off for a second so I don't see it. Set 2 position keyframes, one here, go forward a few seconds, move it up, and press T to bring up opacity. And again, it's pressing P, you bring up the position function. T, you bring up opacity. I'm just going to set a keyframe at 100, and then I'm going to press U to bring up both keyframes so I can see where my position keyframes are. Then I'm just going to set it at 0 when I get to the end of the position move. So I move the 100% keyframe. I'm just going to set this to 0. Then I'm going to go to the start, set it to 0, and go forward a few frames, set it to 100. So now you have this heart floating up and disappearing, like so. And I just repeated that, many times. You can see in this composition, I repeated it, and they kind of sparkle on, and it's a kind of cool effect. With the rest of this text, I was just using preset animations. That's why it only took me 15 minutes or so to create this. So if you go under Effects and Presets, if you drop down Animation Presets, and then drop down Text, and then you can do Animate In, there's lots of different animations. So say for this Happy Valentine's Day text, I'm going to press U to bring up the different animations, or just drop down the menu over here with this twirl down triangle. I'm going to get rid of this animator, so just select it, delete it. So that sort of decoder thing is gone. So maybe I want something a little bit less, intense. So I'm going to try the slow fade on. So this is just a preset effect with Happy Valentine's Day moving on. And you can see when I add it to it, it adds an animator. I can get rid of that. Try, flying with a twist. So this is kind of what I used for the first effect of I Love You flying on. Now you have to go in this and change where it starts, because you can see now it starts at the bottom of the screen, but you would just go into this animator, and then under Advanced, I believe you would, or maybe Position. Yeah, you can just move the position down so that it starts off the screen and comes onto the screen. But really, it's up to you if you want to create something new and unique. But I guess the main effects that I used were this stroke effect with it being drawn on, and then the heart growing, and then these little hearts flying up. Pretty simple. Okay, well, if you liked this tutorial and you liked the effects that I used in it and want to learn more, check out my Adobe After Effects complete course. You'll learn, everything you need to know. So if this was a little too intense for you and you didn't get what was happening, take this course. I go from beginner to advanced After Effects user. You'll know how to do this and way, way more. So check it out on videoschoolonline.com. Thank you so much for watching. If you have any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, I will see you on videoschoolonline.com. Bye. Hey everyone, I got this question in my kinetic typography course on how you add a video to the background of your After Effects project, how to make it darker and or blurry. So I'm here in After Effects and I have a video clip that I'm going to add to a new project or a new composition. You could add this to a kinetic typography project you're already working on just as another layer. I'm just going to drag it down into this new composition window. So for you, you might already have everything set up. You might already have a sequence or a composition with a bunch of layers. Just put your video layer on at the very bottom, so the bottom layer, so it's underneath all of your other layers. Now, how do you make it darker? Because if you have text on this, it might not be as legible with this bright video. So to darken, what I can do is just create a new layer, solid. So go up to layer, new, solid. On a Mac, you can just press Command Y, and I'm just going to choose black. So let me just choose a black solid, select OK, and put that right above the video layer. Then press T on your keyboard to bring up opacity, and then drop the opacity to whatever looks good. Now you might have to have it pretty dark, so an opacity of around 75% might look pretty good. Maybe something a little bit brighter or less opaque depending on what your text or what's going on above this video layer. There's other ways to do this. If you don't have a background layer at all, you could just drop the opacity of the movie clip. So if you press T on the keyboard when you have the video clip selected, you can drop the opacity there. But if you have any layers underneath this, that might show through. So that's why I like having a black solid layer on top of the video layer. You asked about blurring. That's super easy to do. Just go to your effects and presets bin. If you don't see that, go up to Window and open up Effects and Presets. There's lots of different blurs, but if you type in blur in this box, search box, go down to blur and sharpen and add the Gaussian blur. That's one that I would recommend. There's different ones that you can check out to see if you like them. Just drag this onto the video layer itself and increase the blurriness. So you might have to increase it quite a bit. And then what I'll do too typically is check this repeat edge pixels box, because what happens when you blur it is that the edge of this video becomes a little dark because it's blurring the pixels on the edge and it's actually seeing what's behind this, which is nothing in this composition. So I'll repeat the edge pixels so that it completes the entire composition with this blurred video. So now if we have both of these effects, the Gaussian blur and the black solid on, that might be the perfect way to create a nice video backdrop for your own kinetic typography video or any other video you're working on in After Effects, or even bringing this into Premiere Pro like this. So that's how you add a video layer that is darkened or blurred in After Effects. Thanks so much for watching. Hey, Phil Ebner here with Video School Online, and I got a question from a student about creating a 3D shape in After Effects. And up until recently, this actually wasn't really possible. In After Effects, you can create 2D shapes and put them in 3D space, but you couldn't really create a 3D layer. What the student wanted to do was create a 3D spiral. And actually, let's go ahead and take a look at what he had created. So we created this sort of spiral looking effect, which is actually pretty awesome, just with circle layers and trim paths, but he wants the circles to be connected in 3D space like an actual spiral. And like I said, this wasn't possible up until the recent update of CC 2018. And that allows us to actually edit each individual path point or point on a shape layer individually. So let me show you how to create a 3D spiral, and hopefully this will kind of blow your mind and open you up to new possibilities with it. So I'm going to take my pen tool and I'm going to turn off the fill and choose a stroke. So this is the only hard part about this is you might need to spend a little bit more time, use the grid to get it to be perfect, but I'm just going to create sort of a very basic spiral. Whoops, something like that, something like that, something like that, something like that, something like that. Okay, so now we have our spiral, very basic, and let's make this a 3D layer. So before, if we add a new camera, what we could do is move this or change this shape. We can move it around, or we can use a camera to view it in 3D space. So see, look at cool. Okay, not really cool because it's just a flat spiral. It's not doing anything. Now in CC 2018, we have this new option called Create Nulls from Paths. So that's under your window option. So turn that on and you get these three options. Right now, I'm just going to do nulls, points follow nulls. So with your shape selected, actually, I believe we're going to have to go into our shape path. So it has all these points selected. Click the points follow nulls, and that creates an individual null for each point of our shape. And each null basically affects that null or that point. Now let's actually change to 3D space so we can kind of see what's happening. So let's turn all of these nulls into 3D objects first. And still nothing changes, right? But now if we go into our, let's take all of our points except for the first null, which for me is numbered 7, but that's because I was practicing before creating this tutorial. And then press P to bring up your position. And now let's bring up our position for everything. Now let's just option or command click null 8 and take the rest and raise them even more. Option click null 9, take the rest, raise them up. And so you can see as I stagger and edit all of these, I'm actually creating a 3D shape right within After Effects, which wasn't able to be done before this update. So now you can add, and let me just finish this, you can add a trim path effect. Okay, so we can move our camera around however we want. But let's go back, close all these nulls down, go into our shape layer, add a trim path, and we'll just go from 0 to 100. So setting that keyframe for 100 at around 2 seconds. Now let's play through this. So again, you're going to have to play around with the speed and the motion of everything and the distance and the curve. But now we have an actual spiral going in 3D space. So that's basically how you create individual nulls for each point and how you can edit each individual point or vertex of your shape in 3D space in After Effects. Thanks for the question, Jeffrey, who asked this in the After Effects class. If you're interested in taking my After Effects class, I'll include links down below. And of course, enjoy this tutorial. And if you have any other questions or requests, let me know. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, Phil Ebner here, and I'm answering a quick question from my Adobe After Effects course from Sebastian. He was wondering about sort of layering multiple effects on a shape layer. So I'm just going to walk through what he was doing, and I think, Sebastian, this is what you were going for, and this will solve your problem. So the problem is that you were trying to add this circuit effect to this blue shape layer for a title. And so when you do that and you add it to this layer, it creates this awesome effect, but then the blue disappears. So you were trying to understand if you could drop the opacity like over here and make the blue background appear. But that's actually not how effects work, or some effects work in After Effects. A lot of times the effect just kind of takes over the entire layer. So what you can do instead is duplicate this bottom layer, or this layer itself, and with the bottom layer, just delete the effects. So I'm going to delete all those effects that this circuit effect actually added to that layer. So now if I turn on and off shape layer 3, we have this bottom layer, which is blue. So to make this blue background appear, there's different ways you can do it. So again, if you decrease the opacity in here, it's not going to help. But if you decrease the opacity of this layer just by pressing T on the keyboard and dropping it down, you can get the blue to appear, or you can play with the mode, the blend mode. So if you click the toggle switches modes so that you get this mode drop down, you can go through these different effects, or you can press Shift plus or minus on your keyboard. And you can see as I do that, the two layers start to blend in different ways. So now if you play through this, you might find sort of a blend mode that works for you or what you imagined, right? So that's how I would do it, and this is how you can layer multiple effects onto shapes. If you want different shapes to appear through, I would play with the blend modes. Yeah, that's just something to note, that when you do add an effect, sometimes it overtakes that shape layer, and anything you do to that shape layer doesn't matter anymore. It's really the effect that controls it. So Sebastian, I hope this answers your question. If it does or doesn't, let me know. And for everyone else watching, thanks so much for watching. And if you want to learn more about After Effects, click on the link below to enroll in the class. Thanks and have a great day. Hey everyone, Phil Ebener here with videoschoolonline.com. In this series of videos, I'm going to be showing you how to create the House of Cards title card, specifically looking at the animation of the American flag. So go ahead and download the project file for this series of videos. Once you download that file, it will be a zip file, and you will see that it has a few assets in it that we're going to be using. You're going to be using a photo of the Capitol building at night. This is a free video or image that I found on Wikipedia. It has a title card screenshot of the House of Cards actual title. So this is there for reference. So that's just for educational purposes. I also found the intro video for the House of Cards, and this is good to see the timing. You can find this on YouTube as well. And then I have another US flag graphic that will help us understand the right size of the stripes and everything, the right aspect for everything when we're creating our animation. There also is this text. So this is called Big Noodle font. It's different than the actual House of Cards title font, but you have to pay for that. So I wanted to give you a free option. So in our title card, we're going to be using this font and another one that should be already installed on your computer. There is also the template. So when you open up the After Effects template file, it will look something like this. It has two compositions, one with the flag animation and one with the full title card animation. So you can use that if you are interested in following along or just seeing how I do it, or you can start a new composition or just a new project. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to walk you through the entire process. The very first thing to do is to import all of your assets. So go ahead and open up After Effects. Now, when you open up After Effects, it might look a little bit different than mine. I have specific windows, but you can change the arrangement of your workspace by going up to Window, Workspace, and then choosing Standard. And if there are any windows that I have open that you don't have open, then you can open them with these different options down here. So you have your line window, character window, tools window, all these windows, and the ones with the check marks are the ones that I have open. So go ahead and set yourself up right now. The only other thing that you might want to check out is the Move Anchor Point script. So this is a script that I have downloaded and installed, and it allows us to move the anchor point for our layers to different parts of our shape. That's a free plugin. go ahead and go to YouTube and search for my tutorial on how to use and install the Move Anchor Point script. If you need help, just go to Video School Online's channel and you can search for Move Anchor Point. And here's this video. It has the link in the description to the script there. It's completely free again, and it'll show you how to use it. Okay, so all of that being said, in this video, I just want to show you how to get set up. So we're going to just start importing our assets. So the first thing we're going to import are our images and our video. So we have our Capitol building card, we have our title screenshot, our intro video, and our US flag PNG. So just go ahead and drag that into After Effects. I'm just going to create a new folder called Assets. Sometimes with bigger projects, I like to separate my assets into images and videos and other types of graphics, but since this is a pretty simple animation with not too many assets, I'll just create one asset folder. And with the text or the font, it's a TTF file that's included. Now you can only use this font for personal use. You can go to dafont.com, DAFONT.com, and find this font and then purchase it for commercial use, but this is just for personal use. So please just feel free to use it for your personal projects, but not for commercial. So just double click it and it will install on your computer. So now we have our video set up. We're just going to create a new composition. Now I'm just going to go ahead and double check what my composition settings are for the flag, because we need to create a composition the right size, the right dimensions for our flag. And it looks like it's 1900 pixels wide by 1000 pixels tall. So it's not your standard video aspect ratio, but for our flag, that's what it's going to be. So imagine you're starting your project, you won't have these two compositions. So what you'll want to do is start a new composition. You can press this little create a new composition button right here. That pops up the composition settings module. I'm just going to title this flag animation, and then I will change the width and the height to 1900 by 1000. And I found these dimensions for the United States flag online somewhere. I forget where, but you can find those dimensions online if you need them. And the actual flag PNG that you have as an asset will fit perfectly in these dimensions. And then click OK. The next thing we're going to do is just place our US flag image. So just take the US flag, drop it in the timeline. You might have to extend it so that it fills our 5-second timeline. So 5 seconds is about the length of time for the House of Cards intro. So if you want to make it shorter or longer, you can. That is in the composition settings. And if you ever need to go back and change anything about this composition, you can just go up to composition settings, or press Command K on your keyboard if you're using a Mac, or Control K on your keyboard if you're using a PC. Then under duration, you have your seconds, 5 seconds. So with this US flag, we have to rotate it because in the House of Cards, it's upside down and backwards. So if we rotate it by bringing up R on our keyboard, so press R, or just click this triangle over the left to bring up our transform properties, and then under rotation, we can rotate it so that it is horizontal rather than vertical. So we want to rotate it -90 degrees this way. We want to decrease the scale. So with the scale, just drag this down until it fills our composition. 50% is about perfect. And then we need to flop it. So a quick way to flop is to actually make this a 3D layer. So click this little cube option. And then for the Y rotation, rotate this 180 degrees. So now we have our project set up. We have this flag in the background we'll use as a template. And next we're going to be creating the stripes and animating the stripes onto our actual composition. Now we're going to be creating and animating the stripes of the flag. There are many different ways to create shapes and to animate shapes, and this is just one of them. So you might watch another After Effects tutorial, or you might already know how to do things in After Effects, and I'm going to do it maybe a different way. I'm going to try to do it the most simple way for beginners. So just follow along and let's get going. So what I'm going to do is actually just drop the opacity of the US flag just a little bit. So I'm just going to drop it down to 75%. So it's a little bit darker. So when we do create our actual shape layers, it looks brighter and we can tell the shape from the background. I'm going to just close this down so it's easier to see. Then I'm going to take my rectangle tool. I'm going to just pressing spacebar on my keyboard, I can move the actual composition so I can see a little bit better. And I'm just going to zoom back in to fit up to 100%. And then I'm going to change the fill color with the shape tool selected, change the fill to this red. So I'm just going to take the eyedropper and click that red right there. Click OK. The stroke, make sure that's at 0. And then I'm just going to click right within my composition and create this shape. Now we want it to match pretty much exactly the shape of this stripe. So you can zoom in. I'm pressing Z on my keyboard and just zooming in. And then taking my pointer selection tool and just double clicking the edge of these shapes and making sure that it fits this shape perfectly. So I'm using, again, pressing spacebar. I have my hand tool, the move tool, and moving that around. Then I can also use the keyboard arrows to move the shape up and down so that it fits that stripe perfectly. So make sure it goes all the way to the end, then zoom out, and that looks pretty darn good. Okay, so then I'm going to move this up to the very top. So I'm just clicking and dragging, and I'm also holding the shift button down. If I don't hold the shift button down, it moves left to right. But if I hold the shift button down while I'm moving, it locks it to that axis, that y-axis as I move it up, or the x-axis, and it doesn't move it along that left or right. I'm just gonna zoom in here again just to make sure that I put it directly lined up with that stripe. And then I'm just going to zoom out, and now we are going to animate this. So we're actually going to animate this stripe before creating all of our other stripes. And then once we animate this stripe, we can just duplicate it. So click on this shape. And then if you have the move anchor point tool, you can just press this left side button. So if you install that, go up to window, and then make sure that move anchor point is selected. And then in that window, just click this left side, and it moves the anchor point over here. I'm going to undo that. Now, if you don't have that, what you can do is choose your pan behind tool, and then select this anchor point and move it to the left side. So it's pretty easy. After Effects has made some updates since they launched Creative Cloud version. So it's easier to move your anchor points and lock it to the left or right or center of your shape. So now we're going to animate it. So we're simply going to create a shape, a size or a scale animation. First, I'm going to rename this so I can just select this layer, press return on my keyboard, and I'll call this red stripe. And I'm also going to change the color of this to red, so I know this is the red stripe. Then I'm going to press S on my keyboard to bring up scale, and I'm going to unlock the constrained proportions. Then I'm going to click the time clock stopwatch right here, the time button, and this creates a keyframe right there. Now that's telling After Effects that at this point in time, I want the size of this shape to be what it is right now. And that's our end property. So that's what we want it to end at. So I'm just going to move this over to the right. We're going to play with the timing in just a second, but I'm just going to move it over to the right. And then taking the first scale property, the width, drop this back down to 0. Now, if I turn off the viewing of the US flag in the background, you can see how this animation works. So we have our first stripe animating on. Now let's look at the actual House of Cards intro for reference. So I'm just going to place this in here, and I'm just going to have to scroll to the end because that's where the actual House of Cards flag animation is. So I'm just clicking and scrolling to the end. And then I'm going to put my timer at the very beginning of my composition and just scroll this layer to the right so that it starts at the very beginning of the composition. And then I can kind of scroll through and see how long it actually takes the stripe to animate on. Now I'm going to have to zoom in this, and it's not very high quality, but I can still see the timing. So it's very quickly. So you see that red line, it's animating on, it starts, and about there, it ends. So that's the length of the animation, and so that's how far we want our keyframes to be apart from each other. So it starts here at the very beginning, and then it ends here where our timeline indicator is. Does that make sense? Now that we have that one animation, I'm going to just turn off the intro video so I can see my stripe coming on to our composition. I'm going to turn on the US flag again. Now that we have that one stripe, what we can do is just duplicate this layer. So I'm just going to duplicate it by selecting it in the timeline and pressing Command D. And then I'm just going to move that layer down so that it matches up with our next stripe. Make sure that you select the right one. So I have to select this second one and move it down. I'm using my keyboards now and the arrows to move it up or down. And you might have to zoom in if you need to get a better view. So again, duplicating, selecting that second one and moving it down. So pretty easy. Now we move on to our next stripe, and these ones are a little bit shorter. So we're still going to duplicate this third one. So now we have a fourth stripe, moving it down using my keyboard. But instead of animating to 100%, we're going to animate to another number. So press U on your keyboard or S to bring up these scale keyframes. You see how before we scaled from 0 to 100? Now we're going to scale from 0 to 60. The US flag dimensions are about, the blue over here is about 20% of the width. So the stripes are about 60%, and then the blue is 40% basically. So we're going to animate up to 60 for this stripe. Then again, we're going to duplicate and move down. Duplicate and move down. Duplicate and move down. The cool thing about this is that it's really easy to duplicate and move our white stripes. So what we can do is just select all of these stripes, duplicate them, and while we have them duplicated and all selected, click the red over here for one of the ones that you have selected and change to, they don't have a white, but let's just change to sandstone for now. So that's going to be our white stripes. And then go up to fill, again with everything selected, and change the fill color to white. Now with everything selected, press Shift and down on your keyboard or just down on your keyboard and line it up with the other stripes. Now you might have to go in here, zoom in, make sure everything is lined up properly so that they don't overlap. So I'm just going to go in here, perfect this just a bit. So it looks like our white stripes have to go down just a hair. Something like that. This can get a little tedious, but it probably would have been better if I had zoomed in while everything was selected, because I can probably just select the rest of these now and move them down all together. Okay, so now we don't need this white stripe at the bottom. So I will just take this last stripe and delete it. So now we have everything animating on at the same time, and we need them to animate separately. So I'll just turn on my intro video, and what I'll do is just go through it one frame at a time. And to scrub through your timeline one frame at a time, what you can actually do is press Command and then right on your keyboard arrows, or Control if you're using a PC. So starting at the beginning, I'm just going to scrub right, so Command right, until I see the first white stripe popping up, and I will move that first stripe, the first white stripe, to that starting point. See that? So I'm going to zoom in here so you can see a little bit better. Then I'm going to scrub a couple more frames, and it looks like the stripes start animating on every 2 frames. So I can kind of just base it off that. So go 2 frames, move. 2 frames, move. And if you're skilled, you can kind of just do it without even moving the timeline indicator. After Effects kind of allows you to move things on the timeline 1 frame at a time, and it locks it to those frames as you move things. So I'm just going to do everything 2 frames at a time. And then I'll just zoom out, and I'll just go to the end of this animation. So the last stripe should be completing right about here. Now let's see if that's true. I'll just select my last red stripe, press S, and perfect. My last keyframe is happening right about there. It would probably be good to go in and just rename all these white stripe. So you can go through and rename all of the white stripes white stripe. And last thing we have to do is add our blue background. So I'm just going to turn off our intro video. I'm going to turn off the US flag. And I just want to play through this just so you can see what it looks like. So just going to press 0 on my keyboard. And there you have the first part of the animation, the stripes. Now let's add our blue. I'm going to turn back the US flag, turn on that again so that I have the right color. Then I'm going to take my shape tool, change the fill color to this blue, click OK. And now just go in here, zoom in just a bit, take our shape tool, and create that shape. And you want it to be perfectly aligned, so you might have to zoom in here. Align it to the top and the bottom. Let's just go up to the top. Looks good. And to the right, make sure it goes to the end of the composition. Perfect. Here we will add the same type of scale animation. So using your pan behind tool, selecting our shape layer, we can just move the anchor point to the left of this shape. Press S to bring up our scale. We will set a keyframe. Make sure that you unconstrain the proportions, clicking that little chain icon. We're going to move our first keyframe to the right and then decrease the scale to 0. We'll bring up our intro video again just to see how long this takes. So it's going to start right about here. I'll move my blue shape layer right there. So it starts right there and it ends right about there. So let me turn off this intro video. I'll just put it above my last shape layer and let's just play through this. And I'll turn off the US flag. Let's play through it. It's looking pretty good. We have the animation down. The only thing that's kind of missing is that the speed of the motion is a little off, and I see some black spaces in between some of the lines. So I gotta make sure to move these shapes. You can just select them and move them up or down so that they are properly spaced and there's no spaces in between the shapes. So next, I'm just going to give you a quick tip on how to improve the motion and the speed of these layers. The motion and the speed of these animations are a little bit funny. They are not as fluid as the motion in the actual intro. So what we're going to do is add a little bit of easy easing. So easy ease is an effect that After Effects allows you to add to your keyframes that ramps up the speed or ramps down the speed of an animation. So instead of moving from point A to B at the same rate throughout point A to B, so right here we have these stripes going on. They're moving at the same speed from the very beginning to when they abruptly stop. In the natural world, things start slower, they speed up, and then when they're stopping, they slow down. Imagine a car. It doesn't start at 60 miles per hour and then stop at 60 miles per hour. It slowly goes up from 0 to 60, and then when you're slowing down, it goes from 60 back down to 0. So let's take all of our layers. So just select all of them. Just select one, and then press Shift and select the top one. Press S to bring up all of the keyframes for scale. I'm just going to make this timeline a little bit bigger. Then with your selection tool, just click and drag over all of these keyframes. You can right click, choose Keyframe Assistant, Easy Ease, or just hit F9 on your keyboard. So this is going to look a little bit better. So let's just get this full screen again. So the speed looks a little bit more natural. It's not perfect, but a little bit more natural. The next thing we can do is play with the speed even more with the graph editor. Click this little button, this icon right here at the top of your timeline for graph editor. Make sure that you are using the speed graph. So this second icon from the right is a little choose graph type and options menu. Instead of edit value graph, make sure you are on the edit speed graph. We can zoom in here a little bit. And when all of your shapes are selected, you see these graphs. This is the speed. You see the ramping up. So the y-axis is the speed and the x-axis is the timeline. So it starts to ramp up and then slow down for all of these keyframes. We want it to ramp up and down even more. So select all of your keyframes by just clicking and dragging over the bottom of this graph. And when you zoom in, you'll see that there are these little yellow points that shoot out from each of the keyframes. Click this last one on the right and drag to the left. That's going to ramp down the speed even more. And then find one of these ones on the, it should be on the right side of one of these keyframes. So maybe going to the first one might be the best way to do it. And click to the right. So it's going to ramp up even more and ramp down. So let's play through this just to see what this looks like. And that looks even better. So it ramps up, ramps down. Maybe the ramping up is a little bit too much. Maybe it slows into that ramping up just a bit. It's a little bit hard to find the right keyframe to select with all of these. So just ramp up just a little bit. We want more of that ramping down. So uncheck the graph editor, play through it, and it looks like we have a much better looking animated flag. You can compare it to the intro video flag. So just let's play through it. This one looks a little bit smoother even. I think actually with the intro video, it doesn't ramp up much. It just ramps down even more. So I don't even know if ramping down is a word or a technical term. So go back to our graph editor. I'm going to zoom in here. Or first select all of our keyframes. Zoom in. We're going to change the ramping down so that it's starting very fast and then it really slows down at the end. Yeah, that looks better. That looks much better. And even I can just select this last layer or just select the blue shape layer. And we take our scale, we could ramp that down even more because that's the one that looks the slowest to me. All right, you could spend hours and hours tweaking the timeline of everything, but this looks very good. It looks very close to the speed. The blue I might want to slow down just a little bit, just like that. Great. In the next part, we're going to be adding this to the actual title card and adding text and the background. Let's create a new composition for our title card. So press this create a new composition button. Now we're going to use the standard 1920 by 1080s pixels. We're going to keep it at 5 seconds. We'll call this title card and click OK. We will add our background image. So we have this capital image. So I'm just going to drop this on our timeline. And it's very big, so I'm just going to bring up the scale and make it smaller until it fits better. Here's where we can use our title screenshot to adjust the size of the flag and the text. So just drop our title screenshot above our capital image, and then just bring up the scale and increase the scale until it fits the size of our actual composition. Now we can take this flag animation composition and just drop that actual composition right inside of our actual composition, our title card composition. Go later on until you see the whole flag animated on. Bring up the scale and drop it down. And we can zoom in here. And we want to just move this right over our flag and make sure it's about the right size. So you're really dropping it down quite a bit, about 9% or so, 9.5. That's looking pretty darn good. Next, let's add our text. So let's drop the opacity of this title card. So go down to 50. And with this, we can even change the size and position of our Capitol building. This image isn't exactly how it is on the intro of House of Cards, but it's pretty close. So we can move this just a bit, something like so. And if I turn off the title screenshot, you can see that it looks pretty good. One thing though is that this image that I've shared with you is a little bit bright, so let's darken it just a bit. A quick way to add a layer to make it darker is just by going to Layer, New Solid, create a black solid. So just make sure you choose the color black, put this, and then select OK, and then put it right above the capital layer. Press T to bring up opacity and drop the opacity like 40% or so. It's not perfect, but for our purposes, it's an easy way to darken the background to make sure that the foreground stands out. So let's take our text tool, just type house. I'm using this big noodle titling text because I thought it looked similar to the House of Cards text in the title card. I'm going to move this down and line it up with the flag. I'm just going to turn on our title screenshot to see what it looks like. I can see that the text in the House of Cards screenshot is a lot wider. It's more spread out. So I will play with the tracking a bit. So under your character panel, you can play with the tracking and the size just a little bit. It looks like it's even bolded a little bit. So that looks pretty good actually. So it's more like a bold and then about 260 tracking. That's pretty good. Now, since I have the right settings for that house text, I'm just going to duplicate it and move it over here. And I'll say cards. So I'll move the cards right over the cards text. And then one more time, I'm going to duplicate this and I will just say of. And the of is a different font in the House of Cards text and in what we're using. Let me just make sure what text I was using for the of. This one's actually very different from what the House of Cards text looks like. I'm using monotype cursiva. I believe this should be installed already on your computer, especially if you're using a Mac. If not, you can just find one that looks similar. I'm going to make sure that it's not all caps, and I don't want it to be bold either. And the spacing between the letters is smaller, so it looks like it's more like 150. Now I'll just move this down over the of text. So it's pretty darn close. It's not perfect, definitely, but it's close. I'm just going to turn off our title screenshot. The of text looks a little bit too close to the cards. I'm just going to make the tracking 120 and move the cards to the right a little bit. The only other animation we have, or there's two animations we have to do now, the background scaling and the opacity, the fade on of the House of Cards text. So I can actually bring up the intro video. What I can do is actually just copy or cut this. So I'm just going to cut it by pressing Command X and then Command V on my title card composition. Turn it on, and then this will show us when we want to fade on the House of Cards text. So scrubbing through here, we're going to start right about there at this point. So select all of your text, press T on your keyboard, set the opacity to 0, and then click the time stop clock right here to set that keyframe. Then move your timeline to the right until it's fully faded on, right about there. And then set the opacity to 100%. So that's pretty good. The other thing with this intro video is that, and I'll just scale it down so you can kind of see what it looks like better, is that the background is zooming out. So let's create that background zooming out effect. I'm just going to delete that, and then I will take our Capitol building, and we will actually go to the end of our timeline, set the scale to 46, which is what it is, and then set a keyframe right there. Then go to the beginning of the timeline and change the scale to like 50. So now we have the Capitol building scaling back, creating that zoom out effect. We have our text fading on, and we have the flag animation. So putting it all together, if I just play through this, we get a pretty good looking House of Cards animation. I think that's pretty good. The flag looks solid. The text is great. Of course, it's different. The font is different, and the image in the background is different. It's not a time lapse. It's just a still image. But you can imagine that this is, if you had those shots and the exact fonts, it would look literally exactly the same. The next thing we have to do is export this video. So that's what I'll be covering how to do next. Before exporting this video, I like to just clean up my compositions. So to quickly collapse all of these layers, I just press Command A, SS to close down everything. Just gonna delete this title screenshot. And actually that's pretty much it. That's all I need to do. So just play through it one more time to make sure that the timing of everything looks good. Maybe the opacity of this black solid might need to be a little bit higher to make it a little bit darker. And that looks pretty good. Now let's export this. So go to Composition, Add to Render Queue. You can also add it to Adobe Media Encoder, but I'm just going to export right within After Effects. In the output module, just this drop-down menu, click this H.264 option. You can then click the H.264 text right there to bring up all of the options for H.264, but that preset is a 100% quality H.264 video, so that should be good to go. And then the output 2, just click that not yet specified text and save it to wherever you want. So I'll save it to Assets, and I'll call this one Class Project House of Cards. Click Save, and then click Render. It's going to render out, depending on how fast your computer is. It might take a little while. You can tell that my computer is pretty fast. I have 16 gigabytes of RAM. I wish I had even more gigabytes of RAM, but it's pretty good for most animations. If we go to our folder, we have this class project now. If I open it with QuickTime, we can then play it back just to make sure, just to double check what it looks like. That looks pretty solid. I am super happy about this, and I hope you have enjoyed this series of tutorials on building the House of Cards title card. If you are following along, I would love if you exported your own version and posted it to the course site. I would love to see your work. If you want extra credit, please upload and post your own version. So create a different flag. If you live in another country, you can use a different country's flag. If you want to use your state flag or create your own flag, do something different. Use the same techniques of just the simple scale animation to create your animation, and then maybe create a different title, use a different image, use video if you have video. Just get creative with this technique and go crazy with it. I would love to see how creative you can get, and then I'll give you some feedback. Thank you so much for watching. If you have any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, we'll see you in another tutorial. As always, check out videoschoolonline.com for my latest blog articles, free tutorials, or premium classes on everything related to motion graphics, photography, video production, business creation, and more. Have a great day. Hey everyone, in this tutorial, we're going to be animating this badge using Adobe Illustrator to create the badge and Adobe After Effects to animate it. This is a very popular style of animation right now. And if you could create something like this for your own videos, if you have a YouTube channel, or for a promotion, corporate video, documentary, this is really going to boost the quality and the perception of your video. Super awesome, and it's actually not too hard. We're going to be using templates that we've found for free online to give us inspiration for this badge, and it's actually not that hard. So I'm going to walk you through everything in this tutorial. The first thing you want to do is download the files. So I've actually included some project files. We have a mountain graphic, a badge graphic, and this camping graphic. These are all icons that I found for free online. If you're creating your own badge for something else, you can find free graphics, free vectors. Just search for free vectors and then whatever you want. Camping free vectors or mountain free vectors, and you should find some online. Sometimes you have to attribute the author who created it, or you can just use it as inspiration and kind of recreate your own based off of these ones. So these are the ones that we're going to be using. You can download them in the project files for this tutorial wherever you're watching it. After you've downloaded that, open up Adobe Illustrator, open up Adobe After Effects, and we'll dive right into creating the badge first, designing it, and then we'll animate it second. Here we're in Adobe Illustrator. I've opened up the badge that I created before, and we're going to be recreating this. I've also opened up the different badge icons and camping and mountain icons that we're going to be using to create this badge. If you're brand new to Illustrator, then I'm going to walk you through how to use Illustrator to create this badge. Now, I will say up front, I am not a complete Adobe Illustrator Pro. I'm sure there's different ways to do the techniques that I'm going to show you. I'm just going to walk you through the technique and the way that I do it. And this is the way that is generally good for using Adobe Illustrator with Adobe After Effects, because there's some things, especially with the layering, how you create your different layers, that you need to know to create designs for animating in Adobe After Effects. And if there's any ways that I can improve my workflow, please let me know, because I'm always willing and wanting to improve my own workflow. The first thing you want to do is go up to File, New. This is going to open up a window that asks you what you want to create. I'm going to rename this badge. And then the width and the height, 500 by 500 is fine. Since we're using Adobe Illustrator, we're creating a vector graphic, which allows us to increase or decrease the size of the vector when we animate it however big or small we want without it getting pixelated, which is the best part about Adobe Illustrator. So we now have this new artboard. And if you don't know anything about Illustrator, I'm going to try to walk you through everything I do. The selection tool is the main tool we're going to be using right here. You have all your tools on the left side. And I'm going to be zooming in and moving around a lot. So to zoom in, just press Z on your keyboard to zoom in, and then click to zoom in, and then to zoom out with the zoom tool selected, you can press Option on your keyboard to zoom out. And then you can press space bar, and holding down space bar and clicking and moving around the artboard moves your viewer around so you can kind of see and zoom into different places. The first thing we're going to do is create a background. So with this layer 1 selected, we can just use our shape tool right here. We're going to choose the color up here and make it black, and just make a black background that fits the size of this entire composition or entire illustration. The next thing we're going to do is find the badge that we want to use to start out with. So with our badges project open, what we can do is just select the badge that we want. So I've clicked and selected this badge. And you'll notice when I just click anything, any part of any one of these badges, it kind of selects everything in that badge, which is what it's supposed to do. It's set up to do that. And if we drop down this objects layer, we'll see that there's different groups, and these are the different groups for the different badges. And with the one that we've selected, there's this little red icon right here, this red dot that indicates what part or what graphic we have selected. So we want to make sure that that red dot is selected before we copy this into our new badge project. So with that selected, just press Command C if you're on a Mac, or Control C on a PC to paste. I'm going to say Command V from now on because I'm using a Mac, but whenever I say Command, make sure that you press Control. If I say Option, press Alt if you're on a PC. So I have pressed Command C with this selected. I'm going back to our new badge, and what you want to do first is create a new layer. This background layer is the black shape. We want to create a new layer and then paste it. Press Command V. With this selected, I'm just going to increase the size. So I'm just clicking and dragging the corner. I'm also holding Shift down so that it maintains the right aspect ratio. And I'm just going to kind of center it. I can lock this background layer so I don't accidentally move it by clicking this lock, toggling the lock button right here, toggling that on or off. So now I can't accidentally move it. The next thing we want to do is separate the different elements of this background. Why do we do that? Because we need to separate the elements into different layers so that we can animate them separately in After Effects. If we brought this project into After Effects like it is now, we would just have one layer, but you see here in this graphic, all of these different parts of the graphic are moving separately. So we want to be able to animate the tent, this board right here, the outline. We want to do that separately. So to do that, we have to go through the different layers and the different groupings and separate things out. So you can drop down all the groups to see, and then turn the on and off button right here to see what is going on. So this group right here is this top layer of 3 lines. And we don't actually need or want those. We're going to delete those. So to delete things, you can just select them by selecting this little target right here to select that individual layer, and then just pressing the delete selection trash can down there. You can also just select the text. Let's say we use our direct selection tool, and it selects our individual paths instead of the group. So under here we have our 100% text. We're just going to delete that. So we got to select it over here, make sure that this icon is red, and you can actually just press delete on your keyboard. Same with this text down here. Select it and delete. The rest of these objects we're going to be using, but we have to separate them. So we have our outer badge sort of outline. So I'm going to select this. What I'm going to do is press Command X to cut it, create a new layer, and then press Command F. Not Command V to paste, but Command F. Command V just pastes it anywhere. Command F pastes it in exactly the same position where it was before. Next we have, let's see what these different layers are. We have this backboard layer. So I'm going to select this path, Command X, new layer, Command F. The layering, or the order of the layers also depends on what's on top of the other layers. So I can move this board now, or the layer 2 board, above, so this text appears above the board. Let's see what this next layer is. We have our text layer. So I can select this text, Command X, new layer, Command F. And I'm going to be recreating the text right within After Effects, so we don't really need to do it here actually. The next layer are these individual lines right here, and we will be animating them individually. So we can just select one of these, Command X, new layer, Command F. Select the next one, Command X, new layer, Command F. And I hope you're following along and this is fun for you. So I'm going to select this last one, new layer, Command F to paste it. Now layer 2 actually doesn't have anything, so I'm just going to delete layer 2. Okay, so now we have our basic badge. You'll notice in the final version, there's this little dotted line. We're actually going to be recreating the outline of this badge right within After Effects, because you can't animate the line like this. See how it comes onto the screen? It's kind of drawing on. You can't do that with the Illustrator file. We have to recreate that in After Effects. Now let's finish up our layers by adding our camping icons and our mountain icons. So if you have this mountaineer vector graphic open, you can select these layers. So I'm going to choose this mountain. These layers aren't grouped properly. So what I want to do is select all 3 of these little objects right here. So if I select one and then I press Shift and click the next ones, you will see that it selects all 3 right here. And I'm going to copy that, Command C, go back to my badge, Command V to paste it. And the reason I just did Command V instead of Command F is because it doesn't really know where to paste it. So Command V is fine to paste when you're bringing something from another Illustrator project into this one. So I'm just going to move this right about up there, how it was in my graphic, resizing it. And for now, I'm going to actually just change the color. So with these vectors selected, I can just choose the white from the swatches panel. If you don't have the swatches panel open, just go to Windows, Swatches. Then I'm going to separate these layers. So we have our, and you know what I did? I actually pasted it into layer 4, which I don't want. So what I'm going to do is take this first path layer right here, the small little squiggle, Command X to cut it, Command F to paste it. This next one, Command X, Command F. And then this last, the big part of the mountain, Command X, Command F. So what I should have done is created a new layer before I pasted it into this composition, and I'll show you how to do that right now with our camping icons. So with this graphic, sometimes they're grouped properly. So what I can do is just double click these different icons until I have the right one. And then I can click and drag, and you can see how it kind of washes out the rest of the graphics. That's because we're diving into this group that they have created. So if I just select the flame, which I want, I can Command C to copy it, go back to my badge, Command V. And now, you know what I did again? I pasted it into the wrong layer. So I want to create a new layer first. So I just undid that. And then Command V into the new layer. So layer 12. So now if I take layer 12, should be able to select it. It's not letting me select. Let me just select that one with the direct selection tool, or I can just actually use my keyboard to move it outside of this text so I can select it more easily. And I'm just going to shrink it down, move it right in the middle of this composition, try to center it, and then choose the white to make it white. And we'll probably change the size and everything in a little bit. The next thing we got to grab is the tent. So if we go back to this project, we have this tent. And you can see if I just double click, I can just get the part of the icon that I want. I don't want that background blue. So I can copy this, go to my badge, start a new layer, press Command V, and with this layer selected, I'm just going to use my keyboard to move it down. Going to zoom in down here and double click, and select this person sleeping, and I want to delete that because I didn't like it. So now with all this selected, I can just press white to make it white, and then I want to separate it. So diving into layer 13's grouping, I can find the group for the moon and the stars. So I can select that, Command X, new layer, Command F. And I know this is long. For those of you who know how to do this, you can just do it yourself and kind of skip ahead to the After Effects lesson. But for those of you who are brand new, I hope this is helping, and I hope you're following along and doing it so it's not too boring. So now let's just select the trees, which is this layer, Command X, new layer, Command F. And now in layer 13, we just have this tent. So we can make these trees a little bit bigger, which is what I did. You'll notice that in my badge, I made the tent have a little slit right there, which I thought looked a little bit better since we removed the person to make it a little bit more tent-like. So with layer 13 selected, what we can do is go to our pen tool. And then with the pen tool, along the path of the bottom part of this tent, and when the pen tool has a little plus icon, we can add little intersection points to this tent. And then with the direct selection tool, we can choose one of those points and move it. So I created 3 points, and then I selected one of them and I moved it around so that it creates that little slit. So let's just try to center this with the rest of the project. And the last thing we have to do is make the rest of these boards white. So just select the rest of the objects white. Select white. We could select multiple by shift clicking and make it all white. Okay, so now we have our different layers, and that's the most important part about designing your object in Illustrator. You want to make sure that all the different parts of your badge that you want to illustrate separately are in different layers, because once you bring it into After Effects, if there's multiple parts of an object within one layer, you won't be able to animate it separately. So for example, the stars and the moon, it's okay that it's together because I'm going to animate it together. But if you did want to animate it separately, you would have to separate the star from the moon into different layers. So this is our badge. What I would do for you now is make sure that you're caught up, design your badge, and then in the next part, we're going to be opening up Adobe After Effects and importing this and preparing this to be animated, because there's a little bit more work that we have to do in After Effects to prepare this for animation. Now go ahead and open up Adobe After Effects. Right now I have the previous template that I was using, and I'll add this project to the project files that you download so that you can kind of see how it works if you need a little bit more help. But if you're starting from scratch, what you'll do is literally just open up After Effects and then import the Illustrator file. So first, let's make sure we go back to Illustrator, save this file, and I'll call this badge 2. Save it just as an Illustrator file. Go back to After Effects, double click our project panel, select the Illustrator file that we want to import, And it's important to change the import as footage to import as composition. If we do it as footage, it's going to flatten the graphic and it's just going to import it as one file, one layer. But we did all that work to separate the layers, and that's why we have to import it as a composition. So just click open, and you'll see that it brings in, it adds this composition and this folder with all of our different layers in it. So we can rename this, and we'll just call this, and you can rename by selecting and pressing return on your keyboard, and we'll call this badge. To open up this composition, just double click, and you'll see here this After Effects project composition with a timeline with all of our different layers. So the first thing to do is go through and rename the different layers and move them around so that they're in an order that makes sense to you. So this first layer we're actually not going to be, we're going to be recreating, and I'll do that in just a second, but this is the badge outline. So what I'm going to do is actually first delete the background layer, which is this layer 1, which is that black shape we created. With layer 3, this is the outline, so I'm going to call this badge outline. Layer 4 is the board. I'll just call it a board. I don't know really what it is. We'll call this mountain top. Layer 12 is fire. And I tend to move the smaller objects to the top. Layer 13 is tent. And then group different layers together. So the fire, the tent, the trees, those will all go near each other. Trees. So you can fast forward this if you don't want to watch me rename everything, but I'll just show you my process. Right here we have our stars and moon, so I'll just call this moon. Move that up 2. Layer 10 is our mountain squiggle. I'll just call this mountain left. And layer 9 should be mountain right, so mountain right. Layer 8 is our different lines. So what I'm doing, you can see, I'm just turning on and off the viewing so I know which one it is. So I'll call this line 3, line 2, just making sure it's the right layers, line 1, and layer 5 should be our text. So now we have our different layers, and we are in a good order that we can that makes sense. I'm changing the viewing of this so that I can see everything, and it's similar to Illustrator, just pressing Z on your keyboard. You can zoom in or zoom out, and to move around, pressing spacebar to get your move tool and clicking and dragging. The next things we have to do are recreate this background badge and the text. So to recreate the text, I'm just going to choose the horizontal type tool. I want my text to be white. So in the character panel, if you don't have that, window character. And the text the font I'm using is Railway. So I'm just going to click anywhere in my composition and call this into the green. And I'm going to move this right over. Actually, it doesn't really matter what color it is. I can make it black so I can see it more easily. I'm going to actually delete this other text, and I'm going to move this text right above the board. So I'm going to delete this other text. And with this into the green text, I'm going to just move it right into the center, position it the right way. Select it, move it right in the middle. And what I'm going to do is I want the transparency of the background to shine through this text. So if I have an image or a video, I want this text, I don't want it to be black. I want to see the background video through the board. So what I can do is turn off the transparency of the background. So this is how it would look if I put this logo or this badge on top of another video. And then I want to change the actual mode, the blend mode of this text to silhouette alpha, I believe. Yes, silhouette alpha. So if you have these modes open, you can open and close modes by expanding and collapsing the transfer controls panel down here, this little icon, and change it to silhouette alpha. So if we put an image in the background, we can see it. All right, now we have our text ready to go. The last thing we have to do is create this badge shape right here. So what I'm going to do is just with my pen tool selected, this is a tool used to create shapes. I'm going to click fill, turn off the fill, set it to none. And then with the stroke, I don't exactly know what it's going to be, but I'll just start it out at 6. Then I'm just going to start clicking the points to create this shape. So click there, click there. Then I'm going to click right about here. Hey everyone, Phil back here with a new section in the Flat Animation Buildup course. In this section, we'll be learning the bulk of what this class is all about. So we'll be designing our object right within Adobe Illustrator. You can also do so in After Effects if that's more easy for you. Then we'll be learning how to prep your object in Adobe Illustrator for using in After Effects. We'll be learning how to animate your project, so being able to understand the different ways to animate the different elements in your object. And then we'll be learning how to reverse your animation in a quick and easy way. So get excited, this is a huge section and I can't wait to dive right in. Hey everyone, welcome back to another lesson. In this video, we'll be designing the object for this animation. So for me, I'm designing this little Polaroid I have for reference here. It always helps to have an image, whether it's a real image or even some sort of graphic that you found online for reference when you're creating your object. And I'm creating this object in Adobe Illustrator, but you can also design it right within After Effects. I'm going to be showing you how to separate the layers within Adobe Illustrator to prepare this object for After Effects. And you just want to make sure that each layer, whether it's the background of your object or whatever layer that you want to be animated in the final product, you want to make sure that's a separate layer. We'll talk about that more once we've designed the entire graphic. Okay, so let's get straight into Adobe Illustrator. So I'm going to use the rectangle tool, pick a color that I like, something like that green turquoise, and just do a quick little background. I'm going to go into my layers and make sure that I lock these two layers so that I don't accidentally click on them. Then I'm going to create the base of my Polaroid camera. So I'm going to choose my rounded rectangle tool, and first I'm going to take the stroke off, and then I'm going to choose a color that's similar to this. So let's just pick a light brown tan sort of Polaroid camera color. So I want it to be a perfect square, so as I click and drag, I'm holding the shift key down on my keyboard, something like that. Now this might be a little too brown, so I'm just going to make it a tad bit whiter. Okay, so now I have the background, and then I'm going to duplicate this layer, so I'm just going to Command C or Control C on your keyboard, depending on whether you're on a Windows or a PC, then Command F to paste it right over it. Okay, now selecting this top layer, I'm just going to change the color to something like a dark gray, something like that. Then I'm going to select these 2 points at the top, the 2 anchor points, and delete them. Then select these 2 other ones on the outside and click and drag down to create this sort of bottom of the Polaroid camera. And then I'm going to actually duplicate this layer, so Command C, Command F, and I'm going to select the top 2 anchor points and raise it up a bit and change the color to this sort of beige brown, so something in between, something like that, and then just move this beneath the dark gray one. Okay, so now I'm going to take my rectangle tool and create a new little photo slot. So this is the slot that the Polaroid would actually come out of, and change the color to like a very dark gray, almost a black. And now as I work my way up from the back layers of this design, I'm going to create these 2 stripes. So again, with the rectangle tool, I'm just going to select a different color. We can do something completely different from what I chose in the previous in my previous design, so something like that. Then I'm just going to copy and paste it, Command C, Command V, move it right next to it, and change the color. Maybe it will be red or something like an orange. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so now I'm going to create the lens. So with my ellipse tool, I'm going to create a shape, and I'm going to change the color to this background first, or actually make it this dark color down here. So with the eyedropper tool,
I'm just going to select that and then choose my ellipse back, pressing and holding shift as I drag, create a perfect circle. Just center that and maybe make it a little bit smaller, something like that. Then I'm just going to copy paste it again, but Command C and then Command F, shrink it a little bit, make it a darker gray. So I'm just gonna, with this path selected, press I on the keyboard and then select this gray. And then I'm going to duplicate this one. So Command C, Command F, shrink it down. And then actually with this one back here, the middle layer, I'm going to change the color to be a little bit lighter. Something like that. So it's starting to look like a lens. Now we're going to add two little lens flares. So again, with the ellipse tool, just draw a little circle on the end right here. Press I to choose your color. I'm going to make it like this color right here. And then just duplicate this, so Command C, Command F, and make it a little bit of a smaller lens flare. Something like that. Okay, so that's starting to look pretty good, like so. Now let's add just these different buttons that you would see on a Polaroid camera. So it's a viewfinder, it's the shutter release button, just different types of buttons that you would find on your camera. So I will take my rectangle tool right here. This can be the viewfinder, or maybe this is the flash, we'll see. And then press I to choose my color. And I'm selecting colors that are within my composition. That's one good design tip, that if you're creating these different elements of an object, it's nice to choose colors from within your design and not just try to match by eyeballing it, but actually using the eyedropper tool to select the color. Something like that. Then let's use the rounded rectangle to create a little viewfinder box, like so. And select this gray right here. Okay, and then we will, again, still with our rounded rectangle, make our little flash box right here. Something like that, doesn't have to be perfect. Choose that dark gray. And then with the rounded rectangle again, we'll make another little box inside and make it this lighter gray with the eyedropper tool. Then we're going to create this little shutter release button using the ellipse tool. So I'm creating a circle right here. I'm actually going to make it this background color, but what I'm going to do is go up to Effect, under Illustrator Effects, go to Stylize, and then Drop Shadow. I can choose the different options. I'm going to start out with about 50%, maybe do 0 on the X offset and 3, and then blur is 5. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, that's a little bit too much, so let's go into our drop shadow effects if I can find it. Okay, so if I go up to drop shadow, I can double click this, and let's decrease that blur and decrease the Y offset, something like that. Maybe even make the blur 1 and the opacity 30. So a lot of this is just playing around, but that looks pretty good. I'm going to duplicate this in place, so Command C, Command F, shrink it down, and I will actually take the red from this red stripe right here, and so now that looks pretty good. But here I'm going to take off the drop shadow. So just select it and trash it. Okay, so now that we have this button all done with the red and the background with the shadow that helps separate it from this background of the Polaroid, we can just copy and paste both of these objects to create this other little detail on the right side of our Polaroid camera. So just pressing Command C and then Command V to paste it. And then I'm just going to move it over here, shrink the size a bit. And while I shrink it or grow it, I'm holding down Option Shift. What that does is it locks the aspect ratio so it's a perfect circle, and it shrinks it from the middle rather than shrinking it from a corner. You see that? So holding it down shrinks it from the middle. And then I'm just going to select this red, press I on my keyboard, and select this gray. I'm going to zoom out, and maybe I'll make it the darker gray. So the last thing I want to do is just add the drop shadow to this lens, because if you were looking at a Polaroid camera, this lens along with a couple of these buttons would be protruding a little bit, and that would add a little bit of a shadow. So I'm just going to select it, go up to Effect, Stylize, Drop Shadow, and now it still has the same settings that we've used before, so let's see how that looks. And that looks just about right. So there you have it. That is our Polaroid camera icon that we will be animating. In the next lesson, we'll be going over how to prepare this file for importing into After Effects, because you can't just take this file that you've created, this design, straight into After Effects without playing with the layers, which we'll be talking about in the next video. Hey everyone. Okay, in this video we'll be preparing this Illustrator file for import into After Effects. So if you go over to your layer panel within Adobe Illustrator, you will see that all of these different shapes were created under one layer. And in After Effects, if I import this project as it is, it will recognize only one layer. So everything will be one layer and you can't animate each different element. So what we want to do is make each of these a different layer. And the easiest way to do this is, I'm just going to unlock that, is select your top layer, so the layer 1, go over here to this drop down button, click that, and select Release to Layers Sequence. What that does is now each of these is a separate layer. As you can see, it has this drop down arrow with the path underneath. I will select all of these and move them outside of the layer 1. And this layer 1 now just contains this reference, and I can go ahead and trash it. Okay, so now what we're going to do is just quickly rename all of these. So what I'll do is just quickly rename them. Right button gray. Okay, so now all of these have been renamed and we are ready to bring it into After Effects. Hey everyone, welcome to the next lesson in the Flat Animation Buildup course. Today we're actually going to be taking our flat animated object and turning it into an animation. So if you go to your Finder and find that file that we created before, so it is for me under, I have so many projects that I'm working on, under Shape Layers and this Polaroid camera right here. So this is our file. If we go ahead and just drag and drop it into our composition, into our project window, it's going to ask us what kind of import we want. You can do footage or composition. Make sure that you select composition and then hit OK. You will see that a composition is added and then a folder with the different layers. So each layer is the layers that we created within Illustrator last time. So if you double click that composition, you can see our new composition with all of our layers within After Effects. Now if you've already created your object right within After Effects, you're probably already at this spot right now. Now what we want to do is create a composition for our size. So I'm just going to create one that is, let's call it 900 by 900. And so it's going to be a square composition. We'll choose 2997, which is good for online viewing, and we'll make it 10 seconds. Okay, so I'm going to have this fit up to 100% so we can see better. And then what I'm going to do is just go into my old Polaroid composition, select our layers, all of them, copy them, Control C, go into our new comp 1, and paste them. Now, if I want, I can just put it in the center, press S on my keyboard to bring up scale, and increase the scale. You'll notice, if you look very closely, that it's starting to get pixelated. What we want to do is select this button in the middle of your toggle switches modes, which is this collapse transformations for vector layers. It's a continuously rasterize option. So with all of them selected, I click that, and now all of our objects are sharp when it's at 100%, which is great because when you create an object right within Illustrator, it's a vector file, and After Effects can read vector files so that it is always crisp, whatever size it is. Okay, so now this background is awesome. I'm just going to keep that. I'm just going to increase the size a little bit. I'm going to lock that down. And then we can start animating. So first, I think I'm just going to use our other one as reference. So first we have this rotation of the background. So let's just go straight into all of our layers, and I'm going to turn off all of the layers except for the one we're working with. And before I do that, I'm going to select all of our layers and parent them to the back. So whatever I do to the back, whether I rotate it, shrink it, increase the size, it's going to happen to the rest of these layers. So let me just parent them. So selecting all of them, taking this twirligig thing and dragging over to the back, and now they're all parented to the back. If I turn them on, you will see that if I press the scale of the back, it happens to all of them, which is really helpful. Okay, so then I'm going to go back, turn off all of these layers except for back. That was solo, turn them off. Alright, now with scale brought up, I'm going to add a scale animation from this size, 187%, going back to the start of my composition and going to 0. Okay, so now I just have this nice little scale animation. But I also had a rotation, so I'm just going to press R. It's going to end at this rotation. If I press U on my keyboard, it brings back up my other keyframes that I've added so I can see where my scale keyframe was. Then I'm just going to rotate it backwards about 145 or so. So it's kind of twisting on. So that's pretty cool, but I want it to pop a little bit more. And as you learned in the previous course in this After Effects Dive into Basics lessons, with keyframes, you can add a little pop by adding easy ease. So if you right click these keyframes, hit keyframe assistant and then easy ease, it adds a little bit of easing. What that means is that it slows into this animation and then it slows down when you reach these keyframes. What I can do even further is go into my graph editor, select all my keyframes, and drag the endpoints in towards the middle. And this graph represents the speed of the animation. So it slows and then it ramps up to, in the middle, it's a very high peak. So it kind of snaps into place. If that seems a little bit slow to you, you can select these later two keyframes and drag them in. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so now that we have the background animated, we're just going to animate all these background pieces kind of sliding into place. So first, this middle option, it kind of shrinks down. So how are we going to make it shrink down? First, we want to take our pan behind tool and move our anchor point down right to the top of this layer. So when you bring in your objects from Illustrator to After Effects, it makes the anchor point for all of these objects these very center of this composition, which is not what we want. We want the anchor point to be moved around depending on what type of animation we're adding to this. So I'm just going to make it a little bigger so we can see. Okay, so now we're just going to add another scale animation. So with my scale, I'm just going to set at 100, and then I'm going to go back, and instead of just shrinking down like this with both the width and the height shrinking, I'm going to unlock the width and height and just take the height and shrink that down to 0. So now it kind of just slides on like so. I'm going to easy ease both of them. An easy way to add easy ease is just pressing F9 on your keyboard. On a Mac keyboard, you can press the function button, then F9, or it's the fast forward button above your keys. Then go into my graph editor and add a little bit of pop. So I'm going to be doing this with all of my different animations. So that's pretty cool. I think this initial animation of the background flying on is a little too fast. And I want this second layer to start animating almost when it's fully on. So there we go, something like that. Okay, then we're going to do the same with these stripes. So I'm going to turn on both of these stripes. Again, we're going to take the anchor point and move it to the top. So just select one of these with your pan behind tool, move it to the top. This is stripe right, and then stripe left. Move it to the very top. I can select both. And what I can do is just copy and paste these keyframes that I added to the middle section because it's the same type of animation going from the top down. So you can see here that it's adding that. If I press U, I can bring up those keyframes. And then I can offset these just so it's a little bit more dynamic. And move them to start animating right about here. So something like that's probably going to look pretty cool. And then let's go back to our bottom, the dark bottom. And this time the anchor point's in a good spot right in the middle, but I'm just going to drag it down like here. And we're going to add the same type of scale animation, except instead of going from the height, we're going to animate the width. So set a keyframe here for 100%, then go back in time, unlock these two, and go to 0. Then I'm just going to select both of them, F9 on my keyboard to add easy ease, go into the graph editor, and add a little bit of pop. So something like this is pretty cool, looking pretty cool. And I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste this to my photo hole. So something like this, and it's really hard to see, but as it grows out, the photo hole starts to grow out as well. So we're already getting our little animation. I'm just going to increase the timing of this back animation so that all of these things start popping on as it's rotating. And maybe take the first keyframes for all of these other things we've animated and move them back a little bit. So the animation's a little bit slower, just like so. Okay, let's do that for the photo hole as well. Okay, so now let's animate our lens. So the lens kind of just pops on like so, and as you can see, it kind of grows and then shrinks. So let me show you how to do that. So with our lens 3, which is the background, I'm just going to press scale. I'm going to hit a keyframe at 100%, move that forward, and then go down to 0. I'm going to easy ease them, so select all, F9 on your keyboard, then I'm going to go into my graph editor. But instead of this graph, I want to go into my value graph. So if you click this button down here, there's options for editing the value graph and the speed graph. So let's go to value graph, and what this is saying is that it is going from 0 to 100% scale. If I take one of these ends and drag it up, it's actually going above 100%. So it's going to 110% right now. And we can just scrub through this if we want. So it grows to 100 and then goes back down to 100. And then I can go back to my speed graph and make sure that there's a little bit of pop. So this is probably going to look pretty cool. It's a little bit slow for me. I want it to sort of pop into place at the end, so it ramps up kind of slow, and then it pops faster at the end. And then the whole animation is just a little bit too slow, so I'm just going to decrease the time between these two keyframes and move them up.
That's looking pretty good. Okay, let's go back into our graph editor. Let's go into our value graph and just make it a little bit more, something like this. That's pretty cool. And I think it'll look a lot cooler when we add the same animation to the rest of these lenses. So I'm just going to first make sure that actually the pan behind, the anchor point, is in the center of these circles. So I'm going to zoom in, and right here at the end, make sure that this is in the center. Something like that. Okay. And then I'm going to go into my other lenses, and again with the pan behind tool, just make sure that it's in the center or about the center. And if you have other anchor points in your composition and you're trying to move anchor points, sometimes After Effects locks your anchor point to a certain point. And this is helpful if we're trying to move the anchor point to the same spot for different layers. Okay, so let's take these two keyframes for the lens 3 and move forward a few frames, and then for lens 2, paste them. So I copied them, and then again move forward a few frames for lens 1, paste them. So if I select all of these, press U, I can see all of the keyframes, and they kind of come up in a cool sort of way. I like that a lot. And then let's add the same to the lens flares. So we have to go here to see where the lens flares are, and then I'm just going to move the anchor points for the lens flares. So lens flare top with pan behind tool, just move it up to the middle of this little lens flare, and same for the bottom. And then for these, we can add the same sort of animation. So lens flare top, I still have it copied, so I'm just going to press paste, Command V, move forward, Command V, and these little guys pop up onto our screen as well. Alright, so let's zoom out a bit and see where we're at. So this is coming together quite nicely. Okay, so now that we have the lens animating on, let's animate these different buttons. So first let's do these 4 buttons right here, or these 4 objects, because it's going to be the same animation as the lens themselves. So let's first move the anchor points. So with the right button gray, we're just going to move it to the center. And now this is very quickly, but you could take a little bit more time zooming in and moving these different anchor points to the center of these objects. But for this purpose, I just want to get through it a little bit quicker. Then I'm just going to bring up the scale animation for one of these objects, the lenses. And I'm just going to basically select all 4 and paste it. And then if I bring up U, I can offset the background, the backs, so that the backs start to come up a little bit sooner than the other parts, the red and the gray button, and then just offset the left button so it pops on first, and then the gray one. Then I'm just going to select all of these and move it back so that these are popping on right as the lens starts to pop on as well. Okay, and then the last things we want to animate are these top left and top right buttons, or the viewfinders or flash, whatever it is on our object. Okay, so first we have to move the anchor point, so I'm just going to turn all of these on so we can see them. And with our pan behind tool, I'm just going to select for our top left black, we're just going to move it into the center, and same with the gray. And again, just centering all of these anchor points so that the animation comes from the anchor point. Okay, so with this top left, what we're going to do is actually copy the animation from the bottom. Remember how the bottom it grows on from the width, so it grows with width. We can just add that to our top left button. So I'm just going to press U to bring up the scale animation, copy those, and then with top left gray selected and top left black, paste it.
So now if I press U, I can see this animation kind of come on. And I just want to, again, offset. So move the top left gray a little bit forward so the black comes on first. And move these over ever so slightly so that it's happening a little bit earlier. And then I want to do something similar. Let's just do the same thing with the top right. So I'm just going to paste these. I can bring up the keyframes by pressing U, offset. But what I want to do with this one on the right is have it rotate a little bit. So first I'm going to parent the gray to the back. So if I add rotation to the back, we can see it. I'm going to go to the second keyframe, press R, set a keyframe so it locks it at this rotation at the end of the animation. Then go back to the first scale keyframe and rotate, let's just do -90. And then I'm going to add easy ease. And now this kind of rotates onto the screen and it adds a little bit more. And maybe what I'll do with this top left one is the same. So let's parent the top left gray to the top left black. And then I will add a little bit of a rotation. Now this one is a little bit wider, so I don't want it to be as dramatic. So I'll just do -45 and add easy ease. So that's pretty cool. Maybe I'll do +45 so it's rotating the opposite direction. Okay, so now if we expand our viewer so we can see everything, we can run through this by doing a RAM preview, just by hitting 0 on your keyboard if you have the full keyboard, or if you go up to Window, Preview, and do this RAM preview over here. And that renders it out so you can see it in full time. Okay, so this is looking pretty good, but the timing is a little bit off. I'm just going to shrink my work area so that I can preview it and loop it a little bit easier. Okay, so I want all of these things to be happening about at the same time a little bit more. So I'm going to select all, Command A, hit U on my keyboard, and these keyframes that are over here on the right, those are the ones that are happening a little bit later. I'm going to move back. And then I'm going to extend the rotation and scale of the background so it's still rotating as the rest of the animations pop on. So something like this I think looks a little bit more dynamic. And I think the rotation is actually, it starts off a little bit too slow. So if I go into my graph animator and if I go back to speed graph, I want it to rotate a little bit faster on. And it can still slow down to the end, but it rotates a little bit more in the beginning. And this is looking pretty darn cool. So you can go in and play with the timing and the length of these different animations, but as you can see here, this is a very dynamic animation, a very dynamic intro to an object, and I hope you're enjoying it. So in the next video, I'll show you how to quickly reverse this animation so that you don't have to change anything, you don't have to add any more keyframes or duplicate these animations. It's a quick way to reverse this animation. See you then. Okay, in the last video, we added all of these different animations to make this amazing flat animation build-up. So instead of trying to recreate these keyframes to have it reverse the animations, there's a very easy way to reverse this entire animation. So what we're going to do is select all of our layers except for our background and pre-compose it. You can do right-click, pre-compose, or on your keyboard, Command-Shift-C to pre-compose. And what this is basically doing is it's creating a group of all of these layers within this one composition. And you'll see once I do the pre-composition.
So let's just call this Polaroid pre-comp. And now you see that all of those layers became one. If I double click this pre-comp, I still have all of the layers that we can animate individually, but in our main composition, it's just one layer. Now to easily reverse this animation. So first let's go to 4 seconds when this animation ends. We're going to trim this composition, the pre-composition. So what I can do is just press Option, right bracket, so that trims it. And then I'm going to duplicate this layer, so Command D. Then what I'm going to do is select both, right click, go to Keyframe Assistant, and then Sequence Layers. Just hit OK. Now that puts one layer after the other. So now it looks kind of funky because if you played through this, it would animate on our Polaroid camera, then it would go to a blank screen and then animate on again. But what I can do is just reverse this second layer, or this second pre-comp, going to time, right clicking, going to time, and then time reverse layer. And what this does is it reverses that animation, so now it goes backwards. And because we have two sequence layers, it animates in and then it animates off. So that's a very quick way to reverse any type of animation. This can be a title card or anything that's within a pre-composition. So that's how you pre-compose, and in the next video we'll be talking about exporting. Okay, now that we have our awesome 2D animation build-up, what we want to do is export it so that we can post it online to share with the world, and more importantly, share with the class so that I can check out your work and the rest of the students can see your awesome animations. So to export from After Effects, what we do is go up to Composition, with this composition selected, our main composition, Add to Render Queue. And then we choose our settings. So if you're exporting for the first time, these two won't show up. It will just be your Comp 1. There is a preset in After Effects for H.264. Just click that. That's the easiest thing to do. You can go in and click the H.264 and go into the different settings, but this is a great setting for posting online. H.264 is a QuickTime format. It's a small file and it will easily be able to be shared with the rest of the class. Okay, then I'm just going to export. I will just call this Comp1 test. And then over here, just click render. Now, depending on how fast your computer is, it will render out in a short amount of time. And then if you go to that folder, you can check it just to make sure. It's going to be a QuickTime file. You'll hear a little ring when it's done. And here it is. A little test of our animation. So that's pretty cool. So now what I want you to do is take this animation, post it on YouTube or Vimeo, and then share it with the class. Skillshare allows you to post Vimeo and YouTube links directly on the page. You can also take this and turn it into a GIF if you'd like, using Photoshop. Thank you so much for watching this lesson, and please again post your projects to the course page. I can't wait to see what types of objects you are animating, and have a great day. Hey everyone, you got through that section. It was a huge section. Hopefully you have a nicely designed object, whether it's a Polaroid camera if you were following along, or something that you created on your own, and then you took it into After Effects and animated it. In the next section, we'll be quickly learning how to export it so that you can share your projects with the rest of us in the class, and then we'll be saying so long because this class is rapidly coming to an end. Hey everyone, and welcome to the first lesson in this quick course on editing After Effects templates that you purchase online via a stock marketplace such as videohive.net, which I'm on right here. So there's lots of different options. If you go to After Effects project files, you can see all the different types of options there are. There's lower thirds, titles, different animations, and I want to find something that is going to be good to explain how to basically edit a template. So let me just look up transitions, because I found a cool transition pack that I want to purchase for myself, and it is perfect for sharing this tutorial with. So this is a cool transition pack that also has text in it, so you can see it here playing, lots of cool things. And so you might say, how do I use this project file? How do I change this text in here? And it's going to be similar for any of these projects. So I'll use this as an example. So I'm just going to purchase this. Okay, so once you've purchased, you will get a thank you and an email, and you can visit your downloads page to check out all the purchases that you've made, or you can just download it from here. I'm going to save it into a folder that I have created. So After Effects templates. So we are going to go into that folder once it downloads, and I will show you exactly what you get in each folder. It's going to be a little bit different depending on who is selling you the After Effects project, but typically it will come with a license and the project files themselves. Okay, so typically when you download a project, you will get a folder with different things in it. You will see a After Effects project file. Sometimes there's two. You can see here there's transition opener. You can see different assets that they have. So within the projects themselves, they might use video, such as an ink mask or something else that they have given you within this project as well. And then some of them even have some tutorials on how to do it, but I'm giving you a tutorial right now, so you don't need to necessarily use these tutorials. Okay, so that is basically what you get. In the next lesson, we'll be showing you how to open the project and kind of just navigating After Effects for the first time. So you have your template downloaded and you have this After Effects project. Right click and open with After Effects, or just double click to open it. Depending on what type of computer you have or what version of After Effects you have, it might prompt you to create a new version of the original file. So it looks like this one was originally created in on a Windows computer. I'm on a Mac. So it will open up and you will see all this stuff in After Effects. And let me just quickly go over some of the things that you'll need to know before we dive into actually editing and importing assets and changing the text in these projects. So After Effects is basically built like a video editor, but it's kind of different. If you've ever used Adobe Premiere Pro, it's somewhat similar in the look, but you'll notice all sorts of different tabs and features. So up here in the left, you have a project folder or project window. This is where you see all of your assets. So different sequences, the images, the photos that you can import into After Effects, everything shows up here. In the middle is basically your video composer. You can see what you're working on. You can move things around. We'll do that in a little bit. But basically, this is what your video looks like. Over to the right, there's a bunch of stuff that we don't need to really play around with. And there's this effects and presets folder. And this is something you can get into if you want to use After Effects, but for just using templates, you don't need to know anything about this. The main thing you will probably need to understand the most is down here, all of your sequences. So down here you have your timeline, which is a basic timeline of the different sequences or videos that you create within After Effects. And with these After Effects templates that you purchase, they typically have a bunch of different sequences. As you can see here, it goes from 1 all the way to, I believe it'll go to 50 because there are 50 different transitions. And so you can kind of tab through these and you can see different videos pop up in your viewer up here. And then if you take your mouse and drag down here on the timeline, you can see that you go through the timeline and it kind of plays through it. Since these are just transitions, they're very short videos, but say you had a whole slideshow or something else, you can scrub through your timeline like this. So that is basically your timeline, and all of your sequences pop up in tabs up above. And then within your timeline you have different layers. So this is getting a little bit more detailed, and you might not need to know this, but I think it's important to just understand what's going on down here. You see these different bars going across. These are different layers. So one might be your text layer, one might be your background, one might be another shape that pops up or a photo. You get the idea. Then up here in the top is your menu. The really the only menu you're going to have to understand for this course and for editing templates is the file menu, because that's where you can import footage and export. You will also need to know the composition tab, because this is where you will render and export your projects, but we'll get into that in the rendering lesson. So that's it for now. This is your project file. This is After Effects, and if you're interested in diving a little bit deeper into After Effects, videoschoolonline.com, and I have created a full After Effects course and lots of other additional advanced courses on After Effects that you can check out at videoschoolonline.com. But for now, that's that, and in the next lesson we'll talk about importing assets and making edits to your templates. Okay, in this video I'm showing you how to import assets into After Effects. So this is, say you buy a template that you need photos for or video for, it's a slideshow or something that you want to put your own video or photos into. This is how you import your footage into After Effects. First, I like to be organized. So in your project window, click this little create folder button. It looks a little like a little manila folder. And then name it whatever you want. I'm going to name it video because I'm going to be importing video. You can name it photos or anything. Then you can right click and click import files or multiple files. Or what I like to do is just drag and drop. So I'm going to bring in just a couple of videos that I've created recently for an example. So I have this tutorial. I'm going to just drag C into that video folder. And then I have another video I shot earlier today. Just drag it and drop. And there you have it within your video folder. Then within your After Effects projects, there will probably be a placeholder. So this is where they tell you to put your media. In this project, it's labeled your media. You can see your media 1, 2, and 3, these 3 tabs down here. And if it's not opened, you can see it up here in this folder. It says you change your text, image, or video here. So it might not be exactly like this in your project, but typically After Effects projects that you purchase on videohive.net or these other places are very well organized and tell you exactly where to put your media. And if you have a sequence up here that's not opened in your timeline down here, or you just don't know where it is, you can't find it, you can always double click these different sequences down here. So I have media 1. Now I want to make this video window a little bit bigger so that I can see it better. I can do that by changing this 50% magnification ratio to fit up to 100%. So this will fill up the entire screen right here of my video composition window. Okay, so then down here you have in your timeline, you have different options. So you have your media layer, your texture layer, and the medium red solid layer, which is the background. And just to show you exactly what these are and what they're doing, I'm going to uncheck this little eyeball on the left side so that you can see that that's turning off this Your Media layer. And this is a text layer, okay? Texture, I can turn on and off. That's kind of hard to see for you on the computer, but it has a little texture. And then this background, it's just taking off this background completely. So what do you do with your video or photo? So when you have a sequence or a placeholder sequence, you just drag and drop your video or photo onto this timeline, or you can drag and drop it right into the window right here. And you will see that a new layer was created in this timeline. Okay? So there you can scrub through it. This is the video I created, so I already added a few graphics you can see down here. But this was another video I made for Video School Online. And I can turn it on and off. And now notice if I put it beneath the Your Media text layer, the Your Media text appears on top of my video. If I put it beneath the texture, it appears beneath the texture. And maybe I want that texture over my video, but I don't want that Your Media text on my video. So I'm going to uncheck that eyeball right there next to the Your Media layer so it's not visible. You can also delete it by just selecting the layer and hitting delete on your keyboard. But I'm just going to leave it there for now. Now I'm going to go over to my Your Media 2 tab, which is the Your Media 2 sequence up here, or I can double click it. Again, I'm going to view it and fit it up to 100%. Then I'm going to take my second layer of video, and this time I'm going to drop it onto the timeline. Now you can move it forward and back by clicking and dragging it to the left or right. So depending on where you want the video to start, I can move it from left to right. I want it to start at the beginning. Okay. So now we have video in Your Media 1 and Your Media 2. Now if I tab over and select one of these sequences, one of these transitions, I can click number 1, and you can see now I show up in this video. Before I wasn't showing up. I'm going to fit this up to 100 so you can see it better. And what you notice down below is you see these layers named Your Media 1, Your Media 2. That's interesting. What that's doing, that's referring to this sequence, Your Media 1 and Your Media 2. So those sequences are actually quote-unquote nested or pre-composed. Those are terms you don't need to know if you're just taking this to get by and do quick and dirty After Effects. But basically you pre-compose a sequence within your sequence. So it's like layers of sequences. And now if I scrub through this timeline, you can see this transition in effect. Now I could go to any number of these sequences. I'll go to 11 and I will scrub through it. You see that transition. Let's go to 17. Here's another one. Scrub through it. And you will notice I'm scrubbing through it just by clicking and dragging. Another thing you can do is press 0 on your keyboard if you have a full keyboard. So if you have the keyboard on the right side of your, like a whole number pad on the right side of your keyboard, then you can press 0 over there. If you have a small keyboard and you only have the numbers on top of the letters, then what you have to press is Control 0. Okay, so Control 0 on your keyboard if you don't have the number pad on the right side of your keyboard. And if you render it, that's actually what you call rendering. You're not exporting it, but you're rendering it. It's kind of computing all the effects that are going by, and it's a lot clearer, you can see. Now this goes to Media 3, so there's 3 different effects that you're seeing, 3 sequences that it's calling upon. This first one, Media 1, you see part of Media 2 in the background right here, and then there's Media 3 that I could add. But I'm going to leave it at that for now, and in the next lesson I'm going to be showing you how to change and edit text within your composition. In the last video, I showed you how to import video or photos and add it to your different sequences. Now I'm going to show you how to use text and add and edit text. So first I'm going to go to this media 3, which is the part of this transition that I don't have yet. So I'm just going to double click that, and you have your different layers again, and you can add text or you can edit the text that's already there. And if you purchase an After Effects template that has text already there, like a lower third title or an intro title, typically there will be a layer of text that you are supposed to change. You're not supposed to add it on your own. You're just supposed to edit what they've already created. And to do that, you can double click the text in this project window, or in the viewer, I mean, or double click the text down here in the timeline. And once you double click, it's highlighted. Your text tool up here also shows. So if you have your regular selection tool, you can click and move things around. Or if you have your text tool selected and just select the text, you can also edit that way. Now, you just edit the text as if you have a regular word processor. So I'm just going to select all, delete, and call this After Effects template video. Okay, so now you can see that there's lots I have to do with this, and they give you different windows to edit text. If you don't see character and paragraph, go up to window and click on character and paragraph. Now this is your typical editing, text editing stuff. You can change the spacing, you can change the size, you can change the font. Let's choose something kind of cool. You could change the color by clicking this white block over here or whatever color it is and changing the color that way. You can change the width, the height, all sorts of things. And then you can also change the paragraph settings, so you can center it, right align, left align, whatever you want. So let's center it. And then I'm going to take my selection tool, because if I take my text tool and try to move this text around, it's not going to work. So I can take this around and move it and just put it in the center of your composition. Okay. Another way to easily center things, this is getting a little bit advanced, but under the Align tab, which you can again go to Window and Align, you can click these different buttons to horizontally and vertically align the text in certain ways. Okay, so this looks pretty good, but say I want my text bigger. And instead of doing this and having to change the spacing between the lines, there's a different way to change the size of text. And this is really the only type of edit I'm going to show you to do in your timeline. But if you have your text layer selected, so go ahead and select your text, hit S on your keyboard, and that brings up scale. Or you can twirl down this layer and bring up more options by hitting that little triangle, and you will see these different transform properties. You have anchor point, position, scale, rotation, opacity. We don't need to get into any of those except for scale. So just hit S and that brings up scale. And now I can increase the size of this text and it will be perfectly sharp, and I don't have to mess with any of these character settings. So that's another way to edit text. Okay, so now let's go back to that transition that I had before, and you can see here that in here you see the title, but it's a little too big. So I can go back to your media 3, decrease the size of this text, and go back to transition 17, and there is my text. Now let's see if any of these other ones use the 3 media sequences, and this one does. Let's go to 19, let's see what that does. So yes, there's lots of different sequences and transitions that use all 3 sequences. And let's just go ahead and back to my media 1 and try it one more time. So this time I'm going to delete my video media that I added. So I'm just going to select that fill webinar intro, hit delete on the keyboard. It's not there anymore. we have this Your Media text right here, but I'm just going to turn that off. I'm going to show you how to add new text. And that's clicking this text tool, clicking on your composition, and then typing. So now I can use my selection tool, click and move it around. I can use my character settings over here to change the size of the font, or like I learned before, I can click on this text, press S to bring up scale, and increase or decrease. You can also rotate. This is another transformation property of each layer by pressing R, bringing up rotation, and rotating your text. So now if I go to any of these other transitions, you can see that it goes from sequence 1, or the Your Media 1, to Your Media 2. If we go to those other ones we were doing, like 17, there you have both layers that have text, plus the one with video. So that's how you add and edit text within your project. Okay, this is a quick lesson on how to turn on and off the audio in your different video layers, because say you bring in video into your project, but you don't want the audio from that video. Well, it's very simple. Along with this eyeball to the left of your video layers, you will see this audio button. Now I can just turn it on and off by clicking it on and off. So in the Your Media 2 sequence, which I added this tutorial that I did a couple weeks ago, it has audio. You can see here that there's audio by this button over here on the left. So over here in Your Media 2, I can either click that on or off, or if I go to one of these transitions, you will see that this layer has audio, and you can hear the audio by pressing 0 on your keyboard and rendering out the entire sequence. Okay, so you can hear text or sound in the background that I don't want. But if I click that off, and now I press 0 again, so you can see this green bar that is loading, but I don't need to wait until it loads the whole way, so I just press spacebar while it's doing that. And now there's no sound. So that's how you turn on and off sound in your sequences. Okay, so now in your After Effects project, you have a sequence, one of these tabs that you want to export, you want to save. So sometimes your project will have lots of tabs, and they are basically little compositions, little sequences that are within one sequence. So you want to make sure that you are on the tab that is the main sequence, the one that when you scrub through it with your mouse, it's the whole sequence that you want to export. So first thing, you have to set how much you want to export. You will see in the timeline that right above the top layer and right above this green bar or the gray bar or whatever color it is here, it can be red or yellow depending on if it's rendered or not, you have this work area. And on the left and the right, there are 2 yellow little markers. If you click one of them and drag, you can see that it increases or decreases the length of your work area. Now you want to set the work area to the length of your composition that you want to export. So for this transition, I just want to go from the beginning here to around 3 seconds. So I'm going to bring this in to 3 seconds. And now if I press 0 on my keyboard, it plays through this entire sequence. Rather than going through the entire timeline, it just goes through this work area, and it will repeat until you press stop. Okay, so how do you export? Go up to Composition, and then Add to Render Queue. It will pop open a new tab down here, and typically if it's your first export, it will just show up like this as one little option box down here. There are different options for settings and where you export to. So click where it says lossless. You will see a module that pops up and you get to set your settings here. So under video output, click format. If you're exporting for video that you want to post online or just keep, that's relatively a small file but still high quality, I suggest changing the video codec to H.264. This is a QuickTime format that is high quality but a small file size. You can see that there's lots of different options here, but we don't have to go into those. If you have any questions, you can let me know. Otherwise, just click H.264. Make sure that your basic video settings is at 100. Click OK. You can also set your audio settings. If there is audio, you can change it down here, but I would just typically leave that as it is. Then hit OK. Next to output to, it says not yet specified. You have to click that, and this is where you decide where you want your files to save. So I'm going to save them into this Editing After Effects Templates folder. I'm going to create a new folder called Exports, and I will just call this Transition 2. Then on the right side, you click Render. So it's going to render out your file. It depends on how fast your computer is, and it can be a lot slower or faster depending on how fast your computer is. Now I'm going to go over to my files, go to that folder, and you can see in my exports now I have Transition 2, which I can play, and you can see is now there for me to play. So that is how you export or render out files in After Effects. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in another video. Okay, I'm going to give you guys another example of a project that I purchased recently from videohive.net. So this is a good one, an example for adding photos to a project. So I open it up here, and as you can see here, the first thing you notice is the main composition, the main sequence, has a lot of different layers. You have this bar over here, you can scroll up and down, and you can see that there are over 100 different layers, and those are all placeholders for photos. And you'll probably run into this if you are purchasing a slideshow template on videohive.net as well. So first things first, I'm going to add the photos into my project. So started a new photos folder right there by clicking the folder button. And then you go over to Finder, or in Windows your documents, and find some photos that you want to add to your project. So I'm just going to add a few that I took on a recent trip over to Europe. So there I have my 4 photos. Then I'm going to go into each of these compositions and add the photos. So again, these are placeholders, and you can find them in this top level placeholder folder in your project window. So if I open that up, you can see all of the different compositions from 0 all the way to 116. Or you can open them by clicking on them within the sequence itself. So this slide projector top level sequence down here, you can double click each of these sequences. So say I want to add my first photo to this second one right here. So click that. And then I just add my photo to the top of this sequence, or this composition. I'm going to fit this view up to 100% so I can see better. And you will notice that the quality is not that good, and that's because it's at quarter quality, quarter resolution. So I can click this drop down and select full. Sometimes it's good to keep it at quarter or below full so that you can render, and After Effects works a little bit faster when it's not full resolution. Okay, so this photo is not big enough for this composition, so we're going to be doing what we did with the text in a previous lesson by pressing S to bring up scale and then increasing that to fill the frame size. So all of these different layers beneath this photo layer we don't need, so you can either delete them or just leave them be, but make sure that your photo layer is above them. You'll notice that this photo isn't as high a resolution as it should be. I'm increasing the scale up to 500% or almost 500% to fill the frame of this video. So you will want to choose photos that are at least the resolution of your video frame size. So the scale should be around 100 or below when you put them into your compositions. So now if I go back to my slide projector sequence, now this photo is there in that sequence, as you can see there. So let's just repeat that one more time to show you how to do it. If you go to my placeholders and go to the third sequence, and I just click on the timeline to view it, and then let's go to my photos folder. We'll drag this second one. Now this one's a lot larger, so this one fills the frame. And I can change the scale by pressing S again and decrease it a little bit. Just make sure that it fills everything in the frame, and you can place it however you want. And you'll notice that when you have photos, usually the aspect ratio of the photos is different than the video screen, because a video screen is typically 16:9. That's the aspect, and your photos have a little bit more of a square aspect. So now let's go back to the slide projector, and this cool slideshow, it kind of looks like a projector, and it goes from placeholder 2 to placeholder 3, and those are the two images that we added. So you would go through all of these compositions and add photos to each individual composition, and once it's all full and you're ready to export, you would go up to composition, hit add to render queue, will pop up, and you will choose the settings that you want. So for this bottom one, this is the one that we have queued. I can delete these top two projects that weren't rendered. So this is the one we want to render. Hit lossless, click format options, change from animation to H.264, which is a high quality QuickTime, but it ends up being a smaller file size, more manageable. Click OK, click OK again, and then click this output to slide projector, and then you can just set where you want to save your project to. So that is the whole example of how you can open up an After Effects template, import photos, replace the photos, and place them into the sequences that you want, and then export and save that file for posting online or sharing with friends and family. I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you have any questions, as always, you can reach me at videoschoolonline.com.